I'd like to see who's here. Let's see. Well, hello. Just think the volume's on. Looks like it. I think so. Well, let's see if there's anything in the chat. Alright, folks, just got here. It's still just 9. Cool. Not many people in yet. Someone saying good morning. Yeah, not quite for me anymore, but good morning to you. Let's see. Oh, not much else there. So, yeah, I just got here. Whoop. Got fuzz. I'm not feeling especially well, so I probably won't do one of the very long nights. But I'm around for a few hours. Anybody has any questions, thoughts, that sort of thing? We'll see if some more people start coming in. I have a busy weekend ahead of me and not a whole lot of energy. So it is what it is. Saturday there. Yeah, definitely not yet here. Look at that. It's just 9, it says. Oh, that's an unusually small start. I'm not sure what to say or do. Hello. Gosh, yeah. What to talk about? Let's see. What do I have open here? Oh gosh. Okay, let's see. What did I miss? Hello, Enrica 66. Oh, Drus and more. Sure, yeah, we could. What is there anything specific about Drus and Moors? Or do we already talk about that? Or because if not, I can ramble a little bit there. Let's see, what else do we miss here? How was your day? Okay. Kind of slow, not much energy, feeling a little sick. But otherwise great. Dar Alumar, that's the Zahir Omar, the one who tried to break away in Palestine from the Ottomans? That guy? There's I mean, if so, Nasser, I'm not sure what all really to say there. It's an attempted rebellion that tried splitting off from the Ottoman Empire and holding a significant chunk of the Levant, but it didn't really work. But it does get to the whole, I don't know, were there states here before? Yeah, that's an that's an example of one. But while the Ottomans were getting very weak by the middle of the 18th century, they were definitely still strong enough to beat a rebellion in Palestine. It does point to something that I have noted in a bunch of classes looking at the developments in the 20th century that had the European nation state idea kind of come in more peacefully and not through empire, and people been allowed to fashion a state for themselves, then a kind of sort of greater Syrian identity is likely to have developed quite naturally in there. And the state, if I remember right from Zahir, it ran from Lebanon down into down all the way through Palestine, which again it makes a lot of sense. There's no physical barrier that there's no geographic, cultural, anything else shift between Lebanon and Palestine until you get to the colonial period and the imposition of competing British and French norms. So there is a kind of organic identity that could have developed in the area, and that's an early that early attempt, even while it doesn't succeed, that rebellion does point to the possibility of it heading in that direction. So that's that's all I could really think of to say off the top of my head. So Enrica 66, parents are from Sicily. Yeah, my some of my family is too. People used to have kids a lot younger, so when I was a little boy, we had 5 generations alive, so I briefly knew my Sicilian great-great-grandmother, but she'd come over in, the 1870s. It's a long time back now. But when we did those DNA tests, the whole Ancestry and 23andMe and whatnot, it does give me some Berber ancestry, and that would be because of the Sicilian Emirate, the constant movement back and forth across there. Oh gosh, messages are really starting to shoot up here a lot faster than I can read. Nasser, it wouldn't be well, we tend to use the term sovereign when states are recognized, so no. It did rule itself for a while, but they crushed it, so yes and no. It's as sovereign as any rebel territory can really be considered to be. The Moors are a kind of discredited term in general. Some Berbers, yeah, so Moorish, Berber, Amazi, they all kind of point to the same thing. Sometimes people use the term Moors thinking of folks from further down in the Sahel who are Berber but sub-Saharan black, but there's no that doesn't really mean that per se. It's just an older term referring to Berbers, and Berbers itself is somewhat of an older term and or an exonym, so it is still used by a lot of scholars to refer to the Amazi people, but Berber is not a word they would use for themselves. So of course, that's actually normal in the world. Most of our words for other cultures and languages and whatnot aren't in their own language. But all it really means, whether you're talking about Amazi, Berber, Moor, whatever you want to think about that, you're just talking about the North African population. And the population of North Africa is just like all other Mediterranean peoples. They're just, generic bronze white people, whatever term you want to use there, but they're just the population that lived in that area since distant antiquity, since the Neolithic period when people first started moving in and settling in different areas. There is a lot of interaction with the rest of the Mediterranean and eventually with medieval and modern Europe, and that's where a lot of the outside terms come from referring to them, but it doesn't really become distinct for a lot of people as a separate civilization type thing until the early modern period, when Europeans basically invent the idea of the West. Because until that point, people would have different languages and religions, but it was all understood to be a single large kind of cultural and geographic unit. Things all moved around, so it wasn't really distinct. So peoples are constantly interacting, moving back and forth. So there's quite a lot of different European populations that have moved to North Africa and North African populations that have moved to Europe over and over again. There's a lot of that. Several Germanic populations moved into North Africa. A bunch of Latins moved into North Africa. In the Roman period, there were Levantine populations that moved in. The whole Phoenician phenomenon, settling in where modern day Tunisia is. And then there's constant moves out too. There's a bunch of Amazi people who move into Spain and Portugal. Move outward from there. There's others that move into southern Italy and Sicily. There's constant movement back and forth. So that people think of it as very distinct now is honestly kind of stupid. It's one of the reasons that the European Union sort of infuriates me, because it borrows the bullshit definition from the early modern period, invented as a response to the Ottoman threat, that separates North Africa from it, when throughout much longer spans of history, North Africa was connected to all of the Near East and Europe. So as far as I'm concerned, Morocco and Tunisia should be eligible for EU membership, because that's their history. Like, still today, the daily lived patterns, like how people live in North Africa, is a lot like in Sicily. There's not much difference between the two of them. So it's kind of silly the way we separate those populations. I'll come back to your question about the Druze in a moment. I'll make a little note here so what other things might have been floating along here, because there's a lot of stuff in the chat I'm missing. Let's see. And yeah, Enrica, doing DNA is cool. It's interesting to see, the different connections. It's actually how I found out I had some Syrian ancestry. I had no idea, but there's so much movement back and forth between the Near East and the Balkans that it makes sense, because I have Bulgarian ancestry, by country, coming to the U.S., but those Bulgarians would have been interacting with tons of other peoples in the ancient Near East. So it does fill in those missing chapters in our family's history, which is kind of cool. Let's see. Marxist asks about Catalan independence. I think that's it. So yeah, we got Catalan independence and the Druze. Let me make a note about Catalonia here. Let's see. Unless anybody asked to pop up either, make sure I don't stop looking at those. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, Cheddar popped up. It's interesting how with some people that it throws you right up into the panel on your own, and other times you have to invite them in. I still don't know the technical rule for how that works. Oh well. Let's see. Catalonia or Druze? Catalonia. Druze. The Druze are a ethno-religious group. So it's ethnic in the sense of a distinct cultural unit, distinct identity, but it's based in a religion. So it's kind of like an old style tribal faith, but it has much more recent origins. I should turn this computer off soon. It starts as a branching off from Islam, from an earlier form of Shi'i Islam, and it. What's most interesting about it, because it really doesn't have much of anything in common with other forms of Shi'ism, it actually draws heavily on like Neoplatonic philosophy from a more philosophical period in Muslim history in the Middle Ages, when there was a lot of Greek philosophy in wide circulation, where a lot of it eventually sort of faded away. It became less socially and politically significant after leaving behind some influences, of course, but on its own, it ceased to be very important. But they end up developing some very distinct beliefs and traditions based on their approach to Neoplatonism. And one of the interesting things about a lot of the late Hellenistic schools of philosophy is that they were actually forms of monotheistic religion as well as philosophies. And Neoplatonism is like that. Neoplatonism is a monotheistic religion. It has the one, right? It's like one God, one powerful force, although its one God is a slightly more abstract philosophical God in some ways, but is definitely still a single God at the center of all things that drives the universe forward. And that's kind of how the Druze think of themselves, as the peoples of one God, of Tawhid. So their internal name for themselves references God's oneness. But that God's oneness is a little distinct from some of the mainstream Muslim approaches to Tawhid, and a bit more, again, influenced by Neoplatonic philosophy. Now, the problem they run into, and what makes them an ethnic group as opposed to a distinct religious form, is that and back in the early caliphates, there was a lot of opposition to splinters from Islam and people heading off in different directions. So there was a fear that, well, if they're spreading this new idea, then, it kind of challenges the kind of orthodoxy of the state. So what they did was they made a deal. They cut a deal with the caliphate that said, you're okay, we won't mess with you, we'll not attack you as apostates or anything else, like, no, not a problem, like, you can do your own thing, just stop spreading your religion. Don't convert other people to it. And as long as you commit to being loyal to the state and you don't convert people, we'll leave you in peace. And that's a deal that's lasted for 1,000 years now. So all of the states that have risen in the area, whether you're talking about the original Arab caliphates, whether you're talking about the much more complex Islamic states like the Abbasid Caliphate, or the Seljuks, or the Shi'i Fatimids, or the Mamluks, or the Ottomans, or anybody else, no one's really cared. They've all respected the Druze's autonomy. They've left them alone. And the Druze have always been unstintingly loyal to any government, whoever's in charge. That's their deal that they made. It's one of the reasons that the Druze in Israel specifically are loyal to Israel. It's also why the Golan Druze, because the annexation of the Golan has not been internationally recognized. It's why most of them have not taken Israeli citizenship, because technically they would be worried about rejecting their Syrian identity since they were part of Syria. And they're supposed to be loyal to whatever is the officially recognized state. So the Golan's weird status puts them in a weird position. But the Druze, wherever they are generally going to be loyal to whatever government is in power, because that's how they've survived as a community for so long. And one of the things I think that's most fascinating about them is not just the interesting blending with a much heavier introduction of Greek philosophy than Islam as a whole has, because Islam does have a lot of Hellenistic philosophical influences. But it's not just that, it's that as a consequence of them being, sort of set apart in a way, unable to convert other people to it, they actually developed a tradition of reincarnation. So they believe that when somebody dies, the next person born is reincarnating the soul of a previous Druzi, which is interesting, especially, given the way they've had to, you always have to find things you can rationalize and set aside, because the population is much larger now than it used to be, so there shouldn't be enough Druze souls to make it possible, but they still have this idea of reincarnation. So they are the only form of Islam that embraces reincarnation as a core tenet of their position. It's one of the reasons that arguably, and this speaking as in terms of like the study of world religions, right? Arguably, the Druze aren't Muslim. They're an offshoot of Islam. But for political reasons, they're always considered to be an offshoot of Islam, a part of the Muslim world as a whole, because otherwise there would be the whole question, are they apostates? What do we do about this? How do we deal with it? Because, it's not in the... So technically speaking, yeah, in terms of their religion, they're not Muslim any more than like Alawites or some other offshoots are, or like, I don't know, the later Baha'i or things like that, or the Sikhs, because obviously Sikhism in India develops out of a combination of Hinduism and Islam. No, the Baha'i is much more. The Baha'i don't come into existence until the 19th century, and the Druze have been around for 1,000 years. So no, they're not actually connected, but they are distinct from, they are separate from the main body of Islam. They're later monotheistic developments. But for political reasons, as an early convention, the Druze were respected as a form of Islam, just one that's not allowed to spread so that it doesn't, become problematic, overall. But it's how they've survived. But so the way, religious studies, we might technically classify them versus how we have to understand them socially. Oh, good parallel. It's kind of how we treat the LDS Church, because in purely theological terms and cosmological terms, the Mormons are not Christians. They're not. Their basic beliefs deviate radically from Christianity, but they consider themselves to be Christians, and the Christian world in general accepts them as an offshoot of Christianity, as a form of Christianity. So they're Christians. So we call the LDS Church a Christian church, but strictly speaking, it's kind of not. It's the same thing with the Druze. They're kind of like in a weird liminal state between don't quite fit one way or the other. And you can arguably call Druze Muslims, and you can arguably say that they're not, just like you can with Mormons. They're arguably Christian and arguably not. Just depends on your perspective, your point of view. But it does give them really a really interesting status. I've always found it fascinating, but I'm fascinated by a lot of minority cultures in general, how peoples survive around much larger populations, much larger cultures, religious groups. That sort of thing. These stories of survival are fascinating to me. And the Druze have a really distinct belief system and a really interesting story about how they have managed to navigate the political currents for the last 1,000 years without getting people piling on and killing them or unaliving them. Sorry. Because again, they're arguably, their whole faith is arguably based in apostasy, in a rejection of some of the core elements of Islam, but it's closely enough related to it that it really should be considered part of it. I honestly don't know why we don't focus much more on the similarities than the differences, because, Zoroastrians and a lot of forms of Hellenism and Hellenistic philosophy, the three Abrahamic faiths, Sikhism, the Baha'i, they all have so much in common, and they're all kind of pointing in the same basic sort of large monotheistic way. I don't understand why we don't just think of them as like one super religion with different forms, in the same way that we do with Hinduism. Because Hinduism isn't a single religion. People are often thinking the Hindu religion, like it's a distinct thing. But different forms of Hinduism have radically different beliefs, like huge differences between each other. But we just sort of accept, well, there's a continuum of expression and belief, and it's all just sort of Hindu and whatever, and we just kind of downplay the differences between them, and we focus on the similarities. I don't know why we don't do that with more religions in the world. All of the major Near Eastern religions that develop from Zoroastrianism onward, they really all have a lot in common and have heavily influenced each other. And it's really not, I make this point in my class on ancient religions. You really can't understand any of the three Abrahamic faiths unless you look at all three of them, and the Zoroastrians and the Hellenists, because otherwise you're leaving out a huge part of their story, just because they all influence each other. And people tend not to do that. They tend to think, oh, Greek pagan, blah blah blah. That's totally different. It's really not. The Stoics, the Neoplatonists, they contributed a lot to the development of the Abrahamic faiths, and we leave those philosophical traditions to the side, just like we leave the Zoroastrians out of the story about the three big Abrahamic faiths. For me personally, while I recognize the differences among all of them, I wish we had like some kind of super category that linked them all together as these Near Eastern monotheisms, which would allow you to actually connect to a whole lot of other ones. So like the Mandean faith, which is a religion that goes back to the 1st century and starts with John the Baptist. There's not many of them left, maybe, 40, 50,000, but they still exist. They're still a religion. But they're different from the others, and we leave them out, right?
Yes, right. Same as the Manichaeans.
Yeah, Manichaeans. Yeah. So there's some extinct ones. So Manichaeism is extinct, but was at one point geographically the most widespread monotheistic faith. Running from the Mediterranean all the way into China, and was huge for a while. But it dies out in the 14th or 15th century, or Atonism in Egypt, a late henotheistic / monotheistic faith that was developing in the New Kingdom period. There's a lot of ones that we see developing that all share ideas, they influence each other, they all build up in the area, and they really should be understood. Mandeans. Okay, so the Mandeans they historically were in the southern marshy parts of Iraq, but because of a lot of the turmoil in the 20th century, many of them scattered around. So today there's Mandean communities in Australia. Like, I don't remember where all I know there's a significant chunk in Australia. They ended up in a bunch of different places, but they started in Iraq, and there's still some of them there, but they've largely spread around. But Mandean and Manichaean, although they sound a little similar, they're definitely different things. And have very, very different origins. The Manichaeist real faith goes back to a 2nd century prophet in Iraq that blended elements of Zoroastrianism, Christianity, and Buddhism to create a new sort of hybrid faith that was one of the first truly, truly universal faiths, when a lot of earlier ones were still struggling, like Christianity was still kind of struggling to define itself as a universal faith. The Manichaeans were like, all your scriptures belong to us. We're going to take you all in. Everyone can come and join, and come and join our faith. But bring your books with you, and we'll make them part of our books too. Which is a really interesting ideal, where historically religions have been tied to a specific culture, a specific state or culture. And so the Manichaeans were viewed as a threat by the Christians, by the Zoroastrians, and by the Chinese. They all piled on them, and they all tried to wipe them out because they were arguing to be the first truly universal religion that could embrace everybody.
All-inclusive.
That bothered people.
What about the all-inclusive? I said, what about the Samaritans? Does this group still exist?
They do. Yeah, there's only a few hundred of them. There's not that many. But they have 2 major centers. They're in Holon in Israel, and around Nablus, near Nablus in the northern West Bank, and they very likely. I mean, there's some shifts and whatnot because of later influence by Judaism and others, but they very likely are a descendant of the original religious culture of the northern kingdom of Israel, as distinct from the southern kingdom of Judah. Judaism comes from Judah, not ancient Israel. Ancient Israel's religion was slightly different and focused much more on the El concept and everything else. So the it's interesting that I've met a number of the Samaritans that are near Nablus, and they've had to come up with some ways more recently, some way to finally accept conversions, because historically they didn't. Judaism has always accepted conversions. Samaritanism used to reject it, but they were getting so many people had converted away. I mean, most Palestinians genetically are just like the Samaritans. They literally descend from Samaritans in large part. The Palestinians from the northern part of Palestine have a lot of their DNA in common with the Samaritans, but the Samaritan population itself, the ones still holding that religion, were getting deeply inbred because there are so much smaller population. Um, it had shrunk so much, so there's all kinds of diseases they were carrying around. Somebody says no archaeological proof for ancient kingdom of Israel. That contradicts entire libraries worth of archaeology. There absolutely is. What there isn't is for a united monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon called Israel. That's actually a myth written later in Judah. But the northern kingdom, sometimes called Samaria, sometimes called Yisrael, the northern kingdom centered on the northern part of the West Bank and the Galil, that kingdom absolutely existed. We even have mentions of it from multiple cultures, the Assyrians, so it definitely has support, just not in the way that people like to think that it kind of fits. Oh my goodness, did your name say Google Khazars? Okay, you're not going to like talking to me at all, because the Khazar thing is complete horse shit, like literally a myth. You want to talk about something there's no archaeological evidence for? The Khazars. Yeah, that's bullshit.
Well, you denying the conversion of King Bolan to Judaism?
Well, we have a Jewish source saying it happened. We have no evidence that the population as a whole converted, and no evidence the population survived, because the Khazars assimilated into the other populations in their area. They ceased to be a distinct population almost 1,000 years ago. So they aren't a thing anymore, and they're certainly not connected to the Ashkenazi, like, at all, in no possible way.
You know how many historians from different regions mention that the Arabs, the Europeans, Al-Masudi mentions it. It's famous. It's really famous, their conversion, mate.
Yeah, I'm aware of the fame, but it goes back to one actual source of somebody saying a king converted. And I'm going to say, sure, that very well could have happened. We have no evidence to say it happened or not happened, so that's fine. Having somebody converting is no big deal at all. Even if a whole bunch of people converted, cool, that's fine. But it had no lasting impact in the world. The only people that they could have contributed to is if some of those populations wanted to stay Jewish, when the larger Khazar population was blending into the surrounding ones, they would have had to join the Central Asian Jewish community. So they may have contributed to that. But, the Central Asian Jewish community, like all other Jewish populations in the world, does carry Levantine markers. So they do have an origin there. They've just mixed in with other peoples. The Khazars contribute nothing at all to Ashkenazim. That's when people point to things like that, and there are historians who do it, they are torn apart by other historians. And we have to understand that history and anthropology and sociology, all these things, they work according to the same basic methods as the physical sciences. You come up with a way of explaining the evidence that fits to you, you put it out there, and other people say, well, you left out this archive, you mistranslated this word, you fucked this part up, and then it just, boom, something, ideas drop down. So historians who have accepted the Khazar thesis are like the 1%, less than 1% now. I think it's, I think it's a fraction of 1% now of climatologists who don't think that humans caused global warming. Almost all of them accept it. There are still some that don't say that, but most of their community considers them to be idiots.
Yeah, but are you aware that loads of nations did convert to Judaism, not only the Khazars?
Yeah, lots of people have. People have always converted in. This is why Jews all around the world look like the people around them.
Exactly. So it's like with the Yemenite Jews. It's the kingdom of Himyar. It's a famous Arabic kingdom that converted as well to Judaism years ago. So bullshit.
I mean, of course, the Ethiopians invaded and destroyed them as a consequence. But there's always been conversions. But I don't know why people talk about that like it's somehow matters, because people convert to Islam too. I mean, for fuck's sake, we call most of the people in the Arab world Arabs, but they're not from Arabia. They're peoples who converted to the language.
Yeah,
so it's not. It doesn't make sense to point to distant conversions as somehow relevant, especially since, as far as we know, every population that has called themselves Jewish, with two possible exceptions. There's a community in the very far east of India and into Burma that calls themselves Jewish, but we think that they adopted it later, and there was a population down in Zimbabwe that calls themselves Jewish. But every other population that has that is claimed to be Jewish, when you do genetic testing on them, you always find the same Levantine markers. So the populations blend in. It spreads to other people. People convert into it. But it started with some Jews moving in and sleeping with people.
Yeah, but I thought the word Hebrew itself, it means those that crossed. The crossers, same in Arabic. Those across River Jordan. Hebrew means abiru in Arabic. Hebrew means the one who crossed.
I mean, it's not Hebrew isn't even a Hebrew word anyway. So it's they're just words that we've always used different words to refer to different peoples.
I tell you what, because in Arabic, Hebrew, it's what's up? I said Hebrew in Arabic, it's abiru, and it literally means those that crossed, and which means those that crossed the river of Jordan.
Yeah, and in a topic like that, just
they came from Iraq.
This is because in Judaism's own myths of origin, they talk about Abraham coming from Iraq, and then they talk about the population moving in later and conquering the Canaanites. But those are actually historical myths much later.
They talk about wiping out.
There's zero evidence of the Hebrews coming in and conquering people. They literally originated out of the Canaanite cultures. They just came up with a later story for themselves that helps to explain a number of influences. There's putting the figure of Abraham in Ur of the Chaldees, helps to explain, the constant back and forth in the Neolithic period, in the Stone Age between the Levant and Mesopotamia, which is why their understanding of law, the retributive legal system is the same, the calendar is the same, the weights and measures are the same. They have a ton of the same basic concepts. And like, okay, why is that the case? It must be because somebody came from there originally, so they have a story about Abraham to explain that. And the Moses story later helps to explain things like the Egyptian influence. Why are there elements of Egyptian culture and religion present in this? Well, I mean, the historical explanation is that Egypt literally ruled the Levant for centuries in the New Kingdom.
For centuries, right.
But the people writing it down later, they're not thinking about that, and they don't remember that. So there's a memory of Egyptians being there, and they have to explain it somehow. So this idea of an outside conquest is just part of a self-definition. It's a later historical myth.
It's funny. So if modern day Zionists, are literally converts from the Himyarite Kingdom or the Khazars or whatever, why they keep thinking that they are indigenous to that region, man?
Because neither of those are accurate. They literally aren't descendants of converts, and there is an indigeneity to it, and the religion isn't founded by people who conquered that land. It literally was formed in the hill country. The origins of the culture that became Judaism, if you go back into the Bronze Age, is literally the Canaanite cultures. The states of Ammon, Edom, Moab, Israel, and Judah, as well as the Philistine state that was almost entirely culturally Canaanite, and then all the different city-states along the coast where Lebanon is today, they're all Canaanites. But because of their history and the geography, they head off in some different directions. The two in the hill country, Judah and Israel, because they're physically closer to each other, ended up developing a similar cultural idea. They started prohibiting the use of pork, for example. They started developing some distinct traditions relative to the Canaanites just immediately to the east of them, where and to the south, Edom and Moab and Ammon were. And then the ones in the north, because of their interactions with Greeks and everything else, they head off in a different direction. And then, the ones along the coast, because of the Philistine influence, they go off in a different direction. But they're all starting from exactly the same Semitic population that's been on the land since the Stone Age. So to undermine Judaism's connection to the land. Now, the Zionist narrative in itself is different because it's technically a secular nationalism that has nothing to do with religion. The founders of modern Zionism weren't even religious. They're just manipulating some of this myth. But to take Judaism's, connection to the land away is as dishonest as saying that the Palestinians have no connection to it because other peoples have always moved into the area, and they have. Palestinians carry tons of genetic contributions from tons of people, including French and German, because of the Crusaders. There's tons of people who've come into the area. But a portion of that DNA has been there since the Stone Age. This is true for Palestinians, Lebanese, and Jews. They all three have Stone Age Levantine DNA.
If I recall, sorry, tangential topic. If I recall, the shrine of Saint John the Baptist is in Syria. Do we know where the oldest Christian communities, that we know of are? Like in Lebanon, Palestine, Syria?
Not to where you could point to a single community and say, this is it. But obviously the oldest Christian communities do start in Palestine because it starts as an offshoot of Temple Judaism in Palestine. So technically, Palestinian Christians are likely descended from some of the earliest Christian populations, but a lot of the Christian populations across the Near East are. Christianity got to Mesopotamia very early on. Ooh, a cowboy hat. It got to Mesopotamia very early on. It actually spread, throughout the Near East pretty fast.
True.
So a lot of those populations are very, very old. But an individual community, no, that's impossible because ultimately, because of the way historical records work, it makes it very difficult to point to some specific claims. So, for example, there are 5 different places that claim to have the head of John the Baptist. Yeah. Realistically, the Umayyad Mosque is probably the best claimant if it still has it. It doesn't let people see it, but it says it's still there. Because it was the oldest of those sites. If it ended up in one of the others, somebody must have moved it, and then it's very difficult always, when things move from place to place in antiquity, you have to introduce a lot of skepticism because somebody can say, yeah, I took this relic from this country to my country, but they could also have just been bringing the head of some random person they dug up. And you don't really know. So we really can only claim definitely that something is of a particular age and origin if it stays in its same spot permanently. And even the one in the Umayyad Mosque doesn't, because the original church it was there collapsed. And the Umayyad Mosque was built on top of it. And it's gone through tons of revisions since then. So, that relic, if it's still present on the site, it's been moved a whole bunch of times. There's no
hard to tell or to trace.
Yeah, exactly. And people, it's not like we keep records the way we do today about a lot of things. So it'd be very difficult to know. Most of the relics that, no offense to Catholics and Orthodox, most of the relics that exist out there and are considered authentic probably aren't. But, if something has been considered to be authentic for, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, who's to say? It could be true, but there's also no way to prove it. So you just have to take things like that on faith.
Since we're talking about this,
one of those heads is his, but we have no idea which one, if any.
Since we're talking about this, because I don't know much about archaeological religious relics, what are some of the, most fascinating archaeological religious related relics that people have found?
Now, relic
like the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'm not exactly sure what it is,
Cool. Yeah, I was wondering if you okay, so because relic in the sense I'm using it there is the living remains of somebody considered a saint. So
I see. Like, for instance, St. Peter's in the Vatican or...
like a piece of somebody's finger, a vial of their blood. It has to be something from a body. But relic can also be used in a broader sense. So the Dead Sea Scrolls are also relics, but in different use of the word. What would be some of the most famous or interesting of discoveries like that? We could be talking for hours about things that I found.
There are plenty?
Because we're digging things up all the time. So one of the problems for people doing archaeology in the Holy Land in particular is that they're often trying to just straight up prove the Bible. And what you really need to do is look at the text, look at its own evolution, look at the evidence within it, and then look at the archaeology and see how they fit together, because there's places where it supports it and places where it says it's definitely didn't happen. So it's a real mix of the two. But there have been a number of fascinating things that have shown up. So, like, for example, we always suspected, based upon the structure of the text, that there was a prophet Isaiah who worked for the king, but that the second half of the book, the second and third parts of it that are in that book, were written by later authors after the exile. So we always thought that there must be an original person that inspired this, but we literally found his seal later, like a royal seal connected for the prophet connected to it. So we literally have something that's saying this is the seal of Isaiah, as well as like the kings at the time that, so it does start to show, hey, there's some interesting historical figures here. But it's only after a certain point that that we find things like that. The earliest stages of what's in the Bible is most of that is just historical myth. But there are some really fascinating things that do start to show you places where we had expected this was a real thing, and go figure, it is a real thing. Oh, somebody actually a seal, not like a seal, like not that, but a seal like you press into clay to sign something. So because people couldn't all write, so you had like a thing that you would carry with you and that you would press onto things. Sometimes they're cylinder seals that you roll across. Sometimes they're physical things that you press in. So
I think someone in the comments had an interesting question. Gets Mac. Do you know if there are any DNA studies or research that's been done on remains or relics that have been found?
it would depend on which one, because there have been attempts to test some things, but most of the saint relics they can't. There are a lot of religious taboos around it, and the church disapproves heavily of actually touching the physical remains left over of somebody. But all you could really tell with things like that is you'd be able to A, tell their age approximately, and B, maybe if any real DNA survives, because sometimes it can break down. If there's viable DNA, that it could at least tell you the location. So you could say this person must have come from this area, and that could support certain stories. I think the only places where they really are likely to allow those kind of tests are places where they're already really sure anyway, because it's so it could be explosive within their own community. But there are some things that have been turned over for examination. So, for example, the Shroud of Turin is
that turned out to be
well known to be a forgery. Like we know that. But the church was clever enough never actually to acknowledge it as real. But they also did.
It's not, for some reason, it's just not loading you up. So what to do is try and come off my live and then come back on.
Sorry, mute.
I'm sorry if you think I'm boring. I'm watching at the same time. So I'm just. But then again, I've been on it. I've been on this, smashing it all day. As you know, guys, so we've been at it, guys. We've been at it. And if I do get my energy levels up,
Kazar, can you?
Okay. Okay. It wasn't letting me mute him.
Mute. I see. Yeah, the Shroud of Turin had turned out to be indeed carbon dated from the 14th century or something like that.
Yeah, it's medieval. But the church had because they were clever enough to be suspicious of it, they said, we won't say that this is authentic, but we won't deny it either. So it allows individual believers to have whatever thought they want about it. But the problem with actual saints' relics is that the vast majority of them exist in the altars of churches. And if you were to test one of those relics and find out that it wasn't real, then that church had never been a real church, and all of the sacraments that have been performed over that altar would be invalid.
I see.
So everyone who's ever taken the Eucharist, over that, it would be problematic. So it would be like a religious bombshell. It was, they're not going to allow that.
And sometimes I see some of these things, like goofy things, History Channel. Like, is there any evidence or basis for something like, what is it, the Ark of Covenants, or?
Just a second here. Letting him know that his mic was on, so because I think one of the mods might have dropped him out of the panel. No, the Ark of the Covenant, it hasn't existed for a very long time. Whether it's an original one or not, and arguably it shouldn't be, since so much of the story around Moses is itself written centuries after and not historical. But there was an ark in the temple. That ark was carried off, and it very likely, there was still different versions of it at different points. So if there would have been a version there at the time the Chaldeans destroyed the temple, then it's long gone. There would have been a replacement, a kind of replica still in there at the time the Romans got in there, but then the Romans would have taken that. People have claimed to have versions of it. There's I think it's a monastery, but it's in Ethiopia, that claims to have the ark. But there's literally nothing to support that claim other than people's faith. So it's you can believe it if you're a member of the Ethiopian church that it's true, but there's no historical reason to think that it's accurate or that an ark got there. And we do know that it would have been taken during those other two periods of destruction anyway.
Sorry, total shift of topic. What was the sociological and cultural context in which the Bahia faith popped up? Like, I just know it was 19th century, right, or something like that. But
yeah, it's just a religious movement in 19th century Iran that had some distinct kind of modern ecumenical ideals. It wanted to blend together ideas from different religions and go for, again, a kind of like universal global sort of religion, which, realistically, tons of previous ones had already done. The six before that had done that. Hell, Islam is like that. Because Islam, has elements of Judaism in it and Christianity in it, but then it has its own, this is the new version and this is the new universal one. We can all join this one faith. It's just a new iteration of that. And but it has a specific origin as a movement in Iran, in a complicated period in Iran's history in the Qajar era where the state was extremely weak and people were looking for things to turn to, things to believe in. Okay. There are a lot of interesting movements within Shi'i Islam in Iran at the same time, making up for the collapse of the Safavids and their old religious legitimation. Like, what do we do now? There's no for a long time, there's no real state. There's no functioning government. So the mosques were taking over and directing a lot of things. There's a lot of places where people were looking for alternatives. And sometimes in those cases, people reform old religions or they spring out from them as something new. And that the Baha'i is an example of that. But it's because it does claim to have revelations from God that come afterwards, and because Muslims, believe that Muhammad is the last prophet, while they can acknowledge earlier prophets, they can't acknowledge any later ones, which means it's a situation where it's why the Christians and Jews don't look at Muhammad as authentic. Yes. Jews say, well, Muhammad claimed to be a prophet in our tradition, but we already stopped counting prophets. We don't count him. So it's a similar situation there where Muslims just rejected the revelations that came from the Bab. But it is an interesting movement. And again, I generally kind of appreciate attempts to focus on similarities and create something new and interesting, but everyone then tends to create one that they say is, this is the one true faith, and then it gets problematic. But the basic principle of looking for unity is interesting, if nothing else.
Hey, Doc, I got a couple for you.
Alrighty.
Okay. One is going to piss you off. The other one will just be fun. So there you go.
I'm already angry.
There you go. Somebody, went out of their way to DM me and say, what I'm talking about of, Palestinians perhaps being the closest, and I'm not a DNA fan, but the closest DNA to ancient Hebrews and based on what have you, and just said, I'm so wrong, and that he's been studying this very deeply for a couple of years, and that, the Palestinians came in the early 1900s as a wave of Arabs. Okay, so I would love to have something that, I'd like to know how to answer that. And then the other piece is easy. It's like, hey, where does kosher and halal come from?
Okay, that one's both weirder but definitely easier. For the first one, what you could probably do. Do you have access to any scholarly journal databases where you can look for book reviews or scholarly articles talking about books?
I'm sure I can find them.
Because Google Scholar does some of that stuff, but Google Scholar can get you some, but most scholarly journals are behind paywalls, so you usually need
JSTOR, Elsevier, all that.
News, things, all those. So if you have access to like a university library, most of them you can go and just use their computers and get access to it and search. I would search the history journals and look up the book From Time Immemorial and read the way historians tore this fucking book apart. Because those claims of a Palestinian mass migration in generally go back to this one source, and it's a completely fraudulent book. Like this person just made this shit up. No, not Finkelstein. Here, we'll grab it. There's even shitty books I have to have copies of. Let's see. Because, otherwise, how do you know what's accurate, what isn't? How do you take apart their arguments? Let's see, I've got let's flip this around. Okay, so, don't read this. This is trash. But this book argues, and it has been in print for decades now, that the Palestinians just migrated in. And historians looked at how she uses records, what she uses to support this, and like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your own sources completely contradict what you're saying. This is nonsense. So it's literally a work of fraud.
Confabulation.
But you could, but you could then. So, Stephen, I would say that you could probably get some really good zingers for responding to them by looking at the way that scholars attacked this book, because they'll point to a lot of the problems in that thesis. But you also, there's just so many sources that go back farther and farther. Okay, the person you're talking to said 19th century, right? Did they say 19th? The movement in?
If I recall, that's what he said, Stephen. Yeah.
Well, early 20th century, like.
Oh, 19th. Oh, geez, that's even worse. Okay, so let's see. Where's a good one here? Okay, this is a fun one that I actually would say go ahead and read if you want, if you're interested in the period, because this is a genuinely good book, and I've actually used excerpts from in a class. But this is looking at Palestinian society in the northern West Bank in the 18th and 19th centuries. I mean, it's there. It clearly exists. They have documents. They talk about shit. They're clearly present on the land. So these kind of claims are nonsense.
And what about the kosher and halal stuff?
The origins ultimately of kashrus are in a desire to distinguish one population from another. If you go back to the to sites in the early Iron Age in Palestine, if you're looking at all these different Canaanite sites, in some the trash pits will have pig bones, and in some they will not. You're seeing documented in the archaeological record a prohibition developing among certain peoples. And over time, you add layers to that. Cultures evolve. Minawa, cut it out. Turkey.
How did they conserve meat, especially pork, if they were eating it in some places? Because the climate was warm and.
Yeah, you wouldn't. For most of human history, meat consumption was pretty rare. Most people didn't do it. So one of the reasons that it's only really problematic for us health-wise in the modern period. In the contemporary world, if we eat the way Americans do and a lot of Europeans, the amount of meat and dairy products we consume, they cause osteoporosis, atherosclerosis, type 2 diabetes, heart attacks, all kinds of shit, strokes. These are things that don't naturally occur to us as a species. They're consequences of eating too much meat and dairy. For most of human history, it was a rare treat. We had it a little bit at a time, and you would slaughter something, and you would eat it. If you wanted to preserve something a little longer, people had different ways of doing it. The practices that we still use for things like making, jerky and shit.
Yeah, with salt and all that.
Smoking can be used. Salt can be used. There are a number of things you can use to make meat last a little bit longer, but they don't taste very good, and they're not perfect.
Do we know if Neanderthals cooked meat or just ate it raw?
They would have. I mean, just like us, they would have had to cook it because they don't have the stomach and mouth acidity to deal with it. Otherwise, and access to fire goes back to East Africa, more than 1 million years ago.
I see. So they were cooking it. Yeah.
So yeah, the knowledge of fire long predates the evolution of Neanderthals. But for Kashrus, it starts in the idea that some people want to differentiate themselves from other cultures, some other people around them, and start to develop a better sense of self. And then over time, you just add more and more detail to it. Very likely, and the way a lot of scholars of early Islam look at this is halal is Muhammad's understanding of kashrus, which is why it doesn't include all of the features. It doesn't have all the same prohibitions. It just has a lot of something. Anything kosher is going to be halal, but not all halal things are kosher. It's not. It doesn't use all the same kind of prohibitions. So if you want to look at it in secular terms, we tend to think just like with many the stories that are in Quran, it's just based upon the way that he understood those traditions from those communities. But it's yeah. Hi, you little booger. What? Oh, this silly cat. Does that?
So sorry.
I don't know if that helps a whole lot, Stephen, or if that makes enough sense. But because you can't point to a definitive place where this person wrote these rules. Oh, but I guess you can with Muhammad. But
I get it. And I don't know if this goes beyond what you study, but I mean it's kind of interesting because if I do study nutrition as well, and and biologically, to your point, you mentioned about our teeth. There's something about how we evolved. And what we generally ate, hunter-gatherers, scavengers. We look at chimpanzees and they'll hunt a little bit. If they come across some meat, they'll eat it. While they're mainly vegetarian, and gorillas equally, I believe, maybe exclusively vegetarian. Maybe they'll scavenge a bit. So how much, I don't know if there's any connection to biology and of where all this came from.
For the kosher rules, possibly we wouldn't be able to say definitively, but some people have argued that the presence of certain bacterium or whatever, the development of trichinosis, things like that, could have been a reason to stop eating pork, but we don't really know. It makes a certain amount of sense, but beyond that, it's really hard to say. I don't know, where would the prohibition? Why would fish have to have fins and scales? Why would not eating sharks, be okay? It's hard to say why somebody would have had those particular things because there's nothing really harmful about eating shark as opposed to eating salmon. But it is there. As far as our physiology, we are almost entirely herbivores. We're basically set up to not for grass type things, but for fruits, tubers, root type stuff. Scavenge various grains, nuts, things like that. And we can with eating meat. It's the same with chimpanzees. Technically, yeah, you can tear off a piece of raw meat and eat it. But if there's any bacteria in there, you're kind of hosed. It can kill you because our bodies can't naturally deal with the bacterium that can exist in meat the way that she can as an obligate carnivore. It can be totally raw and it can't possibly hurt her, where it literally can kill us. So we only really start consuming meat regularly once we've tamed fire 1 million years ago. And there's not a huge amount of evolution since then. We are physiologically different from Homo erectus, but not by a vast amount. So, and honestly, being able to use fire means that we don't have to adapt the way she would to eating meats, because with fire we can kill most of the bacteria in it, and because ancient peoples ate meat so infrequently, it wasn't really it didn't really risk anything. You weren't likely going to get hurt by it. And yeah, somebody's saying that eating raw meat. Yeah, again, people do it. I mean, but there is a risk to it, and that's the overall problem there. The fact that there's a risk at all points to our essential physiology, where there's zero risk for somebody that's actually a true omnivore. There's no risk at all for consuming meat products. If we were true omnivores, then tearing off a hunk of raw meat from a gazelle that's been sitting out there in the sun couldn't hurt us. It'd be fine, because she has very high mouth acidity and stomach acidity and a very short, smooth colon to just, shit the stuff right out. But we have a very long crenellated intestine, which is why tons of bits of that meat stuff get stuck in those crenellations in there, and it causes things like colon cancer and stuff. So it does have consequences, is the point. Fafa asks, am I vegan? No, I'm not. I don't eat a huge amount of meat, but more for a mix of the ethics and health issues. I mean, I inherit from my grandfather hypercholesterolemia. If I consume no meat and dairy and go off the medication, my cholesterol will top 300 because I'm cranking out too much of it. So I have to take the medication anyway. But because I have to take the medication anyway, yeah, so I'll still eat cheese because I grew up addicted to cheese. I love it. I'll still eat chicken and whatnot, but I don't eat a huge amount of things, and I don't eat any red meats. But yeah, exactly. Colon cancer is on the rise largely because we eat way too many frickin' hamburgers. Like, it's just not. This is not. It's same thing with like type 2 diabetes. It doesn't exist naturally, or strokes or heart attacks. If you look at, or even like even just bad teeth and osteoporosis. I mean, when you develop like the thin bones, and we've got in the United States, they're bombarding us all this like milk, it does a body good. Milk is literally hurting your bones, because if you have too high a level of protein intake, and there's a lot of protein in dairy and meat, then your body alkalinizes the blood by pulling the calcium out of your bones, so it thins your bones out. Milk can't put that shit back. Eating more broccoli could. The milk cannot. It's actually bad for you. There's literally no biological reason humans should consume any dairy product after they're weaned, after the first few years. After like 5-6 years old, whatever, you like slowly lose the ability to handle the lactases, and that should be that. We do it though, and yeah, I accept some of the cultural legacies. I'm aware of that there are problems behind consuming cheese, that it's not good for me or the environment or anything else, but I like it. I'm addicted to it. Cheese is like crack cocaine. I gotta have it. So, but it's, I would rather have grown up without it so that I didn't have that taste for it,
Yeah, I remember reading that they had found some Neanderthals' poops, and they studied them, and they said that their diet was mainly comprised of meat, 9,000 calories a day. Is that true? You heard about that?
Yeah, I think a lot of that is still not. It's not really proven and things like that. Okay. And meat consumption would have varied tremendously for any group of people anyway, based upon what's available and what you can do. Some Neanderthals literally were struggling to survive ice ages when there's nothing else around, and you had to live off of animal products in the same way that the Inuit do. If you go and look at the poop from Inuit populations up in the Arctic Circle, it's almost all meat and fish, because you can't grow vegetables in that soil. So it depends upon what you're in. We can't take a finding like that and say Neanderthals had this diet physiologically. We can make some conclusions because we've unlocked their DNA. We can, and you can make a lot of, it's how we know, for example, that Neanderthals didn't sweat, because we know their DNA now. And it's very like ours in the sense of their essential physiology, in terms of their digestive tract. So if they were eating a whole lot of meat, they probably would have had problems later in life. But you guys know that, while in some ways, when you're younger, the hunter-gatherer diet is actually healthier because it's much more varied, and you're eating only wild game if you get it in there. There are still so many things that can go wrong that most people didn't have a very long lifespan. You know, you can fall off and hurt yourself. If you cut yourself and got an infection, you could literally, you could be unalive for a paper cut, because if you got infected, there's no antibiotics. You're just screwed. So people generally didn't live long enough to actually have the health problems that we do when we're in our 60s. So it wouldn't really have mattered. I mean, Neanderthals could have eaten, you know, somebody could have survived eating entirely meat, but if they're still going to die in their 40s, it doesn't matter. Yeah, your horse kicking you. Yeah, exactly. There's so many things that could go wrong, you know, before the modern period, you know, because we really couldn't treat nearly any disease. You know, just breaking a bone could be a death sentence. There's all kinds of things that are really, really problematic that no one unalives for these days. So it's when people take studies like that and draw really extreme conclusions out of them, they're kind of breaking the scientific method.
Let's see.
But it does show up in some of like the health literature, people arguing for you know, all meat diets, or that's what they call the paleo diet or something. Yeah, all that kind of. There's ways to like misinterpret tons of this data and come up with all kinds of weird conclusions, but it doesn't mean it's accurate.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Doc. Have a great evening. I'm glad you're feeling better from last week, and you know, try and make it back next week.
Thanks much. Yeah. I'm definitely feeling better in head wise. I'm a little sick, but you know, at least I don't have a frickin' migraine. I hate those. Ugh. So thanks much. Have a good evening. See you next week.
Yeah, take care.
Wave to the people, Minerva. Salve. Salve, people. Salve, popula. All right, so let's see. I don't know if there's anything else that Rashid or Chenner has, or if I should cruise back through and look for any other statements here. Still don't see anybody popping up to field chat questions, so I guess I got to cruise back.
I'm just hanging out and listening. Nothing for me yet.
Let's see what I missed here. I don't know the context of this, but someone said if a woman talked faster than men, they were witches. What? I think I missed. I that must have missed some context, because that's confusing. Yeah, exactly, Kubla. The Inuit eat some really crazy stuff, but you know, without modern medicine, they also wouldn't live very long from that kind of diet. It's definitely not good for you.
Here's a question. What impact do you think like modern medicine is having on the evolution of people? You know, natural selection and whatnot isn't really doing much, considering we, you know, can cure a variety of diseases.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because of the way humans had been developing for a long time anyway, you know, in terms of our social structures, we really weren't evolving as it was. In the last actual, you know, really recognizable evolutionary adaptations we can point to are things like the one that shows up in the ancient Levant that lets some of us anyway, digest dairy. Most of the world's population doesn't have that. But, you know, a lot of the populations of the Middle East and Europe do. But there's not much that's really shown up beyond that point, because we all do constantly intermingle with each other, and you know, you don't have the long-term separations that can lead to radical shifts or changes and develop different things. I don't think it's going to point to some kind of weird dysgenic idea where we're all going to like become totally unfit or something. But yeah, people with my eyes would have struggled. You know, like, oh, what the hell, what's going on here? Like, because I can't tell myself apart from the bookcases without my glasses here and just on the little screen. Like, what? My eyes are terrible. But at the same time, that hasn't mattered much, because those features were always present. You know, having bad eyes isn't a recent development, and we've managed to survive anyway. There's always been other people around. We're social animals. Humans have always been social animals, which means we've always made up for things. To some extent, most mammals are. Like I saw a cute little video today of two cats walking together with their tails entwined. Like some people turn those into like cute little love things, but like the reason they've got their tails linked there is that one of the cats was blind and the other one always walked with them to help him around. They look out for each other. Humans are much more naturally evolved to be social animals than cats are. Cats are solitary predators. We depend upon each other and always have. So the kinds of things that we're treating today with medicine really aren't that much different from the way that we've always looked out for each other. Most of the things that were taking us out before weren't genetic failings. They were just infections and diseases and, broken bones and stuff like that, not a genetic issue at all. So I don't think that it has any measurable impact. And any that ever could come in, it ultimately doesn't matter, since you guys know we're living in the biotech century. I mean, the kids being born right now might live to be 200 years old. I mean, there's just so many things that we're going to figure out. There's so much active research right now. I mean, we're going to be able to like introduce changes into the genome through things like CRISPR and whatnot. We're going to be able to cure all kinds of stuff. I mean, I don't think that it really matters. I mean, I'm more likely to suggest that maybe in 200 years you're going to have like blue people with wings, because somebody's going to do it at some point. Like, I'm going to insert wings into people. Some idiots out there trying to figure it out.
I'm looking forward to the advance of medical technology, something along the lines like, with the Star Trek scanners and completely non-invasive. Repairs to like broken bones and whatnot. I can see something like that happening at some point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's all kinds of things that can come in there. Like, select. Okay, so we know, why do we start to wrinkle? Why do we start to age? There's a trigger in our genes that at a certain point it tells the body to stop repairing things to the same degree. And if you can shut that gene off, then as long as you've got good diet, exercise, everything else, then you're not going to age in the same way. We're on the cusp of figuring out so many really fascinatingly weird things that it's really impossible to predict what things are going to look like in another 1,000 years. But it's not the somebody said that CRISPR makes them think a lot of eugenics or whatever. The problem with any kind of like eugenic thinking is that the kind of what's the term? Negative eugenics, I guess, when you're removing populations, things like that there's nonsense behind that. As far as introducing changes, there's really no reason to think that that's problematic, because look at what we do in everything else. I mean, tons of species on this planet are results of artificial selection, like dogs. I mean, all this like dogs that have the squished faces, or really, really small dogs. I mean, there's something physically wrong with them, but we think they're cute. I mean, they're literally inbred, but we chose to make them that way. And a lot of the modern genetic modifications of things, as long as you're testing well to make sure that there isn't, some kind of problem that you're introducing into a larger population or anything like that, there really are tons of benefits that can come from putting that in. My biggest objection to, because I'm looking forward to some of these changes the same way that Cheddar is saying this, my biggest problem is the economic side of it. Because the super rich may decide to live forever and screw the rest of us. So I'm really not happy about that. Yeah, some of those dogs, I feel so bad for, like, some of them, they can't breathe properly because, the way the faces go, their eyes can get bad. So, like, the Shih Tzus and Bulldogs and all kinds of stuff. I feel really bad for a lot of these animals. But people thought they were cute and whatever. But, honestly, with genetic modification, you could find ways to actually fix those problems and still have the cute dog, I mean, you could actually introduce changes that fix them, and honestly, one of my dogs, my dog's got bad problems with her legs. A lot of the joint issues that they get as they get older. Think about the hip dysplasia you get in golden retrievers, for example. That's a genetic failing because they're inbred. So I feel bad about that. But what if you could introduce a gene edit, and so that new golden retriever puppies were not born with the inevitability of hip dysplasia? How much misery would you save in the world by doing things like that? So I tend to think that it's generally a good thing that we're studying these things and learning how to do it. What bothers me is our our political economy is so deeply unjust that I'm kind of expecting a sort of like, I don't know, you ever see that old sci-fi film Gattaca? I still think that one's pretty good, but like some kind of future of a rich, privileged population with better genetics, and everyone else is just languishing as laborers for them. That worries me.
I think they made a movie about that. Where they have like where time is a currency, and you could pay with the time on your life, and like
Ooh.
one of the things is the guy goes to like gamble and wins like 1,000 years of life or something like that.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't see that one. That's an interesting idea.
I remember
I
that
wouldn't want to
one.
lose any, but I wouldn't mind adding 10,000. It's, how much more could I see and study?
Yeah, I remember that movie. Yeah, it was in time with Justin Timberlake. So basically, their bodies were immortal as long as you kept um like the time going on like your internal clock or whatever that you could see on your forearm, and people would gamble with the time.
I don't know if it's that film or something else. I remember something where people are looking at something on their arm. I don't know. I probably didn't see it. I'll look it up. I made a note, because I like science fiction films. But yeah, the injustice of having an immortal oligarchy, that worries me. Genetic modification itself doesn't.
I mean, as we already see, a lot of medical procedures, or at least the availability to them, is really dependent on how many zeros you have in your bank account. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
and
It's sad that we had such a big pushback against universal healthcare in this country, people talking about death panels and like Sarah Palin ranting and crap like that. And honestly, we already have bureaucrats deciding whether we perish or not, based upon whether it makes money for people. I struggled for a long time to get the kind of tests needed to figure out the problem I have in my nervous system, because I have a defect in my peripheral nervous system. And all they did was they could come back and say, well, we figure we can treat it with these medications, but that's it. We don't want to do any more testing. We don't want to figure it out. It doesn't matter to us. It's a rare condition, and we just don't care. We're not going to pay for it. So since I don't have the tens of thousands of dollars it would take to actually hire people to do it, my insurance company basically told me I'll never know exactly what we can call this thing. So yeah, they make these life and death decisions all the frickin' time just based on how much money it makes for their shareholders, and that's just fucked. We already live in a pretty dystopian environment in terms of healthcare, but it does have potential to get much worse, and to create like distinct classes of people, a kind of genetic, over humanity, and that worries me. If we don't actually solve our existing, one of the reasons I'm such a hardcore anti-capitalist, honestly, if we don't solve some of our political and economic systems now, before these things are widely available, we're going to end up with an immortal ruling class. And I'm not looking forward to crap like that. Do you really want, the children of the rich to be able to bench press 5,000 and charge around and do whatever the hell they want? No. It's terrifying.
Yeah, I wouldn't want immoral Biden, immoral Trump, or immoral Clinton, or around. That's
honestly
horrible.
Any ruling class would bother me in that way, though.
Yeah. Immortal Jeff Bezos, or immortal, Elon Musk. That'd be something.
Oh, yeah. Imagine we have to put up with Musk's trolling for the next 300 years.
For the next 10,000 years, yeah.
Oh, dumb.
Then he'll install chips in your head.
Yeah, no, I'm that worries me. So in that way, that element of eugenics, the political controlled aspect of it, that worries me a lot.
that's another thing. Is there even the possibility of taking who you are, like in your mind and transferring it to, an electronic format, like putting you into a robot. That'd be wild.
Yeah, we're way off from that, but it's entirely possible. Of course, if you think about it in just basic physics terms, it's definitely not you, but it would be a copy. I mean, you would still experience death, but a copy of you with your experiences and mentality could survive. And there's something kind of beautiful about that. I don't know. I'm so insanely curious about everything. I wouldn't mind sticking around for. I mean, I don't know. Just think about the robots in Foundation. I mean, how cool would it be to stick around for 10,000 years and see how things change? I'd be fascinated by that.
What do you?
It's actually
We still can't even replicate a bumblebee's brain, though. I mean, the level of complexity needed for our existing technology, it's way beyond it. But if quantum computing really realizes a lot of the hype around it, and if you can develop molecular quantum computing, start building essentially biological machines, then I think we eventually have the ability to create artificial brains. But it's not going to be like in a lot of the science fiction films. It won't look like Data's positronic brain in Star Trek. It's going to be something chemical that drives that. I think that the potential to create something like that definitely exists, but we're a lot longer off from realizing that.
Even when that, I don't think, even with quantum computing, I don't think human consciousness can be replicated on machinery because it's not computable. So, for instance, there's this thing called the protein folding problem.
Mm-hmm.
And the protein folding problem is, they call it NP complete. It's non-deterministic polynomial time.
Right.
But it turns out the complexity class for bounded quantum polynomial time doesn't capture all of NP. So even for something like taking a sequence of amino acids and creating a protein, even quantum computing is not sufficient for that.
Oh, no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. If we develop truly molecular computers and can start building a computer from chemical foundations instead of machinery.
Oh, I see, like biological computing.
Right, exactly. Building so essentially building an artificial life form, because if we really master the chemical processes behind life, we can create it. We can design life from scratch. And building something like that and combining some of the quantum indeterminacy elements to it, I mean, there's a lot of potential in the future. But no, straight up quantum computing today, no. It's definitely going to be better than some of our existing supercomputers, but no, there's the most advanced supercomputers today can't replicate a bumblebee yet. So there's way too much complexity in our brains to replicate through machines. So I definitely don't think it will take on a kind of mechanical robot with real autonomy in that way, but something that's sort of like a biological hybrid, something that is custom built chemical process, artificial life. I think artificial life has real potential in the long run, but we're so far off from that stuff still.
Because itself, DNA and how proteins are made, that is a form of computing. It is biological computing itself.
We're machines. We're chemical machines instead of like mechanical. But it's still just a machine. At the end of the day, there's a lot of deterministic logic that's driving all these different parts that moves it along. So the more we unlock how that works, the more likely we are to create something of our own. So I think in this century we're definitely going to quote unquote play God in the sense of being able to start developing artificial life forms. There's already at a molecular level, at a smaller level, like in terms of like bacteria, viruses, we literally already can create them. We literally already can create some kind of like artificial life forms, but they're microscopic life. If you keep building that kind of stuff up, and look at how good we're getting at muscles and organs and everything else there, you can now we could literally already have human organs growing inside of pig for replacements for us, because of the way you can splice the stuff together. I mean, where people are producing like artificial lab grown meat where it's growing, in a machine, but it's literally muscle tissue. The more of those things. keep building up, we're going to start being able to build people.
People have taken certain specific genes that are known to be involved with language ability in humans, can't recall the names of these genes, and injected them into mice. Like somehow they made hybrid mice. But the result was these mice were just a lot more social somehow. Like their dynamic was just, they were being a lot more social and a lot more cohesive in their group.
Right, and giving them a better ability to read each other's body language and communicate with each other, because all mammals have ways to communicate. All animals do. Ants communicate. They just communicate in different ways from us. And the more that you improve that ability, because one of the things that made us successful as a species was that we're social animals. We're naturally cooperative. It's one of the reasons I think the right libertarians are just insane. No man is an island. We worked together always.
Absolutely,
and it's a really great strength being able to read other people and predict things and know what somebody expects from you. So yeah, I
feel like the
think
current
that we're going to create talking dogs. It's going to happen. All these people are going to be looking back at all of our like old TV shows like Mr. Ed and they're like, look, they had them all the way back then. No, that was just me guessing. But we're going to invent Mr. Ed.
Yeah, that's why, modern tendencies of extreme individualism, they go against, human nature.
They do.
Absolutely. By design, humans are social animals.
Right. We're social animals and cooperative animals. It's the secret of our success. Radical individualism is a rejection of human nature. This is not to say people don't have differences, and that's what a lot of people are doing. It's like they think it makes them an individual to talk about our human differences. No, not at all. We can all be as weird as we want as long as we're still willing to work together and cooperate with each other.
Communities, cooperate, yeah.
Exactly.
Good indeed.
And honestly, it's only the development of really powerful centralized states that made it possible for people to be these so-called radical individuals. One of the hilarious ironies of the right libertarian view is that all the stuff that they think is great is literally a consequence of the things that they think that they hate, like highly centralized states. Take that shit away. We have to work together to survive, otherwise you just unalive. Boom. There's no way for us to survive without it. We have to work together.
What are the consequences also, of that's back? Is it back to Henry Ford? Rationalization of work. Everything is rationalized. Everything is divided, mechanical. That contribute to
those kind of ideas definitely predate Ford.
Oh, that goes before Ford. These ideas.
Oh yeah, much before Ford. You've got things from. Hell, the whole idea of interchangeable parts, so that you could take a lot of the skill out of manufacturing, that goes back to the 18th century, and all the a lot of the scientific engineering type stuff. A lot of those are building all across the 19th century. The whole Taylorite movement. There's a lot of things.
Taylor, yeah. Sorry, I confused.
Ford contributes. Taylor, yeah. Yeah, Ford contributes to it. Taylor contributes. There's a lot of people who contribute to this.
I see Taylor was the kind of the theoretician, and then Ford applied.
But again, a lot of it radically predates it. So think of it this way: why would Marx in the 1860s be talking about alienated labor? He's already talking about the mechanization of our lives, the fact that we don't have to have well-rounded skills, know everything about it. We only need to do one thing. I just turn the screws, whatever, and therefore I'm not invested. I don't feel that I've made something myself.
Yes.
A lot of those things were developing in the 18th and 19th century. They just steadily accelerate. In the 20th.
Now, what are the modern tendencies? Because, a lot of the world has deindustrialized, except, probably, like Russia and China are two powers that haven't deindustrialized. Now with the rise of a deindustrialized world, what are the new dynamics, in terms of meaning of work, fulfillment in work, or...
Okay, because it kind of depends.
How is the alienation now? What form?
Yeah, I was going to say it would depend on what you mean, because we haven't deindustrialized in a sense of Well, we do, but we don't have to do as much of the physical labor. The U.S. manufactures more than it ever did. It just does it with far fewer people.
I see.
But so industry is still there. It's just that we play a smaller role in it. But realistically, all that stuff was being discussed by capitalist economists as well as socialist ones in the 18th and 19th century. There's a ton of people writing in the 19th century and capitalist economists writing in the 19th century that thought that by the time we got to where we are now, we'd live in a leisure economy where people were, they'd maybe work 15, 20 hours, they would spend most of their time just, going to concerts and, shopping and things like that. But none of that stuff is possible because of the way we structured our political economy. So we don't, the benefits of mechanization don't trickle down to us. They get held by the investor class instead. So we have to keep working more and more hours and at less and less fulfilling jobs in some ways. It's bad enough when you're treated as a machine in a factory turning screws, but a lot of us in offices are doing the same thing. You just sit there and doing, it's just, a lot of it's busy work that just doesn't even need to be done. People are usually productive for the first couple of hours at work, and then they just fuck around on social media and waste time in meetings. And, it still leaves us not feeling particularly invested in our work. It's just not as much in factories anymore, but the same alienated labor is there. And because the alienated labor is a consequence of the social and political structure, not, industry itself. It's how you organize it. It's how you understand it. Somebody says they're working right now. Yeah, exactly. Like we have all kinds of things out there distracting us, doing things. Yeah, exactly. Because our work really doesn't take that much. We really already could have 20-hour work weeks. It's the economists predicting this shit were completely right. I mean, John Stuart Mill had this shit right. We just chose politically not to do it, to allow people to keep all of that wealth for themselves. We allowed the creation of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and we have to work our 50-hour weeks. It's just stupid.
So like a centralized parallel state now. That's not even a state.
Yeah, there's I kind of like the inverted totalitarianism term for this, because rather than total state power controlling everything, it's corporate power. It's these big multinationals. It's business that pulls the strings of governments as well as people now.
Cool.
So, whoops.
So, hello. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ainde. I sometimes get shared your live by Erica. So my mutuals. And I love just like listening to you talk. It kind of gives me the vibe of, because my dad was also a history professor before he passed away. Just like watching him interact with his students, and it's very calming for me. So I appreciate that. But I did have a question.
Fair enough.
So I've been doing some research on my own on how to basically establish like community gardens.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I was curious as to if those kind of things have been like in the past, because the thing I'm currently stuck on is how to prevent uh not just like human infringements on like underdeveloped crops, but like actual also animal things without, overdoing it. I'm just trying to see if there's like a what we like to describe as a throwback method uh that could maybe be like modernized without, I hate that word, but like, newer technology.
Okay, so in principle, yes, because communal farming and whatnot we've been doing for thousands of years. The idea of enclosing things and individual owners running them for profit have been more of the exception than the rule. So it really just depends on what specific problem you're trying to solve. Like, so you mentioned animals. I'm not sure what specifically thing you mean, but there's a community garden here in my village. But I live in a national forest. There's obviously tons of wildlife around. So there's a big fence around it with very fine mesh. If you put a big fence with, 1/4-inch mesh or whatever, then yeah, the squirrels can't as easily get in. And there's different ways to set the tops and whatnot, and make it harder for them. Some of them can still get in no matter what, but you make it harder for them to get in and mess with your crops. There's a lot of little things people can do to figure stuff like that out, but it just depends on what specific problem seeming.
The biggest issue is like because I stay in Kentucky, so like things like deer, raccoons. It's not nothing like serious. I did at first. My biggest concern at first was like people, and I know like it's supposed to be a community garden, but like I'm not concerned about people coming in and just taking the crops. I'm concerned about people coming in and damaging it because they're just
Yeah,
having people.
there's okay, there's for the most part in small communities that's not a problem because of the way our social wiring works evolutionarily. In smaller communities, we're better able to look out for each other and not care about things like that. The larger the community gets, and you can see this reflected in the ways that ancient societies had to try and figure how to solve problems, right? So, you look at some of our earliest legal codes in Mesopotamia, and they're basically giving incentives to watch for each other. So, for example, if person A has their stuff stolen, right? And there's no witnesses, you can't find the person B who took it, then everybody else in the community all contributes to a pool to replace what that person lost. And so on the one hand, it's great that you can help the people that suffer those losses, but because we'd all be on the hook for replacing lost things, it gives us an incentive to watch each other and prevent things from being taken. And on a larger society, that kind of thing generally works fairly well. It's still the foundation in a lot of American cities for neighborhood watches and things like that. But the bigger and more anonymous things get, the more complicated it is to come up with a social engineering system. So what worked in ancient Mesopotamia would work in my village, but it doesn't work as well in a city of 5 million people. So you do have to work around some problems that we've created because of our social structures. And there's no real easy answer when you're dealing with larger and larger areas, because there's always somebody who can come from outside of the community of people who know it, and mess things up, trample it, some dumb kids doing stupid shit. But if people all care, and if they feel invested, and they feel that this is something that their community does, and we're all doing this together, then they will all watch each other's stuff. You'll actually be able to take care of each other in a sense, and that can at least reduce it. So some of the problem you're talking about can be dealt with on the level of like social engineering. If you set up the right kind of incentives for people in your community to all spend a little bit of time, watching out for other people's stuff.
I appreciate you so much. This is the last question before I get away from the segue here. Do you have any books you could recommend that I could read on this?
On gardening, not really.
No, 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 like social engineering processes that have been used in the past.
Oh gosh. Shit. That's hard because so much of the way I approach this comes from tons of different places. So, I'd say if you're thinking about how to organize groups of people, one thing you can do is there's a lot of like great studies in terms of the social psychology of groups. I've got some good studies of like small scale like anarchist collectives, that sort of thing. I could pull some of those as recommendations. Oh, there's what's his name? Our Tribal Future. That's a good one. Yeah. Give me a second to grab a couple of things.
No, you're fine. I gotta grab my notepad here.
And I gotta get more of a drink in a second anyway too. Let's see. So this would be good. Okay, there's that. There's this. Oh, there's That's a start. And then there. For sure. Okay, and then give me just a sec. I'll step out of the room for a minute. I'll be right back.
Thank you for all the recommendations. Hubalai? I'm sure I'm saying that wrong. I apologize.
Okay, let's see. This thing I'll let you walk away for a minute before it thinks you're gone anyway. So, hi. Some coffee still heating up. As far as sharing ideas, suggestions, any kind of booky type stuff, I'll never think of everything that I would have that could be relevant, but I'll think of a number of things. And with that, one of the lovely things about the internet these days is that you can actually look these up and see if they're any good. See if they fit, because it's always hard to know exactly what would be most useful to somebody. But the nice thing about some of the stuff is you could, go and look some of them up. Okay, I hear the ding. I'm gonna go grab my drink and then I'll walk through what I've got in here. Cool.
Yep, your show. I'm just hanging out.
Back in just a sec. Excuse me now.
Let's try to decipher some of these titles there of the books. I see something called Greeks. Do you see that there on the top right?
Oh, you mean like on the bookshelf?
Yeah, on the bookshelf. Do you see that fat book there? Greeks. I see something that says.
He's got Assyria.
Where do you see that? Where is it?
Middle shelf, second row down on the screen.
Yeah.
Middle.
I see it now.
Yeah.
I see it now. Yeah.
Looks like he's got one that says Thirst, which is on the right side of the screen.
Oh, yeah, it was-
Fourth book in.
I was trying to decipher that. Like, why is that book called Thirst? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the
Egypt Circle. There's one.
Which one?
That third row down, all the way in the corner, blue book.
Oh, how'd you catch that?
You see the one on the second shelf from the bottom on the right. It says Empires and Barbarians.
Yep,
How are you
see that
reading
one?
these? My camera,
He's got-
my phone just has to have bad, like, I don't know.
No, it's all
Looks
flipped.
like-
Yeah, it's all flipped.
Looks like
so it's hard-
Edge of the World is third shelf down, third book in next to the fancy. Yeah, we're trying to decipher
Oh,
what
good
books you
catch.
have.
Good catch.
He's got another
Would it
Egypt
flip?
book.
Would it flip
Yeah,
this way?
next
Can
to
you
it.
see things?
Yeah, it's flipped. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's okay.
gosh, let's see.
Oh, there. That's better.
Let me
Yes, I can see.
take it out of the little stand and off of here. Okay, so I don't know. Let's see. In that section there, we're looking at. I think that's that, right?
Yeah, that's one I was
Edge of
looking
the
at. Yeah,
World.
Edge of the World and the one next to
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
Yeah. These are both about the Norse.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. You said Egypt. Egypt is the most of the show.
Yeah, that was the one next to the one that looks like Tutankhamun's mask, the blue and gold one. That's one I seen. The
Rise and Fall of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all Egypt up there. Then it's the Greeks like this, and then go to the Mediterranean, starting to the Rome, and then it's Rome's like the next two shelves down, well, 2.5 there. There's a bunch of medieval stuff, some more Roman stuff here. Assyria, Babylonia, Chaldean, Sumerians, Hittites. I sit in different parts of the office, different weeks, so you guys
Them all
happen to know
classified.
my ancient history behind me. But I don't know, gosh, this whole wall too is a bunch of like ancient Jewish, Canaanite, Christian history. There's some on early Islam is over here, and then then this whole section down there. This is the Muslim world all the way to the floor. Actually all the way to the ceiling too. There's some more. The Muslim world is let's see, over in this section here. So I don't know if you can see my my Iranians are up into the top there, and then it's Palestine and Israel all the way down. Tons and tons of stuff on ancient religions is in the
You
one
got
next to it.
more
So,
everywhere.
like Zoroastrians and Gnosticism.
Yo, wait, you got more all the way in the back there.
Oh well, yeah. This is
Holy! Oh, whoa!
yeah. It's like it's the whole freaking house is like this. So I mean, every
You-
little
you need
shelf, every
some-
space I can squeeze up into.
Holy
all around
shit.
here.
You
All of
need
it's filling
something-
there.
you need something like the
Little shelves
Library
up
of Munich.
Let's
You ever
see.
seen that one?
My so the place, the room's a bit of a mess. But my econ section is over here. So this is a bunch of like capitalism and socialism, all this stuff down here. That's hard to turn this way. I get a bunch of stuff in the way, like folding beds in the way here. But this is all the racism, nationalism, fascism, all that kind of crap.
Trippy.
Yeah, it's
Any in different languages?
Yeah, there are. They're mostly scattered into the appropriate sections. But there's occasional works in German, French, Latin, Hebrew. Like in my Israel section, there's a whole bunch of works in Hebrew. There's a handful in Arabic. So I mean, there's pieces here and there. And anyway, that's this one room. I guess my bedroom, the bed is squeezed in, and it's just walls of bookcases around in there too. And then there's a whole bunch in the living room. Down the hallway, like I have bookcases along the walls in the hallway squeezed in. So that's where like my African histories, my East Asian histories, South Asian histories, Native American histories, all that kind of stuff's in the hallway. Yeah, it's this whole house. It's just squeezed in, you know. Oh my! This is the philosophy. So you get several shelves
You have
of.
a philosophy section, yeah.
So there's
What's your oldest book? Like, do you have a
essentialism
book from the
and
1800s?
structuralism and postmodernism. This is all Foucault. There's all kind of stuff here.
Yeah. Do you have a book like from the 1700s or 1600s?
Like like very old collectible type books.
Like a collectible type of thing.
I have a lot of 19th century books. There's a whole glass fronted bookcase in the front room that's all 19th century books. And then there's a handful scattered around in different sections. So like in my Rome section, my charioteer.
Do you know what? I got an artifact somewhere in my room. I have to dig it out. I got pictures of it. Me and my friends have been trying to decide whether or not it's Viking or Roman, and we can't put our fingers on it. It's an ornate dagger guard.
Oh,
it's got two faces on it, but there's a serpent on the side that my friend thinks it's Norse, like a Norse dragon, like Jormungandr, and then another friend of mine thinks it's from a Roman legionnaire. But I'll pull it out and you can help me look at it, look at some stuff.
A lot of those Germanic motifs were in circulation in the Roman period.
We think it's a wedding gift.
Norse were also in the British Isles.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's a wedding gift. We think maybe because one side looks like the face of a man and one side looks like the face of a female, but the metal it's made out of is quite rare and ornate for the time period it was in. It's like a really tough form of like brass. It's almost like tungsten. Like, do you know the ancient version of medieval tungsten? They used to like mix copper, silver, all that together to make a really hard metal. Well, we didn't make good for swords, but it made really good for ornate sort of decorative pieces and trading. Yeah, we think it's made out of a bar of that, but we just can't date it really. It's got a maker's mark on it, but we've never seen it before. I work for the British Museum too, so I have access to a lot, and we just can't. We can't really piece it together. There's a big argument.
I think that somebody there might be able to figure something like that out, but
yeah, no, we're arguing. We got one of our boss that's like, I think that's like mid Viking era when they tried to evade across to go to Ireland to set up like a road from one side of Britain to the other, and it didn't really work. So they just kept us sailing. They reckon it came from a battle then. I've got another friend of mine who thinks it's a remake that was given to a French soldier because of the way that the dagger's really thin. He thinks it's for getting in between metal. Do you like in between the armor underneath, like where it's like, there's not a lot of protection. He thinks it's for stabbing in around necks and stuff like that. So we've got a really big debate on what it's for, but we've only found the handle. We've not found the rest of it. So we've only got that tiny bit of dagger guard. There's no blade. We've tried to look for the pommel in the same field. We can't find it. So yeah, we have nothing really to work on apart from this tiny ass little guard. But I'll send you some photos of it.
Metal detector, would that work?
Yes, it's art. Huh? I might be able to pull it up actually. Oh no, it's on it's on it's not on this phone. This is my work phone. Well, so this is my personal phone. It's on my work phone, the pictures of it. I've got it somewhere in my room. I've got the actual artifact here, but if you looked in my room right now, I'm in the middle of moving it all around because we're getting carpet put in. So everything's in a box. So sometime next week when I've got it all out, I'll come and show you guys what it is and we can try and piece together if you want.
That's cool.
I'm pretty sure on one side though, we've had it scanned with a laser to look at all the layers and it looks like a Pegasus on the other side of the blade, which is even more curious. We've got a snake on one side and it looks like a Pegasus on the other, but...
Yeah, I would, and a Pegasus I would not associate with Northern Europe at all.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're so confused about what it is, because it looks like a Pegasus, but we've got a lot more to do.
But so much of the...
yeah, almost Greek. It's so straight. Honestly, when you look at the faces as well, they look like Nordic faces, which is why a lot of our friends are throwing around what it could be. One of our mates wants to set it in for metal analysis, but the problem with that is you give an artifact to those wankers, you're not getting it back for at least 8 years. because it's got to go through all of the vetting and that, and then it goes through the different processing, and then normally if you find some like a gold coin and you send it in, it's probably a year before you get that back on average for the most metal detectors. But yeah, for something that important, I have to have art experts and all that sort of stuff look at it, because it's ornate. It's got like faces hammered into it, so that's what makes it unique. It's not just like a plain dagger guard. Do you know what I mean? My dad, when he found it, thought it was scrap because he goes out metal detecting, and he's like, "Yeah, I think it's scrap." When I looked at it, I was like, "You have no idea what you found, do you?" He was like, "Take me to where you found this right now," and we scanned throughout the whole field and everything, and we can't find anything else. But the fields in England have been ploughed so much over centuries that things get moved around quite a lot. So
Yeah,
I was hoping to find the pommel. I don't think I reckon the rest of the knife would have rotted away completely by now, but I was hoping to find a brass pommel to go with it. So
I see some references in the chat to books by George Lakoff and Foucault and Baudrillard, all kinds of good. I mean, yeah, that's cool. You would probably enjoy a lot of this section. I mean, like this is all Deleuze. This is all like Derrida and Baudrillard. Foucault is all this, but scatters onto here as well. So there's some in there. There's yeah. I mean, this is all like postmodern epistemology. It's this is all over the place. So yeah, Hubla, I think you'd enjoy some of these things here. I got really into that stuff before.
Did you announce anything yet, Liam, or no?
I did not. Early on, it looked like there wasn't a huge crowd today, and overall it still hasn't gotten very big. So we could do it. If you've got a minute, I can answer Ayinde's question, and then we can shift into that topic for a minute.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, cool. So let's see. So are you there, Ayinde?
I am, and
Okay, cool.
thank you.
So about those books, right?
No, yes. No, I just want to say thank you for saying the name correctly, because like when I'm, as they say, out here in these TikTok streets, right, and I have to talk to people, and you have a name like Ayinde, and like people are like, "How do you say that?" And I'm just like, it's it's just kind of how it's written. But yeah, sure. Let's definitely get those book recommendations.
Okay, so just what occurred to me, just top of my head. So take this all with a grain of salt, but you can Google different things. Thinking about some of how we think, right? Some things that I think would be helpful there to have a good understanding of if you're going to try and mess with people. Sapolsky is always great. Okay. I love how open-ended some of his stuff is. It's far less deterministic. It gives you a sense of how you can actually subvert things socially, based upon what our predispositions are, like the different action potentials. So that kind of stuff is really useful. If you're trying to encourage the virtue in people, good to know, the good and bad.
Yeah.
So this is sort of helpful there, because it gives you a way around some of that crap. And as a fun one there too, this is neat, and I think this might be useful to a lot of people who are still very frustrated about the Palestine issue and want a sense of hope, like how the hell can we possibly get a less violent world? Then things like this help. They certainly give me a little bit of hope. Another one that really, really does, and this one I can't recommend this book more highly. I hit upon a reference to it quite accidentally and said, "Oh, that looks interesting." And I just pick it up, and I loved this. This hit so many places where I was just like already, oh yeah, I was already thinking along similar lines. So I genuinely enjoyed Samson's work here. And then there's just something in terms of how you can, I don't know, implant memes in people's heads, like get them thinking in certain ways. This is kind of helpful as well. It gives you a way of how to push people along. So that's in that. Okay, so let's see. Okay. Okay, I'll give you a handful out of specifically anarchist organizing, because that always appeals to me when you're thinking about communal relations, small scale community stuff. How do we work together? So some practical examples of things that people have done.
Okay.
And I have a lot on this subject, so I just grabbed a handful. But so this is about structuring communities.
Perfect.
There.
This is really hard to read on the cover, but it's between Earth and Empire. It's also ultimately about how to aim for a future world. Let's see. Honestly, I'll do this in this order. James Scott's all of his work is interesting, but this is specifically because he's an anthropologist working in Southeast Asia, but also an anarchist, and he studies a lot of the communal organization in these Southeast Asian agricultural communities. How do they organize themselves? And a lot of it just doesn't fit the way people would think of governments now. So this, I think, could be helpful in a way, but all of his stuff is really good that way. Thinking about how people have come together repeatedly and supported each other through disasters, oftentimes far better than the state does. Look at all the people who are out there helping after Hurricane Katrina, that kind of stuff. So this is a good book there for seeing how people can respond. If you want some, I don't know, the way things can go badly as well as good. There's two histories here of like communal movements.
Okay.
These are a bit more modern, so it's not like the 18th and 19th century ones, because there's tons of those. So I picked two histories of the more recent attempts at social organization.
Yeah.
And then just as a fun one on the way out of that section, I grabbed two on education. Out of the Ruins is neat. The emergence of kind of like a decentralized radical education. And then a history of Ferrer's modern school, which was an anarchist school in Spain. So attempts to try and reorganize ourselves, and sometimes community education helps. Like, how do you get things out there? Honestly, it's one of the reasons I love studying the Panthers. So Black Against Empire, also a really good book about the Black Panthers, because they also did tons and tons of community organization stuff, but also community education. So
Wasn't there a French dude?
Before. What was that?
Wasn't there a French dude, Saint-Simon? Saint-Simon. He formed a community like in Texas, a commune in Texas, like back in the 1700s. Something like that.
Yeah, I don't think him, but San-Simonian communities sprung up all over the place for quite a while. But yeah, I left out the 18th and 19th century, utopian socialist type movements, but there's a lot of really good stuff there too. But the social context is so different from us that it doesn't make as much sense to go as your first sources. But yeah, there's definitely interesting things about a lot of those earlier experiments. And a lot of people, this is one of the things I try to remind people about too. It gives at least a better sense of hope, because people often think, oh, well, this sounds so different. It's so radical, so scary. People won't do it. Like, people jumped into the most insane sounding things very enthusiastically and tried to make them work over and over and over again in our history. So, we can do a lot more than we think we can.
For real.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hop down. Thank you so much for having me. I'll be in the comments. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. No worries. Yeah. I hope some of those look interesting. Okay. So, Jamal, we want to jump into this now?
Yeah, let's do it. Want me to share, or do you want to share?
Okay, so I'll give it like a little short. You can add to it, But the short is I have talked over and over again and tried many times to come up with some kind of like podcasty type, show. Like I could do a little YouTube show, whatever. But I could never really get them to take off. And JBS has pushed, like, hey, I want to do this with you. I want to help out, like some other people, and he's already doing some of this stuff. So we decided to try and do one sort of collaboratively. So we are going to launch a podcast, and record and put something up every week on a different topic, and it'll bounce around through tons of the things that interest me, but also things that interest him as well. So there'll be some weeks that and he can suggest some of the things that he's interested in. So it won't have the very tight theme that a lot of podcasts do, like a single subject, because
I talk about religions and foreign policy and economics and, anthropology and ancient history. Like there's different things that interest me. So we can come up with different subjects, for weeks. And what we can do in these lives is people can suggest things. I can take down notes like, what do you want me to talk about for a given week? And we can just do something like that. And then JBX can tell you the things that he wants to throw in terms of like subjects. But the last thing I'll say is we'll also, if this gets off the ground, we'll have it such that we can bring in other guests. And there's just tons of other academic guests that I can bring on in different subjects. Like I have a colleague who works on international law that I'm doing a presentation at a law school next week with. And she's going to be talking about the ICJ presentations. And I know a lot of people have asked questions in this live about that. So if this gets off the ground, I'll absolutely ask her to come and do one for 1 week with us and talk about it. So anyway, that's my short spiel, and I'll let JBS give the rest of it.
Well, I'm excited, man. We had a good conversation, Liam and I, today, and we were talking about let's just get it going, and whatever transpires. I love the space that he's in because it's so educational, so informational. And then I bring the financial sector in. I also bring health and fitness, career advice, leadership, resume writing, interviewing techniques. I bring that space into the conversation, and an association with the MMA world as well, being that I teach Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai. And so there's that aspect of it. So we're excited to launch it. And our thought initially was to do 1 hour a week together and then publish that episode right away. So I'm in the process of doing some research on the platform that Liam suggested, which is StreamYard, I believe. And so we're doing that. So there's a couple things that I think Liam already asked of you when you're on during his office hours. One is, provide him feedback on what you'd like to hear. We need some assistance. I know some of you about a few weeks ago asked that you'd like to be involved from the grassroots level. And my hope and goal, our aspirations is for this to really kind of take off and permeate a lot of different audiences. So we're looking for some name ideas. We've been throwing out name ideas already. One was, we started off with just the office hours, and then we went from the office hours to coffee and cats. And then we're just looking for some ideas. So DM me or DM Liam, any name ideas. The second thing we're looking for is someone who is really skilled at editing, someone who's really skilled at like cutting up the video and publishing it right away. It's all voluntary right now, but anything, I know for Liam and myself, anything that we can get our hands on and start, sharing with you, I have no doubt it'll take off. Just like any project, it's about endurance, it's about consistency. And look at that, Danny's already volunteering for me.
Oh,
Yeah, I work with Unreal Engine 5 if you guys need anything. So
cool.
Interesting.
I do a lot of development on that. So
awesome. And look at Danny says, I'm a professional audio engineer.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because I've been editing my own stuff for a long time in KDN Live because I'm on Linux. But if we have somebody else that can help out and do this stuff, I mean, it might be nice if multiple people get involved instead of just one person, so that if we get busy or something, it doesn't cripple the show. So if we have like some kind of like standard platform, and other people can always step in if we need to.
I can show you too how to use AI to do fast clips if you want to use that as well. You can put your video in and it will fast track all like the most important moments and stuff of like deep conversation, and analyzes it all and clips it all for you. So that's something you can use for rapid content if you want to.
That's terrific. So Danny and Gingers, if you guys can DM us.
Oh, my name's Lucifer, by the way. This is a joke name between me and my colleagues. That's all. Yeah, my real name is Lucifer, like Lamont. So.
It's okay. We can when we talk. My first name is Jamal, so you're good. JBS are my initials. But Danny and Lucifer, you guys can just send us a note. Let us know. Danny's part of my book club too, Liam. He joins every Tuesday and Thursday. He's one of my moderators. And so we're excited.
I'm
you
doing
see him in there
now on Danny and Lucifer.
Yeah.
And I saw a couple of other people saying, somebody says, I don't know what that one is, but yeah, I use I use KDN Live and Audacity for a lot of stuff already on Linux. But there's a lot of like good cross-platform stuff. So if we pick some good cross-platform stuff, and multiple people could always then share it and be able to pitch in. Somebody suggested we need a good like an intro, and we do need an intro and a logo, something like that. And there's all kinds of like free music. I've got a friend who's a filmmaker who knows how to use like a lot of the free audio clips that are available for music. Maybe we can come up with something kind of cool that way, or buy something. So yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
we definitely do that.
And I've already looked at guys. Hey, Freedom.
Hi everyone. So the intro that I mentioned, it's like, how it's like a brand, your brand. It's going to be your brand, where everyone who sees a video anywhere will see that intro at the beginning, and they will know that it's related to you guys. But it has to be a cool one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and me doing those on my own, they were always crap. So I need something good that logo wise looks nice.
Ideas too.
Have you guys ever seen Melody Sheep's videos by any chance?
Melody Sheep?
So
music?
Yeah, they make scientific
I love
documentary
like
videos.
Sagan and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah, Beyond Life series and stuff like that. I'd love to do something like that, to be honest, because they're so like beautiful to watch. The sounds are amazing, and also incredibly like knowledge and scientific. So you learn a lot while also deeply enjoying the viewer experience. So I've always wanted to make something like that. So
there are like music writers. We know like a few music writers who can like write something just for you guys.
Awesome.
It would be something authentic.
Can we get a
just
little
for you,
intro?
Yeah, exactly. This is something that we are working on. I mentioned that to you on a previous time, that we're working on StreamYard and a podcast and then all these ideas like the thumbnail, the intro, like a lot of ideas they came in. So I'm sharing these ideas with you guys. And when it comes to the music thing, I can ask the people who are working with us in our intro to do something, prepare something for you. But
Awesome.
What they need is going like what theme, like what kind of music do you want? What kind do you want? Some lyrics in it, or it just the
Freedom.
music? So a lot of things. Yes.
So for those that are interested, send us a DM. I'll schedule a call with all of you. Liam, if you're up for it, I'll look at your calendar too. That way we can do everything via call and just structure it that way.
For sure. And just to coordinate things, maybe instead of just having it go to DMs and then we have to pass it all around and call everybody, I can always set up like a dedicated Discord server for people who are interested in this specific project, and everyone can join that. So then if Freedom has somebody who might be interested in music, they can hop into that Discord. We can talk about it. If they can do it, they can. Cool. If they can't, then they pop out. But maybe we can use something like that to actually, get things like that going. And then when we can have calls, we can still use the Discord.
It's also
fire up the video calls.
I love it. I love it.
A great platform to get like for meetings and like organize everything before the podcast. StreamYard is cool. It's like Zoom. If you're familiar with Zoom, it's similar to Zoom, but on a higher scale.
Got it. Yeah, I'm on Discord too, Liam. So
it gives you the Zoom call, but also because it. What I was telling JBS is that it allows you to upload the video from each individual person, so you get higher quality and can bounce the camera angles around. So yeah, I've done tons of calls with other people through StreamYard. I've just never done it for myself. So, but I think we should jump on it. It works really well.
It is very cool. Like it has all these options that you can play with. Where let's say that you want that video for that speaker, where you can put everyone in the background, and you only see like the main speaker, who is like it is very cool.
Freedom, you're very familiar with setting up StreamYard and the whole 9 yards, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, not me. But someone is setting up this for us.
Someone on your team.
Yeah, someone in my team is setting this up.
Yeah.
Can you connect me with them? Can you connect me with them, Freedom? That way they can walk me through the process, if that's cool.
Of course, I will do that. After,
Okay.
well, they have a surgery this week. After that, I will make sure that you guys talk with each other, and then they can set it up with you.
And
Awesome. And then we needed the name. Liam, what do you think of the name? So I came up with
just going to say that. Okay, so office hours makes a certain amount of sense. Just that it already has like some kind of an audience behind it. But I know several other academics, and I've even been on other people's shows that use office hours already in their name. So if you, JBS is saying, if we add something to it, and we tossed around a couple things. I think he said like office hours with L&J or something like that. Or I think it was one of yours. And then I said office hours with coffee and cats because it has like, the little 2 C's. I thought it might be kind of cute. But if people have suggestions beyond that, I kind of like that. Oh, and somebody says history and the mat. That's kind of cool too. Yeah, that's a good one, Annie.
There's a little more original as well. The thing is I've got an account called Red Dead that I go on in certain debates just because basically if anyone tries to make a video of me and tag it, it just gets lost amongst all the game footage that people put up. And then, if anything I've ever said that's slightly out of tone, people can never find it because it's lost amongst a load of game footage. So yeah, you need to put something a little more unique out of familiarity, really.
I was also going to say, so don't kill me for this one, Liam. I had 2 different names for us as I was driving today. I said office hours with the math professor and the gym rat, or office hours with the genius professor and the health fanatic.
Yeah. Some of those get too long though.
All right, cool.
Beyond, because honestly, office hours with the mad professor is already too long. I stuck with it because it was named by a friend of mine years ago, and I had a very small audience on YouTube before, so I didn't care much. And it does distinguish it from other office hour shows because, again, I have other friends who do use the same have office hours in it. So the Mad Professor helped, but it's kind of long.
Okay, fair.
So, but yeah, honestly, the office hours with coffee and cats and history and the mat both sound interesting so far. Those are both interesting possibilities.
May I plug one thing in with the coffee part? Natter, JBS, you know who Natter who is, right?
Yep.
Okay, so he's also, that he's a filmographer. Like this is his niche, but he also just launched his refugee humanitarian aid coffee.
Yes,
So,
I saw that.
and so like it went 100%. Like just if you do the coffee thing, you could probably even speak to Natter and like do it with the coffee and have like with the humanitarian aid. It's on my page on my story. His humanitarian coffee brand that 100% of the proceeds go to humanitarian aid, and it's amazing to bring a huge community together. Especially Natter is very well known in the business, so I don't know if that might be maybe you should talk to him and see, or I could DM him and see if that would work out. But coffee would be great because then you bring another person into it in essence.
Yeah, it would be, I think Liam said that earlier, it would be us, and then we would invite guests in their specialty. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you have to have coffee on it. If you have coffee in the name, on every podcast, you have to have coffee, right?
Well, that's not a problem. So for me, I know Liam drinks coffee. I don't drink that much coffee, but hey, for the show itself, not a problem. We'll do it.
Well,
So
get a
guys,
mug. No one will know what's inside the mug, JBS. Just put the mug. Put water in the mug.
Bourbon.
right. So Freedom went to water. She knows she underestimates me. No, just kidding, Freedom. So a couple of takeaways, guys. We've got some names out there. We already said the office hours with the history and the mat, the office hours with the coffee and the cat. So there's 2. If you all have some, send us some. Liam, you're gonna create the Discord for us with people that are interested. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah. I'll create a Discord specifically for this, but we need some kind of name for it because I want the Discord to match the name anyway. So if we've got when we get an idea there, I mean, if we have something to run with, I can always change it, but.
Let's just start. Would you mind starting with coffee office hours with L&J for now, and then we can change it?
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever, we'll come up with something like that, and then we can we can run with mats and cats. That's cute. Oh, honestly, okay. So I saw earlier, and this is something I was curious about. I think Jack said earlier, perfect match when we described the two interests. I think it's interesting in that they're so different because I can't speak to personal finance and investing. I'm terrible at that. I can't talk about MMA. I've literally never watched it in my life, but a lot of people are into that sort of thing. So
that's what makes it a perfect. Yeah, it's the yin and the yang part of it.
Yeah, it can bring in different people, and honestly, God, how did that fucking Joe Rogan clown start? Wasn't he talking about things like that initially?
Absolutely,
and then being a big show. So
he was part of that show, Fear Factor, but he's always been like a Taekwondo guy, and eventually got into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu with Eddie Bravo, and then got his.
And he also always hosted like the those like MMA, like those, right? Like he always hosted those guys, like the real. Those real brutal beating fests that they have. I don't know. Right. Those were always his guests.
But then he started talking to all kinds of politicians and everything else. So what you get is like a mix of those interests plus all these other ones. And I think that's what we're kind of talking about here is, we bring in, all of Jamal's like physical interests and financial interests and, the leadership type stuff. And because they're all things that I know nothing about. I
love it. Yeah, because you bring a completely different dynamic every episode. And I think, from your perspective, people thirst for the information. For financial literacy, people thirst for that information. From health and fitness, people thirst for that information.
I could use both of those,
And I can, exactly. I think we all can, right? But
I'm in like 6 figures of student debt, so
give me a second. I'll be right back. I got to answer the door. Hold on.
No, but I really do think like when I mean by perfect match, it's really genuinely because it's like yin and yang. To be able to bring like a larger community and like huger, like more viewers and things like that, you bring in elements of both sides, and that's what's amazing about it. It's like I love the idea. I love the idea from when it was like a couple weeks ago when you guys were talking about it. I thought it was fantastic. So absolutely, I would love to join the Discord so that I could because I do know people of certain connections and certain things that maybe, just genuinely introduce yourselves, and you never know when those people you might want, on that have massive followings. Like I have friends with 1 million followers, you know what I mean? So, and they can bring in something for everything, and I have like the spectrums of geopolitics and blah, 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 blah. And, and just a lot of different, I'm blessed to have known, met a bunch of people, and I would love to bring them in, introduce them to you. I don't want any part, you know what I mean?
I just thought of something here. Okay, so here's this is funny. So this kind of fits what we were talking about earlier today, Jamal. Like there's 2 elements of my past that are useful here. One is I'm an academic, and I know tons of other experts. 2 elements of my past that are useful here. But I also have. And then the other is I was in politics for a while, and I know tons of people. I could probably get Andrew Yang on this show. I literally have his phone number. I mean, there's a lot of, or like Marianne Williamson or people like that. There's lots of people like that I know that might be interesting as guests along the way. So if this takes off, if this gets big, then I know some people who will literally come and be on the show that would be, that would draw a lot of people in. So I think the mix of like academic and political guests that I know, other people that might suggest like important streamers, people with audiences that could boost us as well and share things. Yeah, there's a lot of potential if we get this thing off the ground.
So I love it. I'm excited. Freedom. Sorry, I love it. I'm excited about it. It is Decompression Friday for me with a buddy Marine of mine who just walked in, and Zane's waiting for me. Liam, you and I will connect. I appreciate everyone's support. Cheddar, what's up, brother? Rashid, everybody else. Man, this is going to be great, dude. I feel really good about it. I'm excited about it. I think we're going to do great things, and we're going to help a lot of people out. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I love it.
It sounds great.
Nice can you follow my account before you go? Before you leave?
Freedom. I thought I did.
Please, this is my backup for the backup of the backup. This is my 4th account.
I'm following you on this one, Freedom.
Yeah, it's kind of the same for me as well.
I wasn't either.
Such an absurd name on this one.
I'm now following
Yeah,
your back.
but thank you. What I would suggest is like a lot of people they suggested like history and math or like, but I would suggest something in general because it's not just history and fitness. You're talking about history, you're talking about fitness, you're talking about financial, you're talking about politics and everything. So when
Biology.
you say like history, yes, history and math, it will just how like just um put it in these two categories, you know. A more general name will give you like more broad with more topics, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I like the sound of that, but I was thinking the same thing because while I'm a historian, the fact that I'm a historian of ideas means I have a lot of subject interests, that aren't history. And JBS talks about more than just fitness. If he's going to talk about, leadership and personal finance and investing, all that kind of crap too. Yeah, it's so something more general makes sense.
Absolutely, because I'm gonna hop off also. I just wanted to tell you the best of luck. If you, I'll definitely love to join the Discord so I could send over. There are large streamers, especially on, but also you have to think about it. This app might be taken away soon. Don't forget, like they want to ban this app. So there you go. So it's best to find another platform and do this all on. I think it'll be a huge hit, especially when you have somebody that should be a politician like yourself, but can't be a politician because you are who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I like the geopolitics, history, and you could even go into why and this, and anthropology, archaeology, there is nothing you don't know. So that's why it'll be, you know what I mean? There really is.
I know nothing that Jamal knows.
Oh
There's
no,
a
no,
lot
not
of
that.
things I know.
You know what I'm trying to say. When it comes down to the bookie stuff, you know what I mean, like the bookie stuff. But you have a blessed Friday, and I will talk to you later, Dr. Liam.
Yeah, have a good. There was something I saw earlier and I can't find it. What's the name? New York Big F. There was an earlier comment and I can't find it. There was something that stood out to me and I don't even remember why. I was like, I gotta say something about this comment and I can't freaking find it. Their comment system is not very good in this app.
The other skill I guess I could offer is I work with a guy called Mark Normandy in London, who was a director of film and media. He had his own school there, so I was quite good friends with him. I used to go there on weekends and stuff and spend time with him.
Oh.
So I've learned a lot of skills from hanging out with Mark. So
right on.
He's a director of media, so I've got quite a good direction there. I've done it with a lot of my friends as well for their YouTube channels and stuff like that. So I'm trying to offer help where I can. And when I'm free too, because I'm quite a busy guy.
Oh, you're taking off, Freedom?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm going because that we have the session tomorrow, so I have to go like from.
Oh yeah, you do. Tomorrow you're talking about Christianity, right?
Yes.
So the session that was. I'm working all day writing, and I don't know how distracting it'll be. But I can try to put it on in the background and see if I can work with it. But I'll try and listen in.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you, and to all of you guys. Tomorrow we're gonna have a session at 1 p.m. Central. So, and if you can go to my main account, it's Freedom Advocate 1.0. The poster is there. You can see like which time zone you are. So if you want to tune in, it's going to be about history. Most likely it is the third one in history, and then we have one more, and then we will move on to other topics regarding Palestine. I would appreciate anyone who would come and join us in that session. Thank you so much, Dr. Liam, and I will finish my round, and if you're still on, I will come back.
Yep. Good. Yep.
You can drop now.
And hope tomorrow goes great.
Inshallah. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I would like to hear JBS beat up Yang. Missed a few things. Yeah, pre-record a few before launch. Yeah, I agree there too. And we talked about whether or not to do them live or record them in advance. And I think just to make it more flexible for recording, like times to fit things in, I think we want to pre-record them and then just have a regular release time each week. Let's see. But yeah, getting a few ahead would be good. Office hours cooperative. to incorporate something later, because if people join something like this and contribute and it builds up and they're doing, like, I don't know, audio, video, whatever they're contributing to it, I want profit sharing. I'm an anarchist, so I mean I would want always to set up some kind of co-op if it takes off. I'm not sure, but in a name, but for a name of the organization makes sense.
All you're going to need is a bit of accountancy. That'd be super easy to break up shares and stuff. You're good with numbers anyway, aren't you? It's basic accountancy. Like no, just get anybody who's good with maths and find somebody who's good with accounting, and they'll learn how to break up shares and stuff and do it all equally if that's how you want to do it. But
the only
it'll take a little while to catch up on anyway.
I can count cards. I'm good in Vegas, but
that's a good skill.
I'm terrible at any kind of higher maths. You know, I struggled to learn that stuff when I was younger and never had somebody that could teach it well, so I just gave up. So yeah, even in the kind of personal finance stuff, all that, just doing paperwork is like super stressful to me. Not my thing at all.
I hate paperwork. I do so much in my workplace sometimes, and it's just a drag. Especially when you go out to somewhere and you expect something big, and it's just terrible, but you still got to write a whole report on it, and it's it's a nightmare. I get calls out sometimes, like people at building, they might find something. I've got to come out and assess whether or not it's like a archaeological artifact or if it's just like some scrap that needs to go. So sometimes they find bodies as well, so you have to bring other people out with us, but usually it's just structures.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, while you're there was something between Cactus and you about biology in there, and I didn't catch the context.
Oh, mate, I don't know. This is probably one of these people that have come from me from some other live where I've said something and they've taken one thing that I've said and now I don't know, they could be transphobic or something like that. I don't understand it, to be honest. They follow me everywhere.
You said it in the comments of this live. I don't know who you are. You said in the comments of this live, if we're saying that men can be women, then we should say that gingers are a race. That's what you said, which is transphobic, objectively. Like,
yeah,
I'm not a fan.
That is.
I'm not really a fan of the whole thing in general, to be honest.
No, I'm not
a biologist. I don't agree with it. So.
I'm not following
the biologists do. That's the problem. That's the key to all of this stuff. And I teach the history of sexuality, so I have to pay attention to the science. It's the psychologists, the biologists, the anthropologists, the neurologists. They're all the ones that are supporting this. The endocrinologist. Gender is a spectrum just neurologically. So you can't change your chromosomes or your reproductive ability, but no one's talking about that because gender isn't sex. They're completely different things. Someone's gender identity is social. And
yeah, I understand that. I'm married to a psychologist. So yeah, I just try and say, they try and convince me biologically you can make men women and women men, and like, don't get me wrong, we will one day have the technology to do that, but we don't currently have that now.
Right,
CRISPR will get us there eventually.
This is why we started using the term transgender instead of, people used to say transsexual, and it's confusing and awkward in that way because it's not actually about changing your sex. A trans woman is not going to have the chromosomes of somebody born female, but that doesn't mean they're not a woman. So because woman is a social category, whereas female, like biologically female, is not. Sex and gender have to be understood differently.
Yeah,
so
I've met many people with gender dysphoria.
The problem with what you said is you said if we say that men can be women, right? Which implicitly which implicitly considers it an absurdity. Right.
Well, that's just reading from one point. You could have asked me more questions of, do you see that as a psychological standpoint? I psychologically believe that, there are people out there who are men that truly believe that they are women on the inside, on a spiritual level. But as a biologist, I understand that you can't physically become a woman. You can just have the ideology of becoming that thing, but you can't be it. I think a way around
what you're trying to say there is just because the man and woman, yes, you can. Male and female, not really. Because so somebody who is transgender cannot adopt the biological sex. But yeah, as we're saying, female and woman are different. Woman is a social category based on the social roles and the expression, the way you present yourself. And that you absolutely can, men can absolutely become women and vice versa. But realistically,
I know people become trans I know people can become trans women and trans female. I know that people can't become the opposite sexes, and that's what a lot of people try and argue with me all the time. But I understand the psychology of people truly believe. So there's people out there that truly believe they're Jesus Christ and stuff like that because it's the way that human psychology. Yeah, I know it's different, but it's like it's not the part of the brain that allows you to truly believe that you are something.
Psychologists are very clear on this not being an illness. Somebody thinking that they are Jesus is a mental illness. Being trans is not. Being trans is a naturally occurring neurological variation, just like being left-handed or autistic. It's just a way that the brain is structured. It's not a fault. It isn't harmful. What can be harmful is the way that you feel about that, the effects from it, the social stigmas, everything else, all that kind of stuff can happen.
Yeah, the power of human belief.
Trans is literally not a mental illness in any possible way. So so equating it to a delusion is also transphobic.
Can I jump in? One thing you mentioned, like things that are harmful in terms of trans rights and stuff like that. One thing that is harmful is like transphobia. For example, equating men being women to saying gingers are a race. Like
I'm gonna be honest. I've been having this thing on TikTok for people for 2 years, and I've just stopped about 6 months ago. I stopped going into like trans lives and talking about this because as a biologist, there's no way that I can find a even ground with these people. It's like they want an argument. Okay, right. I'm admitting psychologically, yes, people will 100% believe that they are a woman, but I'm trying to say as a biologist and a biological standpoint. No, you can't become that opposite gender. Only in your mind.
But that is not what you said earlier. Yeah. So you can say like
psychological thing.
Yeah.
But it's not psychological.
Just be precise with your words.
It is
if
psychological.
That's what you mean,
it's in the
then
brain,
just be precise with what you
it's
mean.
the way that it works with it.
Neurology and psychology are different things. We're talking
but we've not found the thing is like I work with genetics and stuff as well, and we've not exactly found like a trans gene. There's not a gene that goes, okay, this is what makes a person transgender. There's not a gene for that. It's a developed psychological trait within human beings, and that's where 37 years of a lot of our data comes from.
Like trans brains are noticeable.
Yeah, but it's human belief. Like if you grow up believing that like you can become something, let's say, or like you get the skills to become a blacksmith and you keep growing that in your head and that's all you think about, eventually you're going to get that kind of skill. It's the same, like you're growing neurons of belief.
What I'm trying to tell you, Lucifer, as speaking through biology, and I have a ton of material here from biologists on this, what you're saying is literally false.
I've read both sides and I've seen data from both sides, and that's why it's still a massive debate today because we haven't got scientific consensus.
It's not a debate. It's not a debate.
Every single professional organization in psychology, neurology, endocrinology, they all agree. This was a debate 50 years ago. It's not now. It's just not. I mean, you can still use tons of other older data and whatnot, but I mean, what you're doing is conflating gender and sex. And I think the way to address what Cactus was raising earlier in terms of the comments there is saying that, you know, if you're saying male can become female, then...
This is why wording is so thing for me. Because, let me just say male and female, and then, psychologically, yes, people become men and women.
Because man and woman are social categories, and male and female are not. And that might at least help to get around that particular problem. But literally no one is saying that. People aren't talking about people becoming biologically the other sex. It's just not a discussion. Yeah. Maybe some occasional idiots are saying that, but the scientists aren't saying that. The psychologists aren't saying that. The neurologists don't.
Yeah, and that still doesn't address the other problem with what you said, which is that you're tokenizing transgender people to push this whole like gingers should be a race thing. So like
there's this conversation 6 months ago. It got so tiring. I'm gonna be honest, like this conversation, I've tried to have it for like 2 years on TikTok.
Okay,
and it's just got to the point where I started talking about science in my own field just to stay out of it. If people want to believe what they are, it's completely their right, brother. I'm not going to stop anybody from doing anything. You're a human, you're free, be what you want, but doesn't mean I have to agree with everything.
That might help you there too, because here's a fun one here, because the gingers are a race, okay? Because gingers are a race. Because race is a social construct too. It's not physical or biological. Any real biologist should know that race isn't a physical thing. There's literally nothing biological to race. It's completely not absurd concept on a genetic level. So race is just the way you can talk about the British, the English race, the French race, whatever. They're just distinct groups of people that you assign a category to. So gingers are a race. So, I mean, if you're, so getting back to the whole absurd comment that Cactus is pointing to, yes, men can be women because gingers can be a race. There's literally no reason not to think of it that way if you want to.
Yeah, I know. I'm a scientist. I'm very open minded about these things. I make light about a lot. That's the reason why my username is kind of a joke. My last username seemed to offend a lot more people. My real name is actually Lucifer. I had that in my name and that got reported and I had to change that because apparently it was somehow offensive. And so after that, I just started changing my name to more and more stranger things just to if TikTok won't let me have my real name on here, then yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna change my name to something that's going to slightly annoy people a bit more. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm more of a sarcastic person. Like I said, I stick to where I am. I stopped having this conversation 6 months ago with people because it just seemed like an endless circle round to round. And then we get into the discussions of how people now use words and terminology
No.
evolved and stuff over time, and it just goes on and on and on. And mate, I'm gonna be honest, I had this for 2 years. I really don't want to talk about it. With all due respect, for 2 years, people now trying to have this conversation with me. Like 6 months ago, I was like, I do not want to do this anymore. I unfollowed any lives that talk about transgender right and all that. I just unfollowed it all because it's just not a conversation I want to have. I'd rather be stuck in an intelligent conversation.
You brought up the conversation.
You did in the comments, mate. You brought it up with me, and then you wanted to have the conversation.
No. You brought it up in the comments. Stop backpedaling because people who are smarter than you are telling you.
You brought that up with me in the comments. You tagged me and goes, men can be women. And yeah, okay, sure. Let me change it to okay, you can't be male or female. Change to male or female.
We get that there's a different position here. There's no reason to have the argument about it at all. We've already expressed the positions on this. We have an understanding of position. Lucifer has already said, yeah, maybe using male or female instead of man and woman would be a way around that. Okay, so you've got a way around it. So there is a kind of concession that the statement was problematic. We don't have to agree perfectly on this stuff yet, and this is a good topic for a future podcast episode, right? And we can get into it. But I don't want this to turn into like a debate slogging over this, especially if people don't even want that. So I'd say, hello, truce. Let's just say the initial statement was problematically transphobic, but we've already found a way to address that, and let's just kind of find a way to move on. If that's okay.
Yeah.
You guys okay moving
We've had
away
this
from
conversation for 6 months. I'm more than happy to talk about anything else other than
exactly. And
gender.
it's something we can talk about in future.
I'm more than happy. My wife's a psychologist. She can deal with that stuff, mate. I dig up old artifacts out of the ground. I think I'd rather stick to talking about that.
That's fine. Yeah. So exactly. Let's stick to digging up the swords and everything else. Yeah. Let's. I'd rather dig up a pot than talk about that. You know what I mean? Right. For sure. And again, it is a topic that can and should come up, especially since it's something that I've been fascinated.
I'm more than happy one day if there's a podcast to sit down and have a full-on biological, psychological breakdown and debate to why I think the way I do, and we can bring other things up. And I don't just have old data; I've got new data. And yeah, if you want to turn it into an episode, let me know and I'll prepare. So.
Yeah, well, that's possible too. Yeah, I was thinking like just doing presenting.
And that way we can have a real structured conversation about it, can't we? Yeah.
We can always
and the evolution of language as well. I think could be important having that conversation.
Honestly, and there is a sense there too in which we do understand things a bit differently. I mean, obviously, we do have to come up with new concepts for things. Gender originally just meant grammatical functions, but we now use it as a way to understand the social expressions of particular characteristics. That only goes back a few centuries. You know, it has been around for a while, but it's only getting more common now, and it's still confusing to a lot of people because people tend to like squish sex and gender together.
Yeah, with my autism and social skills, it doesn't mix, to be honest. So when I try and have that debate, I just don't have the social prowess to understand that inner workings of humans that way. So
yeah, no. Again, autistic person, I totally get.
Yeah, my wife's the psychologist. She gets and understands people a lot better than I do. I'm just good at like digging up old stuff and figuring out why or why. When
but either way,
that kind of thing.
We can have like one neat thing that I would maybe look forward to if we get this podcast off the ground. Since a podcast is the people talking and the panel have the conversation. You put up the episode. It's like an hour or, hour and a half, whatever. There's a little episode. But then in these little office hours things, people can come up and they can talk about them and we can address them and have discussions of it. And then I can always, cut those sections out of these. And there's like a whole comment section that can go along with a particular podcast episode that's done more live, and that's where we can have interesting conversations and present
I
different.
wonder if there's a podcast called The Conversation, because that would be a good name, wouldn't it? Because a lot of what you're doing is conversating about things. Your comments are conversating about things. It's all a conversation. So The Conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody uses something like that. I use the word conversations as a subcategory.
I always Google it and check before I
put some of those.
Oh, you got something that's going to stand out a bit more. Like my game,
something that's going to stand out a lot.
So I had to pick something that stands out, yeah. And I don't want to. I tend to pick something that didn't stand out. Like when I had those old debates, I had the account Red Dead, like I said before, because it just blended it with video games, and then that was the end of it. Didn't get followed around the internet like some people do. It's quite unfortunate.
Okay, I don't know what that was. Okay, so where are we now? Let's see. Okay, so Cheddar, when you originally popped up, did you have a question or thought about something?
No, I got kind of wild. I'm just sitting here researching how to become international criminal criminal law researcher.
How's it going?
Had no interest, in any of the previous conversations, just because you're talking about the podcast, and then of course, as you do when you're acoustic, you wander from topic to topic. So I'm like, okay, researcher, I like researching, and then what does it take to become a researcher? And then what do I need to do to research international law? Then what does how to become an internet work for the ICC as a criminal war crimes investigator, blah blah blah. So now I'm looking at courses on how to become internet to get a degree in international criminal law. So here I am.
one tangent to another. You get
exactly.
You get those things where you're like reading a Wikipedia and then there's a link and you follow another one and then you follow another one and you just get sucked into this rabbit hole.
Yes, exactly. Because this whole situation in Palestine, I've discovered a new passion for. What's that?
Yeah, I spent about 13 hours looking at Lord of the Rings lore.
That's a nice rep. I have an entire shelf. Like I've all of Tolkien's, the notes.
I love Tolkien. He's such a beautiful man, beautiful writer.
That 12-volume history of Middle Earth that his son put out is fantastic. All these
the fact there's a library full of stuff you've not even seen yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, there's a ton out, and there's definitely tons more still. So it's it's cool.
I can't wait till the Silmarillion's free, and I think I will live to see it. Actually, it's only free for 70. I think it's like 50 years, and then.
I want one of these like high quality TV shows based around that. Where but they couldn't get the rights even to some of the stuff. Like
the House of Tolkien still owns it.
It's all the fucking appendices. Like actually do stuff from the unfinished tales. There's really good material already in the first and second age, and they're not using it. So I want to see a good show based on the entire history of the War of the Jewels and whatnot. I mean, there's a lot to do there.
Someone might have to Google that, actually. Yeah, it's not too long until it gets free for somebody to buy it up. At the moment, the House of Tolkien owns it, and they've not sold the rights to anybody. I wish Amazon got it, because then we would have got a proper Sauron and a TV show instead of... It's the reason why he wasn't in, by the way.
The initial copyright was 1970s. It's like 77 or something like that. The original copyright for Silmarillion. So... the 1970s, it's going to take quite a while for that to become public domain.
Yeah, I Googled it with my wife the other day, and I was like, okay, we'll live to actually probably see the Silmarillion in cinema, or at least the TV show. So imagine the technology we have by then as
honestly,
well. So
as soon as Christopher is gone, it'll be a lot easier to get it. He's the big barrier on this. So
that's true. Yeah, he doesn't want to give it away, does it? Like the Untold Tales, I think he should just let people have it. Just let people just finish Tolkien's work in a way.
He's understandably unhappy with the way some of the stuff worked. I mean, the Lord of the Rings movies are good, but they literally change the meaning of the whole story. By putting the elves at Helm's Deep and removing the Scouring of the Shire, it removes some of the actual moral lessons that he was after. So they're good
Yeah,
movies.
that's true. Yeah,
It's a
there was
different story.
characters and stuff taken out as well, and
Yeah,
using the ghost to beat the army at the end, that was a bit of a cheese move. Like they're basically
right.
just sort of skeletons, aren't they? They're just sort of flopping around in the book, so that you kind of use them to scare more than anything, and then of course the battle lasts a lot longer, and it's all just ended in like a stroke of a brush. So yeah, there was a lot of problems over that. But it's cinema wise, what they
but
did
I can
have,
understand why he'd be.
yeah. For cinema and how they're so limited, and especially the time that they did it in, it is good.
Yeah,
It's a good story for cinema.
I genuinely enjoy them as movies, but I understand them as a different story from what was intended.
Yeah, it's how I have to look at Star Wars now. I just try and look at it as it's not my story; it's somebody else's story. And the Old Republic's gone, and the Old Republic was my story.
The
That's
sequels,
my story. I can't.
the 3 sequel films actually broke Lucas's story because Anakin, Anakin literally was the chosen one, created by the Force to bring balance, which he does by killing all the Jedi and then killing all the Sith. As soon as you have Palpatine survive, then Anakin was pointless. He didn't destroy the Sith.
Yeah, it resets everything. Yeah, that's what I mean. And Catherine Kennedy didn't understand that, and
completely broken.
She just didn't get it. I don't get they let her hire her replacement. So they fired her and was like, yeah, you can hire your replacement. And she hired somebody I think is going to be worse than her. Because at least Catherine Kennedy had like a history working with Star Wars, and this person they've got has almost no history in filming at all. She got sacked, and then Disney were like, "You basically can hire your replacement." And I thought they were going to hire Dave Filoni, the one who made Mandalorian, because of how much money he made from the Mandalorian stuff. And they picked a woman who a couple of years ago said that her main goal in life was to make men fear her. And then she said that in a live interview on TV, and that's the next person we've got directing Star Wars. So I was like, consider it's a male-dominated franchise mostly, and it's mostly men that buy the merch, and it's a bit of a suicide move from Disney in a way.
I know a lot of female fans, and it's a growing audience for them. It does make sense. So no, I don't know any problem at all with that.
But the female fans I know, they love the original stuff. Like they hate the new stuff just as much as we do. Like
because all the different shows, everything they've added, the only thing I have a problem with at all in what they've done is the story changes in the mythos changes in the sequel. You know, when they destroyed Anakin's role, it makes the entire thing fucking pointless. Like the whole 6 films, it's all about Anakin being the chosen one. It's literally his story. He is the hero, and they change it completely. You know, they make Luke more important, and then there's this Rey person that shows up out of nowhere. It just like the whole point of Anakin was that he literally destroyed both orders so that Luke could create something completely new, and they had Luke instead basically pretending to be an old school Jedi living as an ascetic. It's fucking stupid. And he was supposed to create something completely new.
He allowed Jedis to fall in love because they became more powerful the passion and stuff, and they just kind of tried to jam that in with Rey in a weird way by making her the new chosen one, facing off Palpatine. I was like, this is some horseshit. I was really upset watching that film.
Like the first one was just like a retelling of A New Hope.
Yeah, with the new Death Star.
But they ruined they literally ruined the story that Lucas told over 6 films, and that I have a hard time dealing with. You know, the rest of it, Luke literally should have created a completely different order. That was the point of the story, was a reset, because both had become too corrupt. They had become too rigid in the way that they do things. And this was an attempt to like wipe it out and have good people that still have passions and fears. And they lost that. They tossed it completely.
And that was kind of the point of Ahsoka Tano as well, because she was in the Jedi Order, got kicked out, had a lot of run-ins with the Sith, and then kind of understood that the Jedi, in a way, had to come to an end and something new had to be born.
Exactly.
And that was the whole point of creating Ahsoka after she left the... And then they've kind of followed that in a new story, but they've kind of not...
The way they were building the Ahsoka character up in Clone Wars and in Rebels, I mean, it makes her something distinctly different and new, too. That's the direction they should have gone. All the other films they've done, the TV shows, I like all of it. The only thing I don't like is the way the sequels mess with the mythos. Everything else is cool. Anyway,
I mean, a lot is cool. Rogue One, I love Rogue One. A lot of people tried to say I was like sexist and I was against Rey just in like having a female lead. I was like, absolutely not. I was like, Rogue One is a movie that made me cry. it was such a masterpiece. And like, yeah, it's just I didn't like what they did with Rey. I thought it just destroyed, like you said, the whole point of Anakin even existing.
Right.
I thought they were going to do the New Republic and start there with like a new High Republic, and then a load of Force wielders loose in the galaxy that choose to turn dark side as they grow older naturally because they get powers, you know. But there's no Jedi to go and pick them up anymore. Well, there's no Sith to go and kidnap them. So the only option they've got is to grow up with their powers. And then I wanted to see the reaction of that again. So not Sith and Jedi, just two.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of potential they had with that. Everything else they've done has been great. And I honestly have, I don't have all the weird, sexist shit about Rey being a Mary Sue because Jesus Christ, that's fucking Luke already. Luke had what? A couple of days worth of training with Obi-Wan and then a week or two with, I mean, come on. Like, it's the same thing, and so people saying that she progressed too fast are obviously...
Yeah, but at least with Luke, when he tried to fuck around, he found out because he got his hand cut off. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And then he got thrown down a shaft. With Rey, she just dodges everything and picks up a mountain and throws it at somebody. I was like, what?
I don't care about that.
It took Obi-Wan, like, what, 45 to get that
stuff is problematic. Rey's otherwise an interesting character. It's just that what's going on in the background in that story is completely fucked.
Yeah, and the force healing just being a thing. Yeah, we're going to force heal now.
Yeah,
so, okay.
That got,
you can't say things from death. That's the whole point of...
It's too big a jump. Yeah. No, there's I don't know. There's good.
I know she's meant to be Palpatine's granddaughter, and Plagueis learnt how to manipulate life in a way to suck life out of one thing and put it into another. But it's like how can Rey just heal? Like it takes cost, doesn't it? So,
right. Like to connect this just to my other interests and whatnot. Anyway, and I'm just looking around all these stuff on Myth here. One of the things I think that was interesting about the original Star Wars shows is it's inherently political because he's talking about Nazis and shit, but B, it's actually built around a kind of Campbellian mythic story. Like there's a mythos to it. And the people who wrote the sequels definitely did not study the structure of myth. Lucas did. Lucas writes terrible dialogue. He's problematic as a writer, in terms of dialogue.
Character. Yeah. You have to have help with that.
The basic story, like where you're intending to go over the arc of something, he did have a good story to tell that is based in classic mythic archetypes, and I think they lost that entirely.
It's a deep shame as well. And they cut the Old Republic out, and we had like Revan and Malgus and all the Sith. So people that like the Sith just lost all their favorite characters.
Those have been reintroduced into canon, though. There's a lot of that.
Slowly. A few of them.
They're bringing them back in a bit. They just Disney like decided to toss the whole extended thing, but they've been slowly reintroducing good characters back into it. So Revan
I want to see Darth Revan back. Yeah, he's got to come back, hasn't he?
Yeah, no,
they could make money off bringing that movie in.
And he is canon again, so eventually we might get a movie around that. So yeah, that'll be cool. Okay, so
I'd love to see Mace Windu in Acolyte. Do you know the movie Acolyte? I really want him to be the one that's making them to try and take out Palpatine. I want it to be Windu.
I mean,
so bad,
Samuel Jackson is asked to come back. I wonder if they're going to
I know, that's what I mean. I'm like, Acolyte, please be Acolyte.
Old, armless Mace Windu somewhere.
Yeah, we're like messed up eyes, all burnt up on one side, but he's got his like lightsaber and he's still just angry. It's like, he's kind of gone a bit dark side, so he trains these new like young cadets to go on, take on like Palpatine, and he wants to just go finish what he started. Take down Vader. That's what I want to see in Acolyte. That's really what but I don't know what they're going to do with that story.
Isn't that one set 1,000 years back though? I don't think that.
I don't know. I
thought that was set in the High Republic period.
So stuff. So
I think that's in the High Republic era. So I don't think it. Or no, it's not that. It's only
like it being a nice surprise. So
I think it's supposed to be like 300 years back or something. Yoda could appear in it, but that's probably about it.
Oh yeah, Yoda would be cool. I think a young Yoda would be cool character.
A younger Yoda would be kind of badass.
So yeah, Mandalorian's gonna be great. I know that's probably gonna have. As long as they stick to Dave Filoni's story writing and the way that he's doing it now, and allow him to continue, I think it will be. Legendary.
Hold on a second. I was trying to. Oh man. I was trying to type something and I hit it too soon. I was trying to say somebody said Ahsoka earlier, and I was going to say like Okay, Kareem, you did see it. Sorry. I was trying to say, you said you loved Ahsoka. I was trying to do the same thing. I was trying to put Ahsoka and put a heart, and I missed it. It just like looked like I was correcting your spelling. I wasn't trying to correct your spelling. I was trying to say I agree with you. Ahsoka is badass. I love that
I
character.
like Ahsoka. I got a tattoo of her on my arm. I've also got like a really rare figure of hers as well, like one of the original green lightsaber ones. Half of them are lost in a factory fire, so that's why they're a little more valuable than the other ones that you find. But no.
Yeah,
Dune's better than Star Wars. That's a good debate because Dune is good, but I don't think it's as good as Star Wars. Although it is a masterpiece
it's a
of
very
writing.
different story. I really hope that this does well enough financially that they do the other books, because it's pretty damn good. I mean, it starts to. I mean, you never finish. So what was laid down in Chapter House Dune, it's unconcluded. So it just I don't know where it would have gone. But I liked that whole series, and the best we've ever gotten is squishing together the second and third books as a sci-fi miniseries, and they did not do a great job with that. I'd love to see a movie treatment for Dune Messiah and Children of Dune and God Emperor of Dune.
Yeah, the God Emperor storyline is quite an odd one, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's and that's why it's so different. Star Wars is easier to get into because it's based around myth and some political allegories, and it's other than that, it's a bunch of like pew pew, laser fights, and it's easier for kids to get into. Dune is actually an extremely complex story. So in some ways, as a story, it's really good. There's a lot of depth to it, but it is a lot harder to adapt in a way that I think people could get into. Hyperion. Is that a reference to like the novel Hyperion? There's so many great science fiction stories that have never been adapted as movies. There's so many good ones we could do.
They're adapting Hyperion though. They're adapting. Bradley Cooper is producing a Hyperion adaptation.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, there's so many good ones. Oh, I don't know if anybody ever read like so it gets into like the fantasy type stuff too. But has anybody ever read like Brandon Sanderson's Mistworld? I think that's a really well designed world. I would love to see that in movies. I mean, it's just like trying to like imagine how some of this stuff would look. I mean, there's so many great stories that can still be done. So we can hope to see a lot of cool stuff in our lifetime. I'm actually really happy that they're finally doing a Wheel of Time series and that they're doing justice to it. It's changing the story little bits here and there, but of course you have to adapt things for the screen. I get why they're doing most of it. But so far, it's not bad. It's been really interesting to see somebody try to revisit that world. So yeah, I'm happy about some of the stuff that they're doing right now, and I hope that some of this continues and we get some really good adaptations. And I'm really looking forward to the second half of Dune. I still haven't gone to see it yet. The first half was good enough, and everyone's just like screaming that the second one is so great. I've got to find somebody to go with.
I'm watching it with my father tomorrow, so. Because he watched Dune was a big thing for him when he was in the army and that. He read it, and then he watched it when he got out. So
yeah, I was a big fan when I was younger. So yeah, my
I didn't really hear of it until the second film came out. I mean, my dad spoke about it a bit when I was younger, but it's not really something I went and watched. But yeah, the Timothée Chalamet did a really really good job. I think the second part I think is going to be amazing. So.
Yeah, I'm really looking. Given what I've heard about it, I'm really looking forward to it. But I don't want to go to a movie by myself.
It's really good. They made some changes as well that make the story even better, in my opinion. But see what you think.
Oh, somebody mentioned the Mars trilogy. Oh yeah, the whole like Red Mars, Blue Mars, Green Mars. There's so many good ones we could still do.
I actually really agree with you on that. By the way,
sex stuff we were talking about earlier. There's is that in I think that's in one of the David Brin ones. Like they're calling like they talk about males and femmes. They like shorten the words, and it's I don't know. There's so many great stories that we could go back to. Greg Bear has written tons of great ones. We got the technology now to actually do something like Aeon, where it's all these infinite dimensions branching off from this one base. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do now that we never could have done before as science fiction films. So I'm hopeful for the next 20 years of cinema.
There was that movie that they adapted from a book. I think it's called The Platform. Someone seen it on Netflix? It's like a theory of what hell could be like.
of what could
It's
be
like a
like.
theory of hell. It's a theory of hell, basically. It's called a film called The
Hell?
Platform, and it's like, yeah, there's like a plate full of like food, and it goes down each layer, and of course people eat. So the people at the top get to eat as much as they want. People at the bottom don't really have anything to eat, so they might end up. And then right at the bottom floor, like you can imagine, they just end up resulting eating each other and stuff. So and then each month you wake up on a different floor. And it just happens forever, basically. It's a really creepy like concept of a movie, but it's based on a book. It scared the crap out of me when I watched it. I was like, this would be the worst thing to get stuck in ever. Like, it would seem kind of good, but it's the other aspect that you have to share your platform with somebody else. So there's always a second person with you, and it's just you two alone. So it's just sort of like, yeah, proper creepy film. If anyone hasn't seen that, go watch it. It's like a general horror movie. I think no, I don't know horror movies. I don't find any of them scary anymore, to be honest.
I like good psychological horror. If it makes you think about something, I'll get into it. But slasher films are not remotely interesting. They're just gross.
Yeah, they're just boring as well. Just people running away screaming. It's like, none of you got a logical idea of maybe, first off, maybe grab something nearby you could use as a weapon, because as humans know, everything's a weapon. So it's just sort of like, think a little bit. Or like you see them in certain situations and you're like, I would just run through the wall. That's a plaster wall. Run through the wall. You know what I mean? It's like little American houses where it's like wooden walls where it's plaster and that. I'd just run straight through it to get away. And they're acting like they're stuck in a room. It's like, run through the wall or die. There's your option. And no, they'd rather sit there and, it's just, it annoys me. But yeah, psychological thrillers and stuff, that's where it's at. That's what the platform's like more of. It's just kind of grotesque, but it's proper messes with your head.
Yeah, it's still so many great stories they can build from. I don't know if anybody else saw this one here, but if anybody saw that series, the Man in the High Castle, what they managed to build out of just one short book was just phenomenal. I mean, and
I'll watch that actually.
It was like really complicated stories too. If anybody's watching the Foundation series, they're doing a fantastic job building that, and they're building up from tons of like obscure short stories and pieces. It's all this stuff in the background. It's like, it's a really amazing reimagining of how the Foundation story works, because the novels, you couldn't directly adapt them. It wouldn't work well as a movie. They're doing it in a really fantastic way, I think. And I just couldn't imagine us having the ability to create shows like this until recently. So I'm very, very happy with things like, Foundation. And they can do a story that complicated, and the way these films are supposedly doing Dune justice. It just makes me want to see that continue. Because again, more Dune books. There's a whole lot. And in fact, they've got all the sequel and prequel ones that his son has put out. There's a ton of material.
I think Henry Cavill getting hold of Warhammer is going to be one of the greatest franchise moves Amazon's ever going to pull.
That'll be interesting.
An actor, director, and a true fan of the series, so he's not going to soften things up for people. It's just
I've enjoyed the Witcher series, but I do get why he dropped out of it, because he was a big fan of the actual storyline, and they are changing a lot.
Yeah, they wanted to make him cry apparently in the next series to come over something, and it's not something Geralt's capable of really doing.
Right.
I mean, he cry once when he thinks Yennefer's dead, way later on, the third game. Then he finds her alive.
It strips a lot of their capacity for emotion out, and they've been showing him being more and more emotionally attached to people. It is different. So, and I get people who are really into a story that they want it to go well. I've still enjoyed them. I think that the Witcher series is done quite well, but it's definitely different. But again, I enjoyed the Lord of the Rings films, and they totally changed Tolkien's story there too. So
I have to wait and see. I've kind of tried to enjoy the new Lord of the Rings show, but it's been a bit slow. But I reckon with the next series, when he starts to create the ring, I reckon that's when the War of the Ring, for example, is going to be.
I hope it gets better.
Good. The War of the Ring eventually is coming, so probably in the third series is when it gets hectic, I think. So, because I know just Sauron destroys most of Middle Earth, so he goes ham, mate. He goes ham.
It'll be interesting interesting to see the War of the Last Alliance actually depicted, and like Gil-galad leading the last alliance of elves and men. It could be interesting if it builds to that. But they, I don't know, the fact that they had so little the original material to work with, and a lot of the stuff that they're adding in, it's hard. Like, I enjoy visually those Hobbit films, but much of what they made up to fill it out is just garbage. They didn't do a great job with it.
So. Yeah, I had to watch the extended editions to enjoy it, because if I watched the standard edition of it, it just irritated me. There was no depth for the story there, but with the extra little bits from the extended edition, it gave it a little bit more life. Like the Battle of Five Armies, like they cut so much of that out because of gore. Like, so much of the best parts was where there's good conversations going on, but there's people getting like torn up in the background, so they just kind of cut it all out of the movie to save like the rating, I think. So yeah, they cut so much of the best parts out of the film just because of a rating. And it missed so much of the depth that the Battle of Five Armies had, because if not, it's just a really short sort of chaotic film that makes no sense. But the extended editions,
yeah, but honestly,
I get why the elves were at Helm's Deep though, because they did fight a lot in the war, but they couldn't really show the elves fighting.
But the whole point of the fight in the Second Age it was literally the last alliance of elves and men, and there aren't enough elves left in Middle Earth to be involved. The whole point of the Lord of the Rings is supposed to be people taking responsibility for themselves and the slow loss of this mythic, magical world. That's kind of why the hobbits at the end in the Scouring the Shire are themselves standing up to magic and, establishing themselves. It's about the end of a mythic, heroic, magical age and how we become what we are in Tolkien's mythos,
because I know the elves couldn't fight with man because they had to go off and there was a few left, and they went with the Elven King to Dol Guldur to finish and try and keep Sauron's eye busy. Yeah, and that's the only conflict that they were really involved with in the war, because like you said, there's not enough elves, so he saved it all for that one moment where he knew they'd be needed. Yeah, men had to defend their own lands, and elves have to defend theirs. That's kind of how it worked. But yeah, he went to Dol Guldur. Well, Dol Guldur, yeah, in the books. And then with Galadriel, they went to destroy the foundations of everything afterwards as well, to make sure it was all cleaned up, and then they left. So they're and then in the books they just it's 2 years later, and then everybody leaves, and he gives Sam the book, and it's gone. But it doesn't show you the huge cleanup that the elves have to do before they leave. Really, the last of them that's left, and there's so few as well by the end of the book. So yeah, on the ship, it's only Galadriel the king and a couple of other elves that leave, and I know Legolas stays with Gimli before he eventually goes and builds his own boat. And and Gimli gets to go to the land. Yeah, I reckon I reckon they should do that story somehow. I don't know if they should adapt them hunting down the last of the orcs or something, so they don't regain leadership or something like that, and then going off.
There are
such a good show.
Characters in Silmarillion that could make for really interesting stories, because some of them are written as tragic characters, like Maedhros, with his one hand and whatnot, and he wants to be good, but because of the oath he swore, he ends up doing all kinds of fucked up shit like his brothers. I mean, there's so many interesting stories they could play out, that could suck you in psychologically. I really hope eventually they can work with some of that material. Because this Amazon, they're spending a butt ton of money on it, and they don't have enough material to make a really good story.
Yeah, that's why I'm worried they're just going to spend a lot on big CGI scenes and not have much really to offer you.
Right. There's not much in the way of substance to it. But someday I hope we get that. But I think Christopher just has to be completely out of the picture. No will, no nothing that can block it for a while. But we'll see.
We will see. It's a gamble, isn't it? I don't even know how old he is now, actually. I wish you'd just see that people love it so much, and then just give it to.
He's really freaking old.
I know Tolkien kind of hated his work. He did hate it because he never really got to see its full glory take place. He did say when he was older, he felt like he wasted his life writing it. So
yeah, he just kept writing.
But he just didn't, did he? Yeah, he left us something beautiful. There's so much in that library that people haven't even seen yet, and it's just his wonderful mind is yet to be explored to greater depth.
But honestly, what impresses me about Tolkien is the same thing that honestly impresses me about Lucas, except that Tolkien's a genuinely good writer, and Lucas can't write characters for shit. But they both have a sense of the mythic dimensions of a story, like how to tell a truly epic story that has that there's an overarching mythic framework for it. So it's not just the character drama and all the action and everything else. And that's all we're getting in some of these like newer stories. It's Tolkien is really trying to retell myths the way people composed epic poetry, like you had in the Kalevala and the Iliad and all these, he wanted something like that. And there's something honestly beautiful about that. It's very human. I really hope we can work with some more of that material later.
I have to check the date. Hopefully my daughter's asleep soon. She's gonna steal my computer in the bedroom, so she's just watching a little TV show so she falls asleep. So
okay, let's see, where are we here? Let's see if there are questions in there. She's the okay. Oh, did I ever see The Last Unicorn? That sounds very familiar. I think so, Annie. It sounds very familiar. The singer from one of my favorite German bands is Die Letzte Einhorn. I think so. Oh, something I would love to see redone. Because they really fucked this story up when they made the movies about him in the 80s. The actual book for the Neverending Story is quite good, and almost nothing of that real story made it into the movie. Now, I would love to see that completely redone, and done right.
I've only seen the movie that they kind of
The Michael Ende book is just fantastic. There's so much depth to it. It's such an interesting story. And the first movie is good. It's entertaining, but it's a completely different story. It's just not at all like the book. So that I hope somebody goes back to that at some point. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff that we could, a lot of good older stuff we could pull up. I'm gonna go let the dog into the house. I don't know who's around. I want to figure out what the next topic is anyway, or if we're still wandering off. And Dark Crystal. Oh, I saw the Dark Crystal in the drive-in when it came out. I love that film. It's there's a handful of films that I've seen several times in my life, and that's one of them. So yeah, no, the Dark Crystal was so good. I think that holds up perfectly. That does not need to be remade. That film was chef's kiss. I'll be right back. Where's my dog?
wonder if. Hello. Ooh, we're walking. We're walking. We're walking. Okay, let's see. This room is too much of a mess, but I'm gonna try and part of it. Let's see. Okay, so my my science fiction and fantasy is all in here. You can't get far. There's a bunch of junk down here, so I can't show you everything because some of it's below the lower levels. But I went up top too. That's all over here. But there's a few fun ones. Okay, so for we were talking about Tolkien. So Tolkien. So that's everything there.
I'm just curious, is every wall in your house a bookshelf? Because if so, that's so fucking cool.
Most of them. But this would be a really interesting, complex story I'd love to see adapted sometime. The Malazan Book of the Fallen, Erickson and Esselmont. This started off as their little role-playing game world. And they he's an anthropologist by training, so it's really elaborate, really complex in terms of the development of people. We never got like a good there's a good Shannara adaptation would be great. There's the Sanderson books will be good. Wheel of Time they're finally doing, which is great. So your name is Lucifer. That the let's see. So Sandman they're finally doing, which is fantastic. But the Lucifer series was quite good. You know, I
thought it was a pretty good adaptation.
So Sandman and
generally,
Lucifer is fantastic. Stephen Donaldson is underrated. Glenn Cook is good. Okay, they're finally doing The Witcher. Let's see, Game of Thrones. They did. Oh, I don't know if anybody liked the Expanse show, but the Expanse is super good. There's Expanse. Let's see, Neil Stevenson. There are some good classic ones here. Let's see. Oh, somebody mentioned the Mars trilogy. Some of my older mass market paperbacks here. Let's see, the Stephen Bryn stuff is really good. Oh, Peter Hamilton. God, I have a good memory of this story. This was a quite complex story. It would be interesting to adapt. Let's see. Arthur Clarke is down here. Oh, Heinlein. There's so many good Heinlein stories that could be adapted well. Time Enough for Love is fantastic. Stranger in a Strange Land. Why have we not had a movie? Oh, the uncut one. Why do we not have a movie of this yet? Or The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. Come on, the libertarians would love that one. Greg Bear's Forge of God, Aeon, all this stuff. There's so many good stories that could still be turned into things. So I don't know. I'm hopeful. I'm definitely hopeful we are in a better world as far as producing these things.
Netflix definitely sort of set the standard for trying to make more original stuff and using books and trying to expand on books a lot more as well.
Sort of a fun one just to show. I was a big time D&D fan player for a long time. I've been a group in ages, but I started playing quite young. So first, second, third edition. So fantasy and science fiction were kind of my thing.
Do you like historical fiction?
I do, but it really kind of depends, on the author. So, like Gore Vidal's historical fiction is fantastic. Julian's still one of my favorite books, but it's really kind of hit and miss. A lot of people who do it really aren't very good at it. So,
there's a series. It's called the Kent Family Chronicles. I read it years ago, and I thought it was pretty decent. Not earth changing, I'd say, but pretty decent regardless. It starts off back in England, and they make their way, through the Revolution, through the 1900s, through the early 20th century, and that's about where it was written. And I think it's a 6 or 8 book series, and they're pretty hefty sized. but they touch on historical events and how this family had a role in them, etc., etc. But it's pretty good.
Who's the author you were just mentioned?
I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, because I'll make a note to look it up.
John Jakes.
John Jakes?
Yeah, John Jakes.
Okay, I'll look that up. Oh, fun one. This is kind of an almost guilty pleasure. The whole childhood sweetheart, she turned me on to this. Turned me on to Anne Rice, and we enjoyed those Vampire Chronicles for a while. The Vampire Chronicles and Mayfair series that they're making are really good. I did not expect that they would adapt those very well, and they really are. So I'm hopeful to see what they do with it, because obviously, like with anything, when you adapt these things, you do have to change stories, tweak things, make them work a little bit better.
Vampire series, this my wife really likes vampire series.
Yeah,
she's watched like every single TV one that's been out.
It's kind of unfortunate that they called it that, because they named the series "Interview with the Vampire" for the first book, but the only the first book has that interview, feel like that as a structure.
I remember the movie with Brad Pitt. Actually,
the movie was based on that first book. It's
that's
based
really
on
good. That film, really.
Well, what they do is they have optioned the entire Vampire Chronicles series, and there's a lot of books, and it'll be interesting to see how it does that, because no one's really adapted, the Vampire Lestat or the Queen of the Damned well. And they're interesting. Like the character. Okay, so gosh, I'm sitting in my Roman history section here. The character of Marius was a Roman who's been around since then, and goes around like eating criminals at night. It'll be interesting to see some of those. Or the original the first vampires were actually ancient Egyptians. And they're kind of like they eventually get too old and they just stop moving, and they're just like sitting there as little statues, still eternal but not active anymore. And then one of them comes to life. It'll be really interesting to see how that progresses as a series. But the first season of it, adapting much of not even all of the first book, but the first season adapted a good bit of the first book. They did a really good job. So I'm got my fingers crossed that stays good. We're definitely in a good era for fantasy and science fiction television. This is the right time to do it. The technology is there. There's enough money from all the streaming companies, Netflix and Amazon and Apple and everybody throwing tons of money at this stuff. Somebody just mentioned Vampire the Masquerade. Tony, I played live action vampire in the 90s. I got to run around, pretending to be an old. I was like an old Irish gangrel vampire. It was fun as hell. So yeah,
didn't Bethesda release a vampire game? It did terribly. I didn't play it, and I normally play all their games, to be fair. So
the White Wolf stuff is really good. The Vampire the Masquerade, Vampire the Dark Ages, and they had Mage and Werewolf, and it's a really interesting, complex world that that they created for the World of Darkness. That's White Wolf is the publisher. They did good stuff, but I'd love to see some of that. I mean, you could make they wrote enough backstory, enough good material there that you could literally turn the World of Darkness into a series of great movies. I'd love to see stuff like that. And obviously audiences love seeing vampires and werewolves beat each other up, so why not?
Yeah, Annie already mentioned it. I was going to say, everybody knows nothing's better than Twilight.
Didn't Tom Cruise have plans with that Mummy movie to make it into a multiple film series like Godzilla's doing that?
Yeah, if somebody makes Anne Rice's The Mummy about Ramesses, as a Ramesses Resurrection, it's a really interesting love story. It's really kind of twisted. I'd love to see a good movie out of it. For a mummy movie, that I think would be good.
I would love to see Brenda Fraser come back to do one last mummy that's been a little more Egyptian fed than
his
last one they did was the Emperor of China. So
I'm glad he's coming back and working again. He's good. He's
The Well made me cry.
Oh yeah, it was such a good film. His acting in the Doom Patrol series is so good. He really, it works for that character a lot. But again, I liked a lot of the old Vertigo DC comics, so it was really interesting to see Doom Patrol
work as a series for a few seasons. Well, that was really good. So
I think I've seen it. I think I've seen a clip from Doom Patrol my friend sent me. This guy's got like where he flexes his arms and all his muscles, and it causes different things to happen. Am I thinking of the same?
Oh,
I don't know if I'm thinking of the same
it's one of
thing.
the original when they meet some of the old team. Yeah.
That guy.
He
He sent me a
like,
clip of him causing everyone to like lose their minds in the street, put it that way. And I was like, what the I don't even think I watched it after that. I was like, whatever you're watching, I don't want a part of it. Like,
honestly, that's the thing that's interesting about it is that the series is so fucking weird. I did not think they'd be able to adapt it into a series that people would actually watch, and it did. They got several seasons out of it. So it gives me hope that maybe some of the weirder stories like Shade the Changing Man might eventually be made into a series, because there are some really fascinatingly twisted, psychological, psychedelic kind of comic series that would make really good television or films, but they're hard to do. So we're definitely living in the right era for this sort of thing.
yeah, with computers, like I said, Unreal Engine 5, what you can do with that is pretty insane, to be honest. There's a lot of filmmakers that use it now as well. So they used it in the Last Airbender, the new one they brought out.
Oh, I'm
do
really
you know
looking
the
forward to
scene
seeing
sets and all that? Yeah, I think that's all.
Yeah.
Pretty sure that's made on Unreal Engine 5.
Because that movie was shit, but the cartoon was great. So I'm looking forward to
I've
seeing
watched 2 episodes of the new Netflix series. It's pretty good. It's worth watching so far. So
right on. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I haven't gotten around to getting a copy of it yet.
I think it's just badass, isn't it? It's so much more like the Avatar. Do you know what I mean? Like, just naturally, just relentlessly skilled. So.
Annie asked earlier what people thought about The Last of Us. I liked it as a. I didn't know the game it was based on, but that first season was the ending of it. The ending of that first season is so sad. Like, you just know he's fucking up this relationship. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that coming back. There's a lot of good stories out there right now. I don't know somebody mentioned something called the Troy game. I don't know what that is.
I've heard about that before, the Troy game. Very loosely memory of it, anyway.
I haven't heard of that one. Somebody asks Delta Green. I don't know what that is either. So I missed that one. Oh, somebody says I'm the coolest guy on the planet. That's honestly, I'm happy that I've lived long enough that geeks and nerds are now cool, because we weren't when I was young. I'll tell you that. We were not the cool kids. That's cute. Somebody could look at all my geeky interests and think that's cool. This world is definitely changing in some good ways. Let's see. Yeah, don't know what Delta Green is. Do I read my? No, I don't. Honestly, and it sounds silly now. Dude, I've been saying the same thing for so long. The only actual anime I ever really knew was Akira. And I watched the American complete mangling that they called Robotech when I was a kid, back in the 80s. But it's not the original story at all. I never watched those original, like the Macross stuff. I never really got into it. I did. It doesn't really count because Avatar is technically an American show, but I did see the original Avatar cartoon, so I guess you can kind of count that. And what was the other thing? You can't really count this either, but it is Japanese, so if that counts. I don't know if you ever saw Agretsuko. She's like an office worker who goes to karaoke and sings death metal to kind of get her frustrations out. It's such a funny show. But that's literally it. I
recommend watching a few animes. Like, I'm watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and I think that is just, they can do fight scenes in anime like you just cannot do them in films. I just don't. And I like watching it in the original language as well, or like Japanese, because it's just got so much more power and depth to what they're saying when they're screaming at each other. I love it.
There's a lot of people who suggest anime series to me, and I've never gotten around to finding copies of them. There was one that I can't remember the name of it, but somebody said I have to watch this, and I finally found a way to download a copy of it, but I still haven't seen it. It took me forever to find it.
I can send you some stream sites online. You can watch some stuff.
Yeah, I guess I could do that now. I never got into streaming things before, because for about 10 years I lived in a house that couldn't have internet at home. I only had my phone.
because it literally couldn't be wired for it. So I just never got into the habit. That's why I don't have subscriptions to all these different things either. I have to find different ways to get them. I guess I really could. And they've gotten better at being nicer to streaming onto Linux machines too, because originally you couldn't do that either. Because of the copyrighty shit that they cared about. So a lot of things, it's definitely possible now. So I should definitely look into some things that otherwise I wouldn't be able to do. Somebody says, I think you would like One Piece. So I guess One Piece is the name of a series. I will write that one down. And yeah, I can look for some of these things later. I've meant to try and get into some of these anime series, but I never have.
Yeah, I was sold on Jujutsu Kaisen. It's the fight scenes in it for me. Yeah, it's just can't explain it. It's like the use of like ancient sort of martial arts with magic all poured into one. Or Overlord, actually, watch that anime. That's dope. That is. It's about this guy who's in a video game and everyone else has signed off, and he's like sort of just really overpowered. So he's like the only character left in the servers walking around. So then all the NPCs kind of like just fear him because he's like max level and stuff like that. But yeah, watch that. That's great. Because he's got everything. He is literally like ridiculously overpowered.
What was that one called?
Overlord.
Overlord.
Yeah, it's about a guy who's like the last guy on the server in a video game. So and he's like the last one left playing it. So and it's about his like character walking around. So.
Oh yeah, Dragon Ball. I've heard of that Dragon Ball Z. People talked about that years ago. Never saw it. I haven't seen the Evangelion. I've heard that name before. I've seen that before, but I've never seen it. I haven't even
Someone
seen.
tried to get me to watch Naruto.
What's the what is that director that did things like Princess Mononoke and Howl's something Castle, or I can't remember the guy's name, but there's I saw one or two of those movies, so I guess I got to count those. But I never even saw most of his films, and the ones I saw were really good. I remember, but I never saw the rest. Miyazaki, that might be it. Yeah, the ones I saw were sounded good. I meant to go back at some point and watch all of them, and I just never did. Only so much time in the day.
You guys were talking about books, and now it's got me over here looking at my comparatively modest collection of books, and hold on, let me flip this around here. So I'm looking at it's a 2-book series called Human Geography by J. Russell Smith. They were written in the mid-30s. And
we know what that is.
And then this one here as well. Like, I was like, oh, okay, I'll just see. But yeah, I just had a couple of little interesting maps to look at there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I got some old books that were in my grandparents' collection and whatnot, and I'm just like, oh, Human Geography. So I was like, yeah, cool, I'll pull these up. But my grandparents had these books forever, and when they passed away, everybody took everything but, the books and whatnot. So I've got, really, really old ones, like The Story of Buffalo Bill and Story Hour Readings, things like that. Smokey and the Cow Horse, whatever that might be. Right. But no, I just wanted to show that quick. I was like, oh, look at that. There's even a map of it. And then I just did a quick lookup for this and found out this went for $110 at auction once. I'm like, all right, cool. Yeah, but the oldest book, the most expensive book I have is the 1931 Moby Dick, like the first general publication of it. And then of course I've got my 2 books of Isaac Asimov. Sci-fi books, but
nice.
Yeah,
Asimov's always great.
Arthur C. Clarke.
Yeah. All
Yep. Now I'm really curious. Now I got to go through all these and see what I got.
God's Eye, yeah. God, yeah. That's a Larry Niven.
Yeah.
Larry Niven.
I don't even know what's all in this. I did some work for a guy, and
David Byrne. That's a good book right there.
Oh, good. Not to read all these because his grandmother had passed away, and I'm like, hey, you got all these Isaac Asimov books, and he's like, oh yeah, here you can have them. I'm like, really?
I think that's the first mass market paperback for Sundiver. It's a different cover than I have.
Nice.
And Sundiver is the beginning of a trilogy, so that's a good one to start with. Sundiver's a good introduction. Le Guin, I love Ursula Le Guin. Oh, why would I have like the Left Hand of Darkness or the Dispossessed as movies? So the Dispossessed needs to be a movie.
I need to read more books then because I just only flipped through some of these, and I didn't even know what is all in here. I mean, like I said, there's 2 boxes of these books. I don't know. Maybe there's some other ones in here you might like that you can recommend. Oh shit! Well, there goes those. I got Earl Murray.
I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know.
James Clay. That's a good book. Oh, read that.
I'll set that one off to the side.
Taipan and Shogun are both really good books, but Taipan.
Shogun was such a good book.
No, but Taipan is set in like early British Hong Kong, and it really evokes it so well.
Oh, E.M. Forster. Pull that one out.
Oh, Howard's End. That's a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of these.
I read Taipan so long ago. That was a good story.
Yeah, I read Shogun years ago, and it was a long read, but man, it was a good book.
Yeah, if you like that, you'll like his style. And honestly, yeah, Taipan really evokes really Hong Kong well.
Oh, good. Yeah, because I really like that one, so I'll have to pull that one out and read that. What's that? Santa.
Yeah.
Frank Herbert.
Herbert was man. Yeah, lots of
Yeah, lots and lots and lots. Well, good. Yeah, now I'll have to pull these out and see what they're all about. And if that's a good writer that you like, I'll do some reading with him too.
Good stuff. Yeah. It is. Gosh, that the whole Ringworld series is pretty good. He did.
Ringworld. I think I've heard of that one too. I think.
Yeah, it's it's a fairly elaborate story. It was pretty good.
This is another good one. Bravelstein.
Oh, I know. So I haven't read that book, but I've read something else by Saul Bellow. What was that? I know the author from something. But no, I don't know that one.
Yeah, that one was a. Oh, this is from my trip to Scotland.
Ah, Sterling.
Let's see.
Yep, got that. Yeah, Ringworld definitely not to be confused with Discworld. They are very different. Oh yeah, Hawking. Yeah. That's up here.
Oh yeah, I mean that one. If you don't have that one, I don't think I want to know you.
Yeah, right. That's a nice that's an omnibus edition, huh? That's both books.
Yeah. This one is Bantam Books. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
That one was a heavy read. That one took me reading like several chapters again to try and understand it. But yeah, that one was this beat up book. I want to get a new copy. I can't show it, but it's The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich. Maybe I can. Yeah, this one's old and beat up.
Yeah, honestly, Shirer is interesting, but he does write. He is a journalist, not a historian. It's a classic work, but it definitely is the best way to approach it. Let's see. Let me put it at this back here.
Oh, and of course you got your classics. You got your Goosebumps.
Classic. Okay, so Let's see. This trilogy is a better intro than Shira by far. So the
good.
original.
I think it's important that everybody at least understand how they were able to come to power. You know.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. There's a ton of great ones about the how they rose in the first place. Like. Who cares about this subject? Just cruise along here for a second.
See that after all this stuff is done with Israel and stuff, I have a feeling there's going to be about just as many books written about that. I mean, more than there already are.
Yep, for sure. And everyone should pay attention to their show. We can take out of that. Somebody asked earlier about reading in different languages. So yeah, I mean, if it doesn't exist in an English edition, I'll get another one. So not everything gets translated.
Right. Pull off the Taipan and E.M. Forster. Set those over. I'm getting old. I just gave myself a cramp standing up.
You're there. You're there. Midnight Library. I don't know what Midnight Library is. Oh yeah,
Orange spines trigger me. Another book I'll recommend. I just started reading it, about a chapter in. It's called it's by Norman Finkelstein. It's Gaza: An Inquiry into Its Martyrdom.
Inquest, I think, isn't it? Is it
Inquest? Yes, thank you. Inquest, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's pretty good. That's after I think it was after the 14 conflict.
2009. But it was written in 2000. I think it encompasses both of them because there's a part about Cass-Led, but it was written in 2018. 2018 is when it was published.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, because I remember discussing this about the conflict in 14. Yeah, so no, that was pretty good.
Yeah,
hey, you know, it's
one thing I appreciate about what I do for a living. I do auto detailing, so I just pop in my earbuds and listen to books, 8 hours a day. It's fantastic.
Hello.
Let me jump into my Audible quick. I got another
ass on here. What are you doing, Fatso? Oh, taking up the whole desk. I can't see anything at all. Can't see anybody. Everybody, over here. I know.
Do you like Stephen King at all?
I never got into him. I had an ex recommended that Gunslinger trilogy, and I started into that. And I just his style, I couldn't get into it.
I'll tell you, the first book is probably the hardest to get through, but once you get into it, it's really good series. Especially like just reading the last book in particular, like the last few pages of the last book, and then you get to the very last page, and for me, my mind was blown. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I just never got into him.
No, some people just they just can't get into Stephen King, and that's quite all right. But I was able to read a lot of these classics, like Ulysses by James Joyce. That one takes a while.
You need the annotated edition to get through that.
That's probably it too, because I'm just listening. I'm like, what the hell? I can't hold myself to it.
Yeah, as a book, it's honestly like impossible to enjoy. But if you actually have a bunch of the annotations, if you can actually like see, he's talking about this. Oh, it's a reference to that, and it's like, oh, okay, then you can see what he's really after. It made a lot more sense to me.
Right, and that's what I was.
The first time, I hated it.
I was having such a hard time, and I'm like, I gotta muscle through it, and I did, and I wasn't able to retain any of it. I'm like, well, that was a waste. Crime and Punishment was pretty good.
That is.
Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, that was a good one. Common Sense by Thomas Paine, Republic by Plato.
Oh god, people should still go back and read The Age of Reason by Paine. That's still a challenging read.
I think that one's further. That one's further down on my read list.
The dude was so ahead of his time with some of his suggestions.
I really think people should spend more time, especially now, learning about our history as a nation. There's one lecture series I listened to recently. It's called The Great Debate. It's a lecture series about the Federalists and Anti-Federalists and what their arguments were in relation to how our Constitution should be set up. And I'm like, man, both sides made great points. However, at the end of the book, I was kind of on the side of the Anti-Federalists.
I guess that's I think most of that material is up here, but I think I've scattered some of the other political philosophy around. But yeah, those debates were really interesting.
Yeah,
I have Cato's letters. There's a lot of that founder stuff is really kind of neat to look back at now.
Yeah, that's why I'm so sad that civics isn't really a major part of our curriculum anymore.
A lot of states just don't have it at all, which is sad.
Yeah. Heart of Darkness by Kenneth Joseph Conrad. That was really good.
Mm-hmm.
So was Typhoon. That was another one. Coming Up for Air by George Orwell, same with Homage to Catalonia, about his fight with Spain.
Gosh, that was ages back. Somebody asked about Catalonia at the beginning of this, and we never got to it. Oh, well.
Oh.
I can't remember who asked. I can't check they're there. But, yeah. Homage to Catalonia was good. Orwell just in general is good to read, and it's sad to me how few people even understand what the hell he's talking about. When right-wingers are reading Orwell and cheering on about him, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you realize this guy's a freaking commie? I'm like, what are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. And they quote 1984 relentlessly like, you've never read that book, have you?
Yeah, you don't understand the shit. I mean, go read, like, The Road to Wigan Pier and, Homage to Catalonia. Like, come on. You have no idea what the hell Orwell's about.
Yeah. Oh, this is the next Animal Farm. Like, say that again. I dare you. War and Peace. That was a long one, but man, that one was good.
Mm-hmm.
Kin by Rudyard Kipling. That was good. Bonfire of the Vanities was a pretty good one.
Yeah. Rudyard Kipling at least is a decent writer. Yeah, racist as fuck. But
yeah. Oh yeah.
But definitely a decent writer.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of you see, I remember my high school English teacher was always picking on my writing style because he liked the really pithy stuff. He mocked me for being more Dostoevsky than Hemingway. Because I like the big complex. I enjoyed like Dostoevsky and Gogol and Tolstoy, all that stuff. I was never as good at writing very concisely.
Oh, I've got a whole list in my wish list that people have recommended that were like must reads, like Darkness at Noon by Arthur Koestler. Was it Keep the Aspidistra Flying by George Orwell? Evelyn Waugh, a lot of books by her. Of course, Capital by Marx.
Yeah. That one, people usually need help with that one too.
Yeah.
It's definitely, and honestly, even the unfinished parts that Engels finished, the second and third volumes are both, there's a lot of good stuff in there. But the, David Harvey's companions are really good. There's a lot of people that help to
clarify it. More people should read that than do.
Yeah. And I tell you, there's one thing I love about modern technology. It's being able to just hit a button and listen to a book.
Right. Yeah, Audible's nice. I could use it in my car at least, because I spend so much time commuting, so at least I'm not losing reading time.
Oh, God. Let me tell you about how I used to commute. For 2 summers, I used to run a plant up in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, and I live 4 hours from there. So I would, leave here Sunday night, drive up there, and then come back on Fridays. And it was 4-hour one-way trip every week for 2 summers. Oh God, I couldn't do that anymore.
Yep, it definitely gets you after a while. But it was hard for me to adapt to to audiobooks because I don't process sound as well.
Sure.
If I read things, it sticks really well, but it's harder for me to maintain focus on what I'm hearing. My mind will wander off. I'll miss certain words. I mean, I have to ask people to repeat things all the time in this because I miss some things. I just don't get it. With the audiobooks, I'm constantly having to back up and rehear things. But at least I'm not wasting the time anymore. So it's useful. It was worth the effort to try and get used to them.
Right. And I'm kind of the same way with like actually reading a book. For some reason, my mind will start to wander, and then I got to go back and read it again. With listening, I'm doing something, so I'm able to, because detailing, I mean, it's really repetitive. So I just kind of go hit my autopilot and then just listen to the book.
Yeah, it's just it's just about, I don't know, the way I process language. Like reading is easy because I read lines. So I read like this. Like I don't read the individual words or read across a word. I take in blocks of words at a time.
Right.
Which I can't get that speed with something in audio. I mean, I want to slow it down so it's nice and slow, and I can actually hear each one, and that gets boring. It's hard to maintain my focus. So then the ADD kicks in. I want to wander off from it.
I've had that with some of the audiobook narrators. I've had that with some. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say, yeah, it's just so different. Like with text, I can just scan down the line, and I remember all of it. But I have to listen to things nice and slow and think about it and keep going back in order for any of it to stick.
Right. And God, I wish I was that way. At least with audiobooks, I've had a couple of narrators that I didn't really like, but I really wanted to listen. And luckily, Audible allows you to pick a speed. So I just dropped it to half speed, and then I could, listen to it. Otherwise, yeah, they're reading too slow for me. So I'll play it normal, or I'll speed it up a little bit if they're reading really slowly. It's like, why are you reading so slow?
Yeah, with there too, just because of the way that, again, I'll process sound. If I tweak the speed on it, it sounds so weird that I can't focus either. So I'm just kind of stuck. So a lot of people talk about. I mean, that I've had a lot of people tell me that they wish that they could read as quickly as I do, and honestly, I wish that I could hear things more clearly. I wish I could get a lot more out of the audiobooks. It's a lot slower for me.
Yeah, we're all different. I'll tell you that.
Yep. You just gotta work with what you got.
The thing is, when I was a kid, they're great. When I was a kid, I would absorb books. It's all I would do is read and read and read. I mean, I think I finished not The Wizard of Oz, but just Oz in a day, just because I loved reading, and I still do. But now it's I find myself more distracted, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's life and life capitalism, right? Keep us all running around all the time, so we got no time for anything else. Yeah. Honestly, I really kind of got lucky when I finally found enough money to jump in and go to college in the first place, because I didn't for a long time. So I was reading all the time, working as a freaking longshoreman, and it's nice now. And life is busy. I got tons of grading, I got the driving and everything else.
but I, in a sense, get paid to read now. It's like it's a part of my job, so I have an excuse to buy things that I want and to read them, where before it was a lot harder to squeeze that in because it's not related at all to your work, So I thankful for that.
And that's why I considered, like, what would it take to be like an academic researcher? Because I love looking stuff up like that. I mean, I've in just the last, month, or in the last 5 months, I should say, I've been just racking up, dozens and dozens of briefs, laws, legal opinions, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm like, man, I love doing this. Which reminds me, if you guys are looking for a researcher for your podcast, let me know. But I love Google.
I could honestly always use research assistants. I somebody working for me last semester doing stuff because I've been working on that project about the far right, and honestly, the fact that you like listening to things, I can't get myself to listen to a lot of the podcasts of these like asshole far rightists. So I had somebody else taking notes from them. I could definitely use help with things like that because it's really hard for me to sit there and listen. I mean, I can't even listen to a freaking political speech, much less these long-winded, asshole podcasters.
Oh, I know. It's so hard to listen to an opinion is just trash. But if you're putting together a comprehensive presentation or paper, like you have to listen to it and try and understand like where they're coming from, even if you vehemently disagree with it.
Yeah, it's so much easier for me to just read through transcripts for things. It's so hard to sit and listen to crap. I've literally never sat down and listened to a political speech. I mean, I don't listen to Trump talking or anybody else. I read the transcripts afterwards because I can get done in a few seconds. And I'll sit there.
Then that way you don't have to listen to his voice.
Well, it's true for all of them, though. I didn't like any of them. I don't. It's boring to sit there and listen. I had a hard time adapting to listening even to podcasts. My ex was really into podcasts, so I got to listen to some of them. It's interesting. I think the fun in making them is the conversations, but actually listening to them is hard for me because again, I absorb much better by reading than by hearing if I'm going to try and actually retain information. So listening to something for informational purposes is very hard. It's stressful.
Right. And if you don't really like listening anyway, I mean, you miss out on information that could be crucial to, whatever argument or position you're trying to put down on paper.
Right. Especially if my mind's wandering while I'm listening to something, So it's so much easier for me to get this stuff this way than it is through listening. But I enjoy the conversations a lot. So it's sort of interesting that I like being on podcasts and stuff, but I don't like listening to them, which is weird.
Are you currently working on anything?
Working on what do you mean?
I mean, not the podcast in general, but I mean like for your school and stuff. I mean, are you like working on?
I am. I'm this weekend. I'm actively working on trying to finish a chapter that goes into a book on academic freedom. And yeah, I have two main projects I've been going back and forth on. I was working for a long time on. I'm doing a global study of right-wing populism and neo-fascism. But I think I'm reorienting to work instead on the manuscript I'm doing about the 4,000-year history of Palestine, because really nothing out there at all covers it the way that I covered in my class. And I want to see something that tackles it more holistically over the long spans of time, gives an understanding of the romantic connections different peoples have to the land because of their long history there. And nothing does that very well. I mean, even when there's one other person who tried to do a long-term history of it and actually missed most of the good stuff, like almost nothing on the Canaanite periods. I mean, so I don't know. I really want to try and finish that. So it's where I'm going to be reorienting, going
going forward, I think, and then I'll finish my far right project later. But I spent years studying far rightists, and God, that's fucking stressful. I've got whole shelves of works by far right authors, and my God, some of that shit's hard to read. You know,
I'm trying to make my way through Project 2025 right now, and it's hard. If you want to, like, if you haven't looked at Project 2025, it's a 980 page book. It's difficult to say the least.
But part of Project 2025 is just, it's not just the repugnancy of it, it's just boring. Like, it's just bad writing. Like, far right people just can't write well. I haven't found many that are good at writing.
No. Well, in particular, when they talk about China, it's always communist China. Like, really? Is that necessary?
Yeah.
Communist China.
Yeah. But no, you're right. They do have a hard time writing with any, like, real clarity or anything like that. I mean, it's hard to write.
All along. I mean, freaking Schittler writes terribly. His German is horrible.
I mean, it's, in my personal opinion, it's hard to write a well thought out book when your position is indefensible. You know.
Well, I mean, granted, a lot of that stuff is all emotional. It's not actually logical. It's one of the reasons that fascism is hard to define for people, because it doesn't have the logical argumentation basis that you get with liberalism, conservatism, socialism. You know, it's more emotional appeals.
It really is.
But you got to define it through characteristics rather than arguments.
Let me see. I can grab it real quick. Let's see. Emily, Duolingo is okay for learning the Arabic, but oh shit! I'm trying to remember the name of the app that I use, and I brain farting it. It's hold on. Mondly is what I'm using to learn Arabic. It actually does like whole phrases and stuff, but Duolingo is great for learning the alphabet, but Duolingo will have you trying to say phrases like, you know, Judy has a pretty door. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, Duolingo is it's useful, I think, for retaining vocabulary for languages you've already studied. I can't imagine if you actually learn anything productively from it. Rosetta Stone has been for a long time doing a deal where, like, for $100 and something you get like a lifetime membership to all their languages.
Yeah,
you never have to pay again, and their Arabic service is actually pretty good. I did their Arabic and Hebrew 8 years back.
So here's Project 2025. It's, as you can see, it's massive. I mean, that's like a whole ream of paper. But yeah, like you said, I mean, their writing is terrible, but it's frightening at the same time that they've put all of these people into this book, or they've got it so well thought out. You know, it might not be clear, but they've thought of like everything, unfortunately. And essentially what it boils down to is a Christian, like a Christian-centric government that trashes a lot. I'm still, like I said, I'm still making my way through it, but like they first start off with talking about how the family isn't, you know, nuclear, or LGBTQ, you know, is bunk science, and climate change, you know, we don't need to worry about climate change. We need to invest in gas and oil.
It's kind of like a much worse version of what the Heritage Foundation gave Reagan back in the 80s, but just somehow more fascist.
Yeah, I mean, considering it was the Heritage Foundation that put this out, I wouldn't doubt that they clarified what they're talking about. But yeah, I mean, taking the reins of government, like, holy crap. This stuff is frightening, and which is, people are now saying, we're not voting for G-Side Joe. I'm like, I get it. I really do. I don't want to either. But I mean, the alternative is frightening to me.
Yeah.
Not to fearmonger or anything, but I'm trying to. There's like so many pages just of introduction.
Um, could I ask Liam a question real quick? All right, I don't want to derail this conversation, but I just wanted to put it
No,
out.
we're just talking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So, wait, I'm blanking on what the name of the region is, but is it the Basque region? It's the part that's kind of Britain and kind of France. Yeah. So, or you know the
Britain and You mean Spain and France?
no, wrong, not Basque, wrong area, but it's similar. It's like Basque except with England and France. It's in the west, like the northwest arm, by there's an
Brittany?
island. Brittany, yeah.
The Breton people?
Yes.
The
So why is
the
that region?
Bretons are like they're like I don't know, they're descendants of like Cornish and Welsh settlers though.
So why there though? Because if you look at a map, right, it makes more sense that there would be more British influence up near Flanders, like the Flanders, like north of Flanders, you know? Why Guernsey and Jersey and that region, you know, which is kind of comparatively farther south?
Oh, well, the islands are different. The islands there are because of they were part of the Duchy of Normandy, and the Normans conquered England. And when they lost control of Normandy under what is it, Philip Augustus, the English kept the islands. So it's the all that's left of the original Duchy of Normandy.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's an entirely different story than the one about Brittany. But
Okay.
Jersey, that's left over from the old duchy.
So what's the story about Brittany?
The region there, because it's not because it's close to Britain. It's a last stronghold for. Okay, so you had a ton of like the different Brythonic languages, these different Celtic languages in Britain. So like Cumbrian and Welsh and Cornish and whatnot, but the Anglo-Saxons were taking over. Like they were dominant, which meant that their languages, their cultures were all threatened. So people end up retreating in a few areas. The Welsh and Welsh speakers ended up being pushed more and more toward the coast in the northwest, but Cornish was just crushed. Like it slowly assimilated. They're trying to resurrect the language now, but really that area used to have a lot of speakers, and they disappeared. What ends up happening is that some of them crossed the sea in order to escape the Anglo-Saxons, and they went to an area that was relatively unsettled and established themselves there. So what became Breton is actually it's not one of the old continental Celtic languages. All of the continental Celtic languages went extinct. Breton is still an insular Celtic language because it's literally refugees from Britain, fleeing the Anglo-Saxons and establishing a place where they can still speak the Celtic languages. And ironically, in terms of long-term history, the French state is one of very few in Europe not to recognize minority languages, and the Breton language is being crushed. It's just being destroyed. It's going to die. Where, interestingly enough, in England, Cornish is making a comeback and is now taught in some high schools in Cornwall. So it's really kind of weird how that works out 1,000 years later. But if you go back a ways, it makes sense that they retreated to a place where they thought that they could keep speaking their language.
So they came from Wales, so they kind of had to sail around that little arm.
Mostly from Cornwall, but yeah, some Welsh as well. I mean, Cornish and Welsh are relatively similar languages, but Breton is, as I understand it, develops from the old Cornish language. It's closer to that. But yeah, I mean, it's basically Welsh and Cornish speakers retreating to the continent to escape assimilation into an Anglo-Saxon world.
Interesting.
Because, the different British languages were spoken all through Britain originally, but they got pushed further and further west. The last ones to survive were like Cumbrian in the northwest, and then Welsh, and then Cornish. And all three of them are on the far west of Britain, because the invaders all came from the east, and established themselves, and over time they're assimilating everybody, and people are pushed over and over. And eventually, Cumbrian and Cornish went extinct. But Cornish lasted until the 18th century, so it died out recently enough that they had enough records, they were able to resurrect it. So it's now being taught, but it went extinct too.
So
the Welsh and Manx.
So I had another question about So how does the modern Amazigh identity form in North Africa? Like, what's kind of the history of that?
I'm not sure what you mean exactly.
Or just what's the history of the people group and their name? Yeah,
Well,
the history of the people group and how the culture and language developed and how like what the modern identity, the history that the modern identity is based on.
the language is just the one that's indigenous to the area. I mean, it's in tons of different forms. It's obviously fragmented in tons of ways, and especially as it spread further and further into the Sahel too. But um, the Amazigh languages are the indigenous languages of North Africa. So you go back to the ancient like Numidian kingdoms and things like that. That's them. Um, but you've got waves and waves of conquerors. You've got Phoenicians and Romans and the Germanic people like the Vandals, and and then the Arab conquests. Over and over, different people are taking that land, and it got really hard to retain it. So where it survived, it's kind of like Kurdish in that way. Kurdish survives because they're a mountain people, and people weren't willing to fight for that land. They didn't care enough about it. So a lot of the areas where the Amazigh languages survived is the mountainous areas of Algeria and Morocco, and then much farther down across the Sahara and Sahel in very isolated areas where no one else wanted to live there, so they could still survive. But the languages have been spoken in that area for a long time. The modern identities are just the spread of like nationalism as an idea and people organizing politically around their cultural identity. So it's all modern. It's entirely a 20th century development. Developing a kind of like Amazigh national culture. Flags and shit like that. That's all very recent.
Yeah, the point about the geography really clears up my confusion. It was kind of hard to articulate the question.
What I didn't catch that. What was hard with the geography?
Just that the terrain that was just harder to take basically is where the identity
is where the languages survived. Yeah, because otherwise they may well have gone extinct, and they did in large parts of it. I mean, the places where if people are living in an area that's desirable and well settled, then they're in danger of slowly being assimilated. Like, look what happened to the Coptic language in Egypt. The ancient Egyptian language eventually went extinct. The last few places that spoke Coptic were, died out in the 18th century, and they were very isolated villages way the hell away from the Nile. All the desirable land, that population assimilated much more quickly.
But
it's all across it.
But the Coptic Christians are still a group, right, in Egypt?
They are, but they're understood more as a religious minority as opposed to a distinct ethnic group, because most Egyptians are still, like the Copts, descended from ancient Egyptians, but their culture is gone, their language is gone. They've developed something entirely new on top of that. So there's a genetic connection between them and ancient Egypt, but that's mostly it. And the Copts only retain the last form of the Egyptian spoken language. Only survives as a liturgical language. It's spoken by nobody, but It's still a spoken language until relatively recently. But there are fewer places to hide there. I mean, Algeria and Morocco have lots of mountain ranges and lots of really inaccessible places where Egypt does not. It's all the valley and the delta and a couple of oases, and that's pretty much it. There's not a lot of places you can live. Egypt is mostly sand, but there's a lot more isolated areas there. So yeah, the several different Amazigh languages have all survived into the present. Creating a sort of transnational political identity out of that is a very recent development.
It's interesting. Yeah, I had another question too about it's kind of I don't know, maybe it's a bit of a complicated or just a bit of a big question, but what are the theories about what motivated the Bantu migration and what caused I know out of the Great Lakes region there was a kind of secondary migration northwards and eastwards. And what are the theories about what motivated that and the successive movements of people?
The main thing around all of the Bantu migrations is environmental.
So think, for example, if we take them back to sort of like an origin area, and you can set up an area around like the southern Sudan, and they're developing agriculture, and there's a distinct agricultural civilization there. The problem of doing agriculture anywhere in sub-Saharan Africa is that it's tropical. And in the tropics, you have shitty soil because you don't have the winter seasons, so things don't die, and you don't have the stuff falling into the ground and like decomposing and returning all the nitrogen and whatnot into the soil. So if you clear an area and start cultivating it, you're going to run out of nutrients very fast. So the problem that you run into is you can't build up a very large, region. Once the population gets so big, you have to split, and people have to start moving. So it's not like a single group of people migrating. It's more like it's hopping along. So here's a people, but the population's gotten too big. So these detach and they move over to here, and they start over there. And then their population starts growing again. And once it gets too big, then a part detaches, and then they move further over there. So at each stage, you're leaving people behind. And it's just slowly spreading from there. So they move from that area kind of like southwest into the area between like the Niger and Congo rivers and established there. And then from there, some of them spread west, some of them spread south. They head all over the place, but it's all an adaptation environmentally. Building up very large cities is a really stupid idea in sub-Saharan Africa without any kind of modern technologies, because you destroy the soil. If you clear the land to produce enough food to feed a city, then you're going to destroy that land completely. So then your city has to be abandoned. That's what happens later to like places like Great Zimbabwe. You can't support large cities with soil like that. It's similar to the way that Mesoamerica got fucked. They built these great urban civilizations, but the soil in the tropics just doesn't suit large-scale agriculture before modern technologies. There was no way to kind of return the nutrients to it. So the Bantu migration is just how you can keep the populations relatively small in any individual area. If you're a series of disconnected villages, you don't put as much pressure on the land.
That's a bit confusing to me, because what about places like Indonesia and India where they're tropical, but large cities and populations did exist pretty early on?
In a lot of places like that, the cities weren't very big. Certainly not in Indonesia. That's much more recent that you end up with large urban centers and large scale agriculture. Indonesia didn't used to be agricultural at all, and in India you always had problems. So think about early large scale agriculture in South Asia. Okay, so maybe think about, I don't know if you don't have a map, or look at the area from portions of northwest India stretch across southern Pakistan and into southeastern Iran. That whole area, like so from Balochistan through like into this desert area that India and Pakistan share, it's dry as fuck, completely destroyed. The problem here is that it's the large-scale agriculture in the Indus Valley civilization. They started intensively farming, they cleared the forests, so they cut down all the trees, and they farmed on it. Well, you get those monsoon rains in the area, and if you cleared away the trees, they're not holding the topsoil in place anymore, which means all the good soil washed out to the sea. It was gone. So you desertified areas, so then you had to go and clear another forest and build there, and then that all gets destroyed, and you move further over, and eventually they just destroyed their entire environment, so much so that they eventually abandoned their cities. And what happened in South Asia before the importation of like the later Indo-Europeans in the north, like what happened to that Dravidian culture is that they did the same thing the Bantu did. They broke down, the Harappans, visions, So like the Indus Valley civilization, sometimes called the Harappan civilization, from the first city found, or Mohenjo-daro, whatever. But what they did was they abandoned large-scale cities and agriculture and went back to small-scale village life, and then they scattered across South Asia. Because of its smaller populations that are agricultural villages, you don't put a lot of pressure on the land. But a city needs a whole bunch more food produced from people who aren't actually producing food themselves. So it just compounds the issue. South Asia abandoned its cities. They couldn't make it. They literally destroyed their environment, and you can visibly see
the first huge, large-scale human impact on the global environment was the Indus Valley civilization, because the environment. And there, one of the reasons it can work at all, and this is one of the things that complicates it. That's not even tropical. South Asia is subtropical. It's just close enough to be bad. So it's not even fully tropical. When you're actually in Mesoamerica or Sub-Saharan Africa, you are literally too close to the equator to have any seasons at all. South Asia at least has some seasons, but it's close enough to the tropics to be problematic.
So is the Levant and Egypt too far north for that to be a factor in the Bronze Age collapse?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. The desertification across North Africa is a different process. That's actually slowly drawing out over the later Stone Age, because Egypt was originally pretty green, but the Sahara spread further and further over. But that whole area, it's not close enough to the equator. It's temperate, so it's not. There are different weather patterns in the Mediterranean affecting why some parts of it are relatively dry, but it's not tropical at all. It does actually have seasons.
I mean, well, how early on did large cities develop in the Pearl River Delta, I guess, in southern China? 'Cause that's pretty tropical, right? Did they run into the same problems?
In southern China, southern China is subtropical. It's more like South Asia. And so if you're looking at the very far south there, most of those were relatively small, and if they got too big, they ended up breaking early on. They started getting bigger only much more recently. So if you look at some of the you can't go back 4,000 years in that area. The earliest cities in China are all in the north, in between the Huanghe and Yangtze rivers.
Yeah.
The further south, it's too mountainous. It's subtropical. It rains like mad. You Yueh people. There is an interesting civilization developing there, but it's more scattered across in smaller villages and towns than concentrated in large cities. Those large cities only start building up, in later antiquity and the early Middle Ages.
And so, I guess going back to the Bantu migration, it seems like originated in Cameroon, Nigeria, and among West African populations. But I imagine as the migration progressed in that fashion, people were kind of absorbed from the surrounding communities, and then, it's not like the people that ultimately migrated to like South Sudan were West African. Like, it's kind of absorbed all these people. Is more of a cultural movement.
As I understand it, some of the earliest developments actually are more in the South Sudan region, and then end up building up between the Congo and Niger valleys. So the agricultural developments are further east originally. Where a lot of the migration, where they're spreading across West Africa and then further and further south, most of those areas just wouldn't have had humans to begin with. So if there were people there, then yeah, they would have been assimilated. Just like when Indo-Europeans got to Europe, they assimilated the Neolithic populations almost everywhere, or in some cases wiped them out. Like in Denmark, they just freaking unalived them all, which is horrifying. But mostly it's just a matter of assimilating and the language changes. But in a lot of the tropical areas of Africa, there weren't populations already. I mean, human evolution is all in East Africa, not in the west or central parts of it. So as you start migrating around into different areas, people just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. So by the time the Bantu migration reached like South Africa, it's because there were some people there, right, that were kind of absorbed.
In the first south, yeah, exactly, and it's why there are totally different language families down there too. There were populations because, again, all across East Africa, so from the Sudan all the way down to South Africa, that's the early range for humanity. Where our distant ancestors all evolved in successive waves, tons of different species that eventually die out, Boise eye and all this stuff. All of that's in East Africa. But by the time the Bantu migrations get down south towards South Africa, distinct human civilizations cultures had already built up in different language families in the south. And at that point, a lot of those languages do slowly get replaced by Bantu languages. And sometimes create like hybrid forms. So some of the Bantu languages that have the clicks in South Africa, because you're linking together elements of Bantu and the Khoisan languages,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there were already people in the south, just not in Central Africa and in West Africa. There weren't when they were migrating into it initially.
And then were there people who settled Madagascar from Oceania, and then did they
Madagascar.
spread to?
Yeah.
So
Exactly. Yep.
so they spread to Did they spread to East Africa as well? To like the Somali region?
Not really. And actually, even it's not even all Madagascar. Madagascar is jointly settled, so there are peoples crossing the Indian Ocean and peoples coming across from Africa, and it blends together. Enough from the Malagasy that's the language family that took root there, but some of it is actually migration from the continent.
Mm-hmm. So Somali people have been there for a long time. Probably like the first people to inhabit the region.
Oh yeah, Emily mentions the kosa, the kosa, kosa I think is the click syllable at the beginning of that. Some of those are just so hard. Like they're really fascinating sounding languages, really distinctive. Yeah. So you're Somalia. You're asking about Somalia?
Yeah. I mean,
the population there is original. I mean, all across Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia. In many ways it's a distinct phenotype even, like the populations there have been there since antiquity, they're much more closely interrelated with other peoples in the ancient Near East and North Africa, which is one of the reasons that, for example, in like Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, you kind of have much narrower noses than you have further south from them. Like the population there is distinct in that way. They've been there for a long time. So when you go back into antiquity and there's talk about trade down further south into Africa, there were people already there.
So
they're definitely different.
Like the political organization between like Muscat and the Horn of Africa and Yemen and the Horn of, that was always a political organization with limited movements of people.
Well, all of that is much more recent anyway, too. If we're talking about like ancient population migrations, is very different from the later political organizations that spring up, and yeah, the Omanis controlling large portions of East Africa, and then the movement back and forth. Yeah, I mean, there's a connection between Southern Arabia and East Africa, both in the modern period, and the Middle Ages. There's a whole lot of movement there, but there also is like ancient movement and migration. Between East Africa and Yemen is actually one of the main avenues that humans used to leave Africa in the first place. It's weird to think about it because it seems like it would be easier for everyone to cross over through Palestine, cross the Sinai into Palestine. But a lot of people just cross that narrow strait. It's a significant way for humans to have gotten into Asia in the first place. So there's always been a connection between South Arabia and East Africa. And that population, as a consequence, is all like, genetically and historically all mixed up.
Yeah, it makes sense too because unless you followed the Nile, you'd have to go across all the desert. But yeah, it's kind of funny because then you got to go up through Arabia, which is obviously a lot of desert too.
Yeah, but portions of the stuff really originally weren't. A lot of where Egypt is, if you go back far enough, was actually quite green and lush. There's a whole bunch of places in the deserts of Egypt where it was literally a sea at some point, and you've got all kinds of like fossilized sea life and stuff. There are different reasons why it was problematic, and it's a lot more to do with things like the Sinai than Egypt itself. Portions of Egypt were actually much nicer before, but it's still difficult terrain to move through. There's a lot of mountains around. The river's no fun for ancient people to deal with. And there's a ton of wild animals all across East Africa. Originally Egypt had tons and tons of freaking lions going around attacking people, and as it dried out, that became less of a problem. But there's a reason that ancient Egypt has things like the Sekhmet myth, as a destruction goddess, like she becomes this lioness that goes around eating everybody. Because if you go back into the late Stone Age and the Neolithic period, large parts of Egypt were actually pretty green, and there was a lot of heavy wildlife in the area. But yeah, slipping straight across into Southern Arabia and then moving across Southern Arabia and then up, to where like eventually the Emirates become, and then crossing over again from there. That used to be a lot easier, and it was a little bit greener too.
Isn't Sekhmet the crocodile? Am I getting confused?
Itself, they went along the bottom edges of
Basket.
What was that?
Oh, Egyptian mythology. I thought Sekhmet was the crocodile one, and Basket was the lion.
Wrong? Sekhmet is a different thing, and Bastet is a different goddess, but totally different from Sekhmet too.
There's a lot of Egyptian mythology I need to work on. I work on a lot of Roman mythology, English.
Right, but the migration pattern is along the southern edges. It doesn't pass up through Arabia much, and where it does, it's only moving along the Hejaz. Nobody's going through the desert there at all. But
yeah, I want to go, but I'm a ginger, and we don't function in deserts for archaeology. It's just not a good idea, so they never send me to a desert.
Yeah, I think the movement out of humans mostly follows along the bottom edge of Arabia and then crosses up into Iran, across the Straits of Hormuz or whatever. But because the migration down, it's less of a migration up. Like a lot of the people who ended up in the Hejaz and later become part of the Yemeni population were originally like in Palestine. You go back into the Stone Age there, the Natufian culture migrates down along the Hejaz and establishes itself in Yemen. The Yemeni people today are actually genetically the closest to Natufian DNA, which is honestly fascinating because so many of the later waves of migration moved into Palestine and blended in with that population. But early on in that Stone Age, they started migrating farther south, finding different places, all along Western Arabia where they could establish themselves in small communities. Yeah, people didn't mostly stick around in that area at all, but humans did pass along the south as a main avenue out. I don't know. I'm rambling, I think.
It's the same region, but it's a bit of a time jump. I was wondering if you had any thoughts on the UAE supporting the RSF in Sudan and what their motivations are and how that's going to play out with respect to their relationship with the U.S.
I don't know. I've thought about that at all. Offhand, I'm not sure where to go with that. No, I'd have to chew on that.
I'm sorry.
No, sometimes I got things off the top of my head. Sometimes I just no, nothing.
Yeah. I've just been getting into Sudanese, getting a little bit into Sudanese politics recently, and obviously the support, the UAE supporting the RSF is just a big, it's a big break with the US and with the Saudi Arabia too. So and it's we're just kind of thought about with respect to the civil war there.
Yeah, Sudan has been kind of messy and really weird and hard to predict for a long time. I mean, the fact that they're one of the ones who came around and decided to normalize relations with Israel. I mean, I never expected that. I was kind of like, what the fuck? So there's it's definitely a little harder to guess where they're going. Somebody says there's a David has a question in the chat I just saw.
Yeah, thanks. Just a follow-up question. I was just thinking about what you said. So you were saying that there was some migration from some Arab countries into the Palestine region early 1900s and possibly during the British Mandate. And so my question is, if there is the migration coming in from the Arab countries, and there was what we heard like a resistance to sort of the migration against the Jewish migration. So was there any resistance to the migration from the Arab countries as well, or no?
Well, but there isn't. There isn't migration into Palestine in the 19th century. It's no more so than any other small scale movement anywhere else in the world. There's no large movement in from any Arab countries into Palestine in the 19th century. That's just made up.
I thought it was the 20th century during the British Mandate when they saw economic opportunities people were kind of migrating into Palestine.
Nope, no more so than people were moving to France. Just very very small scale stuff. No, there's not much. And the Palestine economy in the Mandate was terrible. There was no growth.
that's one of the problems of the parallel structure of it, is that nearly all of the economic development in Palestine during the British Mandate is in the Jewish economy. The Palestinian economy was shrinking throughout that whole period. Like literally shrinking. It's one of the reasons that you have outbursts of violence. Why do we have the May Day riots and the Western Wall fight and the Arab Revolt? I mean, tons of stuff. It's all building up because there are so many unemployed, landless people pouring into the towns, and they can't find any damn work because the structure of the British Mandate and the parallel Zionist economy meant that there simply weren't enough jobs available. So there was nothing to attract people from other Arab countries in any large numbers, which is why it didn't happen. It's literally a Zionist myth that happened. It's very, very small scale movements in, just like you'd see anywhere else in the world.
Their position is that from the British mandate census data from 1922 to 1946, there's 660,000 increase from non-Jewish migrants.
And I'm telling you that there's nothing accurate to that. People people disproved a lot of that shit a long time ago. The Palestinian population increase is just its normal gradual increase. There's no increase of Arab populations. They get better over time at studying and tracking the different populations, but hell, in the period just before the creation of the State of Israel, they were still mapping where different villages were. There was an active Orientalist project, Orientalists like earlier Middle East scholars, Arabists. There was a bunch of Zionist Orientalists going around actively and documenting Palestinian villages that no one had any data on because they just didn't bother studying them before that point. So a lot of the changes in census data are just a matter of people saying, oh, look, there's people here, let's include them now. It's not, when we're looking at colonial era census data anywhere in the world, it's always deeply problematic because it doesn't start with any of the modern techniques that we have. You don't start with a major data set that you can build on. You're going around, you're actively finding new peoples and figuring out, which is why it's very difficult to actually estimate. Population estimates anywhere in the world really are problematic in the 19th and 20th century. There's a lot of guesswork involved. It's why we, for example, will never know exactly how many people were lost in the Ottoman G-sides, because there's no good census data. And the Ottomans were a hell of a lot better organized than the early colonial mandates were.
Right. That makes sense. Have you heard of there's another author named Justin McCarthy. He wrote a book called The Population of Palestine, Population History and Statistics, the Late Ottoman Period and the Mandate.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So he did some data collection. But I get your point, is that back then it was quite a different exercise. And
yeah, and what I'm saying is that a lot of those kind of studies, it's back to something that somebody brought up earlier when I pointed to this, because books talking about this population movement like this one are just trash research that historians savaged. They're just not good uses of material. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So arguments about this kind of like Palestine population growth and whatnot, there's nothing actually supporting it in the actual academic consensus on Palestine. But there is some interesting ideological work and attempts to try and document things, but it's oftentimes misusing records.
Right. Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, no worries.
Can I ask something next?
Sure.
How you been, Liam?
I'm all right. I'm a little sick, so I'm not going to stay on too late tonight. But other than that, otherwise good.
Word. Okay, let me remember. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you about. I've been needing to ask you about this. Genetics and its, or like, if any correlation with race or ethnicity. Can you break that down for me? Like,
okay, there isn't a correlation. That's the first place to start with.
yeah.
The one thing that unlocking genetics in the 20th century did was it completely disproved the existence of races. There's nothing biological to them. The the way we use race and ethnicity, when people try to make them physical categories, scientific categories, they're honestly misusing the words. That's just not what they mean. A race is simply a distinct group of people, generally identified from the outside. So you can point to, that is the French race. You're defining a group of people. Ethnicities are cultural units. So peoples with a distinct identity, kind of organized internally themselves. So people who have a common language, some common traditions and whatnot, that's an ethnic group. It's not physical. It's not biological, which means it works like any other tribal identity. If you assimilate a new person, so somebody migrates into your area and they adopt your language and your religion and marry in, then they're ethnically the same thing. That's part of that ethnicity. Ethnicity isn't a single biological thing. We tend to look at the immediate effects of heredity, like passing certain traits through within families and certain features predominating in different areas, and we tend to say that is the basis of ethnicity, but that's literally not what the words mean at all. It's a colloquial. It's something we have in our languages that comes out of 19th century race science, honestly, and the invention of all these bullshit categories, and it's stuck around in a lot of popular speech. But yeah, race and ethnicity have never been physical. They're ways of defining peoples. An ethnicity is a group of people with a particular cultural identity themselves. Where you can say an ethnicity becomes a nation is when it has a political self-conception, even if it doesn't have power. So it thinks of itself as having a more defined form that wants some kind of control over its own affairs. But even if it hasn't achieved statehood, so you can talk about a Kurdish nation, even though there's no country, But ethnicity and nation are pretty similar concepts because they're both about self-definition within groups. Races are ways of segmenting the world outside and carving things up. So it's somebody says it implies competition. But not in the sense of it's similar running part. But yeah, it's a way of separating different groups of people. Distinguishing them from one another from the outside as opposed to from the inside. But they have no genetic basis at all.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. The key to all of it always is just distinct cultures, Culture, race, and nation are all kind of flexible social categories that we use. And you use them in some distinct contexts, but they are flexible social categories. Someone says, NY Big F. No, there's an autonomous region inside Iraq, but it's not a country. And then Rojava is kind of semi-autonomous within Syria. There's no independent sovereign Kurdistan state. There are Kurdish regions in several countries, but not a single state for them. A country is a state that has sovereign control of land, and a state is governing institutions. There are sub-sovereign territories, so like the Kurdish autonomous region inside Iraq is kind of a state. You can think of it as a state. It has its own distinct government, but it's not sovereign, so it's not a country. Hi, what are you doing, Miss Dog?
I got one more. With the numbers in Bangladesh, after Operation Searchlight, is the reason why they span so far apart in is it because of the census issue, like them not having reliable data as well?
I don't know. That's another one I don't know enough to comment on.
Okay.
Oh, you're falling. Poor legs. Poor bad legs. Oh, you okay? Oh, hold on. Oh. It's so hard for her to stand even. Hi, yes, you're coming over to say hello. What do you need? Do you have to go outside? You have to go pee?
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay. We're gonna try and take the dog outside. Be right back. Yeah, go. Hey.
What's his favorite topic?
You okay? Are you okay?
anything.
Oh, big city dog. Why is it big city dog? Hello. Oh, I got those treats right over here. Let me get those. How about that? You want this?
Hello, everyone.
Okay. Get your attention now. Look at that. Good for hips and joints.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Oh, you can? Okay, cool. Hi, everybody. Hi, Liam. Hi, Cheddar. Hi, Ginger. So, Liam, you have a different vibe going on tonight in your live.
Yeah, definitely.
And I heard you say you were sick. I'm sorry. I was going to compliment you on your face. You look well tonight.
Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, I feel pretty run down, actually. Here, you can watch that for me to lose.
Sorry to hear that. I heard on JBS's live that you're going to be joining him for some podcast sessions.
Yeah, we're gonna try and launch something together because our interests are so different, but good to conversations or whatever. So we're gonna take a stab at running a podcast.
That's awesome. It'll be neat to see that.
Oh, poor baby. You okay? Okay. I know. Let me help. It's so hard to watch her. She'll stand there and she's trying to like eat a treat and she's like slipping down and wants to fall over. Oh, poor baby.
Pain as well, or is she just having a hard time supporting herself?
She doesn't seem to be in pain from it, but it is a struggle for her. Okay, come here. Come here, baby. Onto this. There you go. Come on, over here. There you go. That's easier. Hi. Okay. There you go. Awesome pieces. Yeah, she just judging by her attitude, her face, everything else, she doesn't seem like she's ever really in pain. But she does fall a lot and she can't handle the stairs.
So Liam, there was a question in your chat for you that Callie Ann that I thought was a good question, and she had asked that I ask you.
Mhm.
She wanted to know how you'd rewrite history, if there were points in time where different decisions would have been made to yield different results.
Oh, so the little alternative history type stuff.
Yeah, Liam's world.
Oh gosh.
It's a good question.
Wow. Where would you even start with that? There's so many
I feel like I
places that
want
we
to change
screw up.
everything.
Yeah, we screw up a lot.
We do.
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, I'd go back to the development of private property and land during farming, which created patriarchies and caused men to be complete dicks. I would fix that shit. I'd look at the way that private property and farming, the way it created these powerful hierarchies that ultimately created states, and say fuck that. No. Let's maintain some kind of more egalitarian way of understanding things, because if you don't give somebody massive wealth, I mean, that basis in wealth created states in order to protect itself, in order to then impose will on other people, and for a long time we resisted it. Over and over and over again, in distant antiquity, people overthrew these small states and went back to smaller scale communities. But eventually, they forced it on people, and that I think was a bit of a mistake that we're still stuck with. And oh gosh, and a really good one more recently, in the because Europeans were constantly killing each other over minor religious issues, people started looking for alternatives. And one of those ended up being nationalism, creating political identities based upon those cultural units, the question about ethnicities a minute ago. And as it happens, nationalism as an idea does stop the large-scale religious wars, but it turns out to be far more violent, far more destructive to human life. So the whole homogenizing forces that it unleashes, the massive G-sides and conflicts, they thought nationalism would be a good progressive idea and a way to make things better, and it made it worse. So I would change that. What are you doing, Socrates? Socrates was licking the dog treats. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many little things that you could tweak, but I think those would be a handful of big ones that matter a lot to me. Hey.
Yeah,
I guess here's a fun one that might be a little too. I honestly I don't know if I can explain this one well enough quickly. But there's something that begins to develop with both the Zoroastrians and then what become the Abrahamic faiths that I think is sort of problematic. The sense of linear time that takes root actually brings with it a separation from the natural world and natural cycles. And you start thinking the world was created at a particular point and will be destroyed at a particular point. And all along the way, there's the rest of the stuff, but it's moving in a particular direction towards something. And what it does is if you follow those lines of thinking, it leads you into certain conclusions that eventually see in all the Abrahamic faiths a distinction between us and the rest of nature. That we are above nature, that we're masters of nature, that we control this world. And I think that sense that this world was created for humans has been vastly destructive and honestly horrifying. For most of our existence on this planet, humans have lived, in relation to natural forces. All of the earliest religions that humans developed all around the world are reflections of natural forces. But we divorce ourselves from nature with the rise of Zoroastrianism and the Abrahamic faiths in a way that I think ultimately leads to the environmental destruction of capitalism. The way that we just don't give a fuck. It's all like these animals were created for me to do whatever I want with, and I would say that if you take that back to its origins, I would change that moment, that sense of linear progress and us being above nature is really problematic. I think we would have been a lot happier people as a species if we didn't cut ourselves off from it the way that we do.
Agreed. That's such a good point. Yeah, our supremacy over everything else, or our illusion of supremacy over everything else.
Yeah, exactly. This illusion of difference and supremacy that that sets us apart from it. Yeah. Hello, Socrates. I can't even see my phone anymore. You fat ass. All I see is cat. Oh, there it is.
Is like, or you can look at me.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to him at all. It's like, you don't know what I'm talking about. Uh-oh.
I gotta drop. Thanks for another good live. I appreciate listening in. Deuces.
Yeah. It's nice to have you here.
Right. Even I didn't talk much tonight. I was spending some time reading through some stuff and listening, but that's all right.
Yeah, but you notice your Asimov.
Hey,
that was cool.
If you feel like, send me a couple topics that you're trying to do some or gather some research on, and I'll see if I can find anything. And if that's, if you like what I can produce, let me know, and I'm happy to help out with your podcast.
Yeah, that might be actually kind of fun. It's a way to contribute to it. If you join the little Discord on it, we can think, because if we start planning topics in advance for different things, then yeah, you can contribute some points. Honestly, what might be fun is because there's things that I'll know and things that Jamal will know, and they're very, very different, right? So if you're helping with some research, what you can do is you can come up with interesting thoughts, questions, topics, things like that the other person who doesn't know the individual subject can then bring up. Because I mean, honestly, I don't know what the hell to ask about MMA. So to facilitate a conversation like that, it'd be nice, if I have some points I can raise, questions I can ask, and it would keep that going, So that might be interesting.
Yeah, we don't know what we don't know, so I love looking stuff up. So yeah, if you have any topics or whatever that you're currently working on, even I'll see if I can find stuff, and we'll call it like an interview if you find what I bring to you, useful.
All right.
But
yeah, for sure.
Guys, have a good night. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Good.
Good night, Cheddar.
If someone says, "Can I hear?" I don't know if that's a question to me at all. Let's see.
Yeah, I think Kellyanne is saying she can't hear me. I sound far away. Okay. Yeah, it's just a new mic that I'm using. Okay, let me try without it.
Yeah, at times it's dropping down.
Okay, is this better?
It seems to be. Oh, you're getting an echo. You're getting me as well.
Oh. Okay, let me try this guy. Sorry, technical issues.
You cannot have this. This is not yours. This is not yours. You cannot have it.
Is this better?
Seems to be.
Okay, awesome. So Liam, I was listening to one of your older videos on YouTube, and I don't know if I got this statement correct, but if I didn't, obviously let me know. But you were saying that Christian Zionism predated Judaism, and I wasn't sure if that was true. I wasn't sure if you meant Judaism, the ethnicity, or the religion.
Neither. Christian Zionism predates Jewish Zionism.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
There's no Zionism without Judaism. Zionism only makes any sense at all once the Jewish diaspora takes root, once they're scattered from their homeland. But the idea of Jews moving back in a large scale, I mean, it has distinct origins. There are movements from parts of the Jewish world, but they're pretty minor, and they're mostly driven by other problems. So some of the Jews expelled from Spain and Portugal found their way to Palestine. But most of them ended up in North Africa or in Greece or in Amsterdam. I mean, they went all over the place. But some of them ended up in Palestine. But the idea that Jews as a whole, that they should all move back home, the first people to articulate that are in the early Protestant Reformation, long before Jews picked it up.
Okay. Okay, which brings me to my next question. Why were the Sephardim kicked out of Spain and Portugal in 1492? Were they kicked out, or did they choose to leave? Because
They were expelled, and quite violently. Well, it depends on how you want me to answer that, because the short is Christians can be assholes. The little puzzle thing that pops up every now and then. Okay, there we go. The problem ends up developing repeatedly in Europe, over and over and over again, and different countries expel them. The English expel them at one point. There's all kinds of problems that show up in different areas. And it often comes about because Catholicism blocked Christians from doing certain jobs and pushed Jews into doing it, even though they didn't want to. They ended up doing some tasks, and then they would end up, resentments would build up because they would have some access to money, and the country would need money. So then it would come down to, like, every now and then they would just, we're going to seize all your wealth and kick you out. But you would always end up having to invite them back in later, because you need somebody generating the wealth in the first place to create those loans and do the rest of that. So it happens over and over again in Europe. But it's always a matter of chasing out, it's resentment about the professional classes, basically a Jewish middle class that existed. And it was quite strong in Spain and Portugal, because in the Muslim period, Jewish, Christians, and Muslims all lived there and worked together. And the Jewish community ended up becoming relatively wealthy. But when Christians regained control over those areas, it's important that this happens in 1492 at the very end of the Reconquista, when the very last Muslim emirate finally falls to Catholic rule. The fact that Catholics still could not do a lot of these tasks, but you had a very wealthy Jewish, population there, it was a way to steal cash. Because the deal they made was, you can stay here with your stuff if you convert to Catholicism. Or if you want to stay Jews, you have to leave, but leave with nothing. Take the shirt on your back. They just got kicked out. So your choice was to leave penniless or to become Catholics. This is why a significant part of Spain's genetic inheritance today is actually Jewish. There's a lot of Jewish DNA in Spain, because so many converted and stayed. But a lot of others, they decided, well, we want to stay Jews and, not face the Inquisition or shit like that. So they just left. But they had to leave behind all their wealth. So it was a way for the state to basically steal money. That's all it really was. It's the same thing they did to Muslims later too. They about 10 years later, they made the same deal to tons of the Muslim populations in Spain and Portugal. They're like, hey, you can stay Muslim, that's cool, but leave all of your shit and go. Or you can become Catholics, which, again, a majority of them did, but some people left.
Yeah, and Eastern Europe also was that way about the Jews for very similar reasons, right?
In Eastern Europe, it's a little different. A lot of those dynamics weren't quite as old, because originally the Jewish population was very isolated. They were in their own distinct shtetls. They weren't mixed in with them at all. But as Jews begin mixing more in urban areas, and as national identities begin spreading across the 18th, 19th, and 20th century, pogroms take off. But a lot of the earlier expulsions of Jews are more in Central and Western Europe than they are in the East, because the East had a smaller population in general, and they're more scattered around, and the Jews were basically, when they're moving around in the areas, they could find areas where nobody else lived anyway and then settle there. So they didn't have all the same restrictions that they had. A lot of the restrictions on Jews and Jewish business and whatnot in Eastern Europe had more recent origin than a lot of the restrictions on them in the West. This is one of the reasons I love spanking down the Khazar bullshit, because the Ashkenazim started in Western Europe and moved gradually eastward, trying to escape the fact that the Western Europeans were being such shit stains to them. And And as they moved further east, there was tons of open area still. But as that population grew and there's more and more Jews plus other people, and then the national identities grow, and next thing you know, all the same pogroms are happening, and it got even more violent than it was in the West. In the West, it was more like, give me all your money, and that's enough. But in Eastern Europe, it got to be tons of race riots and slaughters. But the time scale on both is quite different.
Mm-hmm. It's so hard to think of, why just one people were persecuted so much for centuries all over the world.
It's not one people. It's always populations that are very different, because the Roma were persecuted consistently for the entire time they've been in Europe.
Yeah,
and it's the same basic reason they refuse fully to assimilate. They'll only partially assimilate. It's the same deal with the Jews. The Jews will partially assimilate, but they refuse to blend completely into the surrounding culture. And that distinctiveness gets, people's little xenophobic bullshit going,
Yeah, it gets under their skin.
Exactly.
Like, how are we not good enough that you're going to assimilate to be
Right.
like us?
Yeah, why do you want to live right next to me and be so bloody different? People are some people are scandalized by difference. It's a basic neurological issue, honestly. Some humans are more naturally interested in the strange and new and different and in innovating, and others are really much more comfortable with things that are just like the way it always was, just like people just like them. They're a bit more closed off. And when that latter idea becomes politically significant, when you have power behind that, it tends to lash out violently towards any group that's different. And that does tend to make the Jews. A lot of far rightists do this. They're always saying, like, why were the Jews kicked out of so many countries? It must be they're doing something wrong. And the problem is, no, it's just that there are assholes who don't like people who are different, and Jews refuse to become Christians. Mostly. But it's that there's a difference, that they want to practice Judaism and keep kosher and everything else. It stood out, and people were resentful of that difference. But exactly the same thing happens with the Roma. They don't stand out as much in histories and discussions because their population is much smaller, and in some ways the racism is worse. People don't want to acknowledge it at all. I mean, the Germans even denied that they were specifically targeted during the show-off for decades afterwards. They just didn't want to deal with it. They wanted people to think, well, no, the only reason we went after them is because, they're all criminals, right? It's literally the same prejudice, It's still hard for a lot of Europeans to deal with that. I actually dated a Bulgarian gal for a while, and one of the things that broke that interaction, that made it harder, was that, holy shit, she had some racist ideas about the Roma. It was culturally normal.
So how would you explain groups like, say, the Amish in Midwestern America?
They mostly moved into isolated areas where they weren't around other people. The populations were always relatively small, and they found ways to actually interact with the surrounding communities and produce goods and whatnot for them, which is what they still do. They still produce tons and tons of craft goods and whatnot for different peoples around them. But it's more, again, they just moved into isolated areas and nothing mattered. It's one of the reasons that the Ashkenazim ended up being so concentrated in Eastern Europe in the first place, is that originally the population of that area is pretty small. There was a lot of wide open area. So they could go and not be a problem for people. If you ended up moving into, like, I don't know, Lancaster County or whatever, and building huge cities around, I mean, yeah, there'd be a bit more of a problem. But no one's trying to build right on top of where they are. And if you do, they'll just move. They'll just pick up and move to another rural area because they consciously live in rural areas. So they're in, like, Western Pennsylvania, Northern New York, places where most people just don't live. I mean, where one of my exes lives in Northern New York, like, there's 5 counties. It's stretching across a huge part of the state, and the population's about the size of the city of Long Beach. It's tiny. So the population density is incredibly low. So a few Amish around, who the hell cares?
Yeah, it doesn't trigger people around them.
Right. It's when the Jews move into your neighborhood that they're a problem, then you get the whole oh shit, there goes the neighborhood kind of thing, and then people freak out. So it's one of the reasons a lot of the violence gets much worse in the 19th century is that many Jews were trying consciously to assimilate and moving into cities and interacting with people more, and then their differences were like suddenly in your face, like, oh, there's Jews here now. Where if they're just living off in a small village in the middle of nowhere and they're not even citizens and no one interacts with them, nobody cared.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For several centuries, the Ashkenazim did pretty well in Eastern Europe, and that's why their population got so big, because there was no one to mess with them. But that changed.
So this is probably a much bigger question, and I understand the magnitude of it, but I'm gonna ask it anyway, and you could either break it down or maybe you might suggest that we do a full live about it. But I was wondering if you could speak on Zionism from the Palestinian/Arab perspective, like in the 1870s through the 1890s. What did it look like for them?
You mean just in the sense of people moving into the area and settling there and all that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely something that you could build into a larger kind of conversation, but honestly, in some ways, you can break it down relatively easily.
Okay.
Because for the most part, early on, it didn't really matter much. Getting back to a question somebody else brought up earlier about populations migrating in, peoples have literally always moved into that area, just like humans have always moved everywhere else. There's always been population movements. And where it's located, it means that it tends to attract, rather a lot of that. It's on a crossroads. So there had been populations moving around. There were some Sudanese that settled there in the 19th century. There were some Bosnians that were settled there. There's all kinds of peoples moving around all the time. So initially, who cares if a few more Jews showed up? Like, it didn't matter at all. The thing that made it problematic was that Jews were purchasing land from absentee landowners, and in the process coming to harm economically the people that they were living near. So initially, it's not as bad even with the landowners, because they were like, well, you already live here, cool, we own your land now, but you can still work for us and we'll make some kind of common shared future. And there's a little resentment that comes from that, but not as much as if you walk in and say, hi, I own your land now, get the fuck out, which started happening, by the time you get into the teens and 20s. But earlier on, it wasn't a big part of the process. It was, we tend to forget that the first two waves of migration, so from, you're looking 1882, you get all the way up until the point of the British Mandate beginning. The total population in World War I of Zionists is 25,000. Out of 80,000 Jews, 25,000 were Zionists in 1914. And that's from two full waves, decades of people moving in. It's 30 years worth of migration, 25,000 people total. So it's not a big deal. For the most part, Palestinians didn't care. Now, there are some things that, the first recorded stabbing attack that I've ever seen against a Zionist was actually in the 1870s, before even the first Aliyah begins. So because people started to trickle in, So there's always people that can piss somebody off and a fight that can break out, but there's no kind of systematic resentments until the time of the British Mandate. The first significant pushback is really the May Day riots in 22. And a lot of that is tied to the structure of the British Mandate, which on paper argued that Jews will be a significant player here, and that we're they can build a national home in the same territory, and they opened up much larger scale migration, and that fact tied to a specifically imperial colonial project. If it was just Jews migrating in on their own, less of a big deal than Jews are migrating in while an European power is colonizing and controlling the land, because then the Jews get identified with the colonizer. It's similar to the way that anti-Semitism took off in the Maghreb, because when the French took over in Algeria, French Jewish missionaries went to the Jewish communities of Algeria and started teaching them French, and they started getting all the good jobs. And now, because they're working with the colonizer, Algerians started thinking that their Jewish Algerian neighbors were somehow traitors to them, that they were abandoning their own Algerian identity. What they would have called it Algerian at the time, but like they were all like speakers of like Berber and Arabic languages. They all dressed the same way, ate the same foods, whatnot. They just had different religious practices. But suddenly the Jewish population was working with a colonizer, and that opened up the door to all kinds of prejudices. The same thing that happened in Algeria is what's going on in Palestine. Because of the British mandate and the way that the Zionist community is tied to it, that creates massive political resentments.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Okay, in before 1948, what role did the Hashemite kingdom play in the Zionist project taking over quickly? Other than that they had to deal with them, and they promised peace and that they wouldn't join the other Arab leagues should they attack. Other than that, could they have played a different role in supporting the Palestinian cause at the time?
Oh, well, no. In that way, they couldn't have. Just structurally, they couldn't have played a better role because they very distinctly wanted to avoid being a Palestinian national state. They were trying not to organize as a nation state. The monarchy has a Hijazi origin, and the populations in Jordan are split. Like the Northern Arabian populations and the populations living closer to the Jordan had nothing in common. What they were trying to do was use the symbols of the monarchy and the political elements to build their identity, and not building it around an ethnic one, because otherwise it would be Palestinian essentially. Because the population on the east bank of the Jordan is the same as the population in the west. It's all descended from Canaanites. It's the same people. So that would have been. They didn't want a Palestinian nationalist movement in the area, so they were consciously trying to suppress it. Which is one of the reasons that colluding with the Zionists makes a certain amount of sense, because there's far larger Palestinian population in the greener parts of the West. And if that population starts to develop a distinct national identity, then they're a threat to the Hashemite monarchy itself. They could topple it and create a distinct nation state in the area. And they don't want that. So they're essentially colluding with the Zionists to protect themselves and to protect the structure of that monarchy.
What about Egypt? Same question for Egypt.
Egypt is a sort of a different issue because it doesn't really have to deal with the Palestinian identity part. It really, honestly, wouldn't have cared much if not for a lot of the attacks on Palestinians by the Zionist militias in the period before the 48 war breaks out, which incensed a lot of ordinary people. Honestly, there's a bunch of completely untrained Muslim Brotherhood volunteers that go and fight in 48, and they, for the most part, fight better than the Egyptian army did, because the Egyptian army didn't really care much. It wasn't really invested in this. And the state really didn't care about the Palestinians at all. They were fighting more for their own chunks of land. They were all trying to divide that territory up among themselves. Had the Arab states somehow won, which they realistically had no chance of doing, but had they done so, then a portion of southern Palestine would probably be attached to the Sinai today.
But wasn't Nasser considered at the time a beacon of Arab nationalism? Didn't he see
Nasser,
the Palestinians as people to protect?
Nasser wasn't in power. In the 1948 war, it was still the monarchy.
Right. But when he was,
Nasser's approach to the Palestinians is itself a little bit problematic, because so this gets back to the origins of the PLO. The PLO was actually created as a Nasserist entity as a way to neuter Palestinian nationalism. We tend to think of it as the beginnings of the big national movement, but honestly it was intended to constrain it and stop them from fighting back, so you could subordinate the Palestinian cause to the cause of Arab unity and the creation of an Arab superstate. That was his goal. So Arab unity first, then you can deal with the Palestinian issue. But it never would have been about Palestinian nationalism at all. It was just a way of trying to control that basically piggybacking on people's sympathy for the Palestinians by tying it to his larger project of Arab unity.
Oh, so he had a much bigger plan.
Yeah, and it honestly had nothing to do with supporting Palestinians at all. I mean, they were honestly, all the way through the 1960s, Egypt is consciously trying to subvert Palestinian nationalism and weaken it.
Wow.
It's not really until the 1970s that things turn around and the Arab states start gradually cozying up to Palestinians as a distinct national group. Before that point, they're just trying to use it for their own cynical purposes.
So what changed?
The fact that they got their asses kicked repeatedly by Israel. So they just gave up. They had no interest anymore. The Rabat Declaration in 1974 is basically an admission that there's no way they can dislodge this. They want nothing to do with it anymore. And as far as they're concerned at this point, fuck it. If the Palestinians can free any land for themselves, then they can have it. That's literally all it's saying, because initially everyone's claiming that territory for themselves. It's why Jordan is the only, so the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan is the only Arab League member not to sign on to the Rabat Declaration, because they still wanted that land for themselves. But all the other members were united in saying, you know what, we're not going to try and take any of this land for ourselves. It's no longer our fight. Let the Palestinians fight for their own land. But it's just a matter of recognizing the geopolitical realities that they had lost in 48, in 56, in 67, in 70, in 73, like over and over and over again. And no one wanted to deal with that anymore.
So, Liam, if they didn't care at all at that point, why are there so many Palestinian refugees till today in Syria and in Lebanon? I mean, in Jordan, they gave them Jordanian citizenship. But
Jordan's the only one that did that. And Jordan only did that because it annexed the West Bank after the 48 fight. It's the only reason they have that at all. It's because the West Bank was legally part of Jordan between 1948 and 1994. Otherwise, they wouldn't have. None of the other Arab states gave citizenship, and many of them had a lot of distinctly discriminatory rules preventing them from tons of occupations, restricting them into certain areas. They all used them as bargaining chips. None of them really cared about the issue. They were just trying to exploit it. The population in many of those Arab states, they genuinely cared. The governments did not. The governments were quite cynical about the whole thing.
that's so disgusting.
Well, it's geopolitics. All governments are disgusting. You can find this shit anywhere in the world. It's basic power relations. At the end of the day, they care a lot more about the relation to the imperialist powers, the economic development in their areas, avoiding, being sucked into big wars. They have all kinds of other concerns, and they're trying to build up their own states in the wake of European colonialism. Caring about some kind of foreign issue like that just isn't that important in a lot of ways. When governments do get involved in foreign conflicts, it's always for their own reasons. There's no true altruism in those kind of interventions. There's always some kind of agenda. It can coincide with good reasons. So sometimes, I don't know, hell, World War II, great, took out the Yazidis, but that wasn't the point, really. No one got into it because of the way they were treating Jews. No one gave a shit about the way they were treating Jews. It just didn't matter. No one cared about that. But it kind of coincides with toppling that, and so we can think, oh yeah, great war. But honestly, governments always get involved in conflicts for some kind of internal selfish reason. You can find that in every conflict everywhere. The Palestinians just were not a consideration for the most part. The only time you got any serious effort to protect Palestinians as people is really in 48. And it's a lot of these volunteer groups trying to protect individual villages, but their government's reasons for sending them were still pretty selfish and looking for territory and control for themselves. But there was at least an effort in 48, especially among the Iraqis. They fought harder than most in portions of the Galil. And to some degree, the Lebanese, although they didn't do a whole lot. There's a few contingents that actually did try to protect some villages and did try to protect some Palestinians. But the governments that sent them at the time, it wasn't about the Palestinians really at all.
Well, and plus a lot of them were volunteer fighters from what I've been reading.
Yeah, most of them were. I mean, a significant part of the Egyptian contingent were volunteers. The Saudi contingent were volunteers. The Iraqis were volunteers. I mean, yeah, they're not governments going to war. Most of these governments didn't have effective militaries. The only one with a remotely professional military at the time was Jordan. And even its officers were still British. They literally had commissioned British officers leading Jordanian troops because they didn't have enough of an officer corps yet. But they had a much more advanced military structure at the time. They'd adopted more of the techniques. They had more of the equipment because Jordan is essentially a British proxy. It's a client state in the area. So their military was arming it. But none of the other Arab states had a professional military. The Zionist paramilitaries actually outnumbered all of the Arab armies combined, which is one of the reasons the war turned out the way it did.
I mean, so they literally have no one that's gonna help them.
Historically, they haven't.
Ever.
It's still, there are people that talk up more about it now, but it still usually has something to do with their internal politics. Oftentimes the governments are responding to popular pressure and people inside the country saying you should care more about this. But the governments of the region for many decades now would far have preferred a peaceful deal and to be able to interact with the Israeli economy than actually maintaining any kind of conflict. The main reason the conflict exists is because of the internal politics in those countries, and that it's very difficult to push back against massive popular support for Palestinians. The places that have managed to normalize had less of a active push internally. It wouldn't have complicated. It wouldn't complicate their internal politics as much, or they just forced it on people because of other circumstances. Like Egypt got away with it because Egypt got its ass kicked 5 times in a row. No one really wanted more wars, but even so, the peace deal was so unpopular it contributed to Sadat being unalived. It is still problematic to do, but there was at least a lot. It was easier to swallow because they just a lot of people knew people who had been unalived in these conflicts and they didn't want them to continue forever, so they could at least swallow it. But yeah, it's the relations to the Palestinians all around the Arab world always have something to do with the particular internal politics in those countries. So they're all different. They all have different reasons for supporting or not supporting the Palestinians, and for that changing at different times. And you have to look at those specific regions, those specific reasons, in those countries. There's no general principle you can point to. So for any individual, and we could talk about it, but there's no broader thing. No one really was in it for the Palestinians themselves, like at any point, which is kind of sad.
Yeah, it is. In your opinion, if Israel could expand into Gaza and beyond, do you feel they would?
I think realistically, the only places they would still care to take, obviously, they never want to let go of the Strip or the West Bank. But I think the only places beyond that are even remotely possible is southern Lebanon up to the Litani River, and possibly parts of western Jordan, but even there's no real support for that. It's sometimes talked about as a weird fantasy, but it doesn't make sense anymore. I think the only part that anybody really cares about a little bit romantically and just geographically, politically, environmentally, southern Lebanon and the occupied territories are the only things that they really still care about. But I don't know that they would really. They would. It's always a threat. It's definitely a possibility of another conflict opening up in the north right now, and they held that land for 18 years before they finally gave it up. So that could have been another one of these permanent occupations, and we just narrowly avoided that. So there's enough. Want to go back, I guess.
So southern Lebanon for resources and quote unquote buffer zone to protect themselves, but Gaza and West Bank for ethnic cleansing, for purifying the area.
Sort of, yeah. There's a romantic attachment to the total land, and honestly, again, that southern part of Lebanon is historically more tightly connected to the ancient history of the area. So they do often feel it in a romantic, ancient, historical sense, as well as in a kind of basic ecological type sense. There are many ancient references to ancient borders of the mythical unified monarchy that take it up to the Lusitania. So it fits that way,
Yeah.
It's a part of their imaginary.
Yeah. I get it. Well, I don't want to hog my space up here. But thank you for answering my questions. I will mute.
Yeah, hopefully that helped enough in terms of the Palestinian view of Zionism and the Arab states. Yeah, but again, it's something we could definitely plan a whole day around, or a podcast episode, or something else around.
Yeah, I would love that. Kind of like how you deconstructed Zionism over what? It was like an 8-hour live. But yeah, from the Palestinian/Arab point of view, that would be really, really interesting.
Yeah, we could walk through the history of settlement and some of the different interactions and how people responded at different times. Because a lot of people really they play that in very different ways. And there are some people that are like, oh yeah, we totally welcomed every single person, and they downplay any violence opposed to it. And other people want to say, no, they hated us from the start and they attacked us. And the truth is much more in the middle. It's much more complex. There's a lot of just human variables.
Yeah, and I can understand that, but I wonder if they feel like, oh, we accepted them in comparison to what they escaped. Like, is that what they were trying? And I agree with you. It's probably somewhere in the middle.
Most of the early waves of settlement, people didn't know what they were getting away from, and it's long, long before the Shoah. So people are migrating in 1920. Most Palestinians have no idea how Jews are treated in Europe. And you're not in the middle of a war, so it doesn't. There's a ton of pogroms in Eastern Europe that are driving people out, but I don't think Palestinians were mostly aware of that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's not like we had really good satellite TV stations yet. No one's, what are the information sources they would have access to?
Or TikTok lives, yeah.
Exactly.
No, that makes sense.
How the hell did they know what happened in Odessa in 1856? They don't know.
Yeah.
It just, but it drove a bunch of people out. So.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but you probably have. It sounds like we might be losing TikTok altogether. So.
Yeah, I would be surprised, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, we'll find out. But if so, it'll just mean maybe, I don't know, like Clapper is another one there. I mean, the only reason I stopped re-uploading there is it got to be a pain in the butt because their maximum length is 3 minutes, and a lot of my short videos are longer than 3, so it got hard to choose, to remember which ones I could put up and which ones I couldn't. But maybe it'll expand and, take on some of the same features, and Clapper will just replace this. Who knows?
Exactly. Yeah, we'll find other ways. No
it's not
biggie.
the same basic format.
Right. All right, I'll mute. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no worries. Oh gosh, it's already 21. I should start winding down actually. We got a few more people that popped up, so we'll get a few more questions, but we should probably wind down after the last 3 folks' questions, I guess.
Hi, Liam.
Howdy.
How are you? I'm always fascinated by your analysis of geopolitics in the Middle East. You always say what I always believed in. A lot of the Arab listeners to you do not understand how these Arab countries in the Middle East, they don't understand how these artificial countries and borders were created at some point post World War I. They don't understand that actually people who lived in this area were nobody was saying, I'm Iraqi, I'm Palestinian, I'm Jordanian. Nobody said that. That is very recent in history. Yeah. There's no Palestinian identity like there is no Iraqi identity. People were affiliating by tribal ways, like Northern Arabia with Euphrates area in Iraq and Syria were just tribes, and they would have alliances and fight together or raid areas together or whatever, have any conflicts or alliances based on tribal
For those areas. It's not really fair to refer to most of the Eastern Arab world as
as
I'm
tribal in the
talking about
sense
the
that.
area surrounding Palestine, actually, if
But yeah,
anything.
so it wouldn't actually include Palestine, Syria, or Iraq in that kind of organization. In those areas,
Euphrates
what people
area in
tend
Iraq was pretty much like that.
they they had regional identities and regional loyalties, but
Yes, because they were big
it was
tribes.
based around towns and the notable families in towns, not tribes and raiders and whatnot. I mean, that's so you're looking into like pastoral areas, desert areas. You go further and further away. You've got that, but
West
Iraq
of Euphrates, most
Iraq was tons and tons of towns. Like Palestine was tons of towns. Syria was tons of towns. So they had a much more organized urban life, and people tended to organize around particular regional identities. Not they wouldn't be nation state identities or national identities yet, but there's at least a germ of that in those kind of regional identities.
What I'm trying to say is the area of southern Jordan and southwest of Euphrates in Iraq and northern Saudi Arabia nowadays are just we're more acting based on tribal
Completely.
alliances.
Yeah, historic Mesopotamia completely. The western part of Iraq has nothing to do with most of the history of Mesopotamia. All the urban areas is closer to the two rivers, but when the British drew the border, they tacked on a chunk of the desert, and then you get the same thing. Like there's a chunk of the Syrian desert, there's a chunk of desert tacked on there, and then in Jordan, like they all have chunks of desert land where people historically didn't have those towns and those urban environments.
I believe historically that the area of between Iraq and the Levant region should be divided to two main countries. And if you want to add by superpowers in the world, you want to add another entity, that should be Israel. Because Syria is, I don't understand till now why, apart from Catholic Christianity, why would there be a Lebanon nowadays?
That was created specifically because of France, yeah.
Exactly, right? Otherwise, why is Lebanon should have any sovereignty in front of?
Well, yeah, the Syria, Lebanon,
or I mean, when it was created in the
state, there would have been a single Levantine state, and it actually probably would have included the Mosul region of Iraq.
Yeah,
because if you look at cultural
identities, I agree completely.
From the Mosul region of Iraq, stretch along the Euphrates across
same food,
and all down Syria. That kind of like it's like I don't know, like that'd be a country.
Anywhere west of Mosul and west of it, everyone was similar to Halab, to Damascus, to and that includes parts of Palestine and Lebanon. These people ate the same food, spoke the same accents. At some point, their accents actually were closer together than nowadays because they started assimilating with other regions. I'm sorry?
Yeah, much closer. Yeah, broken down in some ways because there's always linguistic drift before like modern media, but not. But yeah, the introduction of French and English and whatnot, it does start to change a lot of the spoken languages.
Yeah, and therefore, when after World War I, when these countries were created by after Sykes-Picot and by the Brits and French, now we should have. National identity, and we should which is something I believe that having a Palestinian identity actually did a big disservice to the whole cause of these areas should have been ruled by the countries around them. Like Jordan should have kept West Bank if it could, should have made some kind of peace with Israel and got out of this problem. Otherwise, you keep losing land, you keep Palestinians keep getting killed. Since that conflict started, Israel only grew bigger, Palestinians only had more suffering. I don't believe this is going to be solved anytime soon or even in the remote future. That I believe that the mentality of Arabs that we're going to have to throw them all in the sea. And nowadays I hear people say, including yourself actually, talking about one country solution, one state solution. That's not going to happen because Israelis are the, if it was in 1948 where Israel should have been the weakest in its history, it is a country that is just born, and their troops were 25,000, and all Arab states availed only 15,000. Badly,
At the beginning,
armed troops.
in 48, they had 63,000.
Again, what I understand is there was almost like 2-to-1 kind of imbalance between the two fighting parties. So plus the difference in the quality and the of training and arms. So I don't see, like, it is just public propaganda by Arab governments at the time, just say that, hey, we're going to do what we should do. We all know that we're going to lose, but hey, we cannot take public pressure. We got to do something about it. Nobody wanted really to have a real solution for the people of Palestine, and up till nowadays we keep banging our head against the wall. We have to wipe that superpower, which is well more developed and organized and much more supported by superpowers in the world, and we have to, like, I hear a lot of lives on TikTok and other places, Palestinian lives who are complaining about Arabs forgetting about the Palestinian cause or Palestinian sufferings. Like they, I don't know. Do you see that people around Palestine are living a bit, apart from the past 5 months? Do you think that people in Iraq and Syria are living better than Gaza? Were living better than Gaza? And again, if Gaza, when it's stable.
No, yeah, it depends on where you are. For most of them, kind of, yeah, because when things were stable in the Strip, 90% of people did not have safe drinking water. It's still always It's still always been problematic.
You know that Jordanians, in so many points, for example, they in winter they used to shower once a week or twice a week in summer because of the lack of water. Drinking water is very hard to get. The whole area has a lot of drought. So that is not something that is only related to Israel. The whole area is underdeveloped, and all resources have been wasted.
And impoverished, yeah.
Yes, all resources. So
resources, yeah.
When I'm poor, uneducated, and bullied by the dictatorship that rules me, so my am I expected to do better for a neighboring people that I have affiliation with because of religion and ethnicity and culture and stuff? Do you think I'll be able to help much? I don't think so. Not to mention that all the governments that are actually taking some kind of sides with the Palestinians against Israel nowadays are just because they're some kind of extension or proxy arms for Iran and the Russians and stuff. I don't believe anyone is doing this for the sake of the Palestinians themselves. So that makes it even more discouraging to other Arabs to take part in this.
No, sure, yeah. A lot of times it's just been about their resentment of the Western countries, the European countries, their resentment of the Iranians, whatever. Like, there's all kinds of geopolitics involved in.
Exactly. Do you think that Gulf countries are going to take sides with Hezbollah, for example? I don't believe so. With Hamas, which is in good affiliation and coordination with Hezbollah in Iran, I don't think so. This is just, I believe that the window of any possible, window of time for any possible solution for this conflict is way behind us. That should have happened in Nasser days, not nowadays.
Yeah, no, it really depends on what it would have been, because in some ways we're better positioned now to make arguments for a one-state unitary solution than we ever were before.
There's always good arguments.
And there's a lot of pressure inside Israel, desperate, looking for change. Huge. I mean, for the last 20 years, tons of Israelis have been leaving. I mean, Israel's lost about 1 million people in the last 15 years.
I'm sure that Israel is having its own struggle with this issue. I'm not saying that it's
a lot of that is because people want
want it to be normalized somehow. They don't want this kind of bullshit colonial stuff to drag on forever, which means that there's an opportunity to elevate the arguments for granting full equality and creating some kind of new state that works better for both peoples. Then,
and I'm not assuming that
people
Israelis
simply
or
don't
even
interact. And honestly, in some ways, what the settler movement did was it made a two-state division impossible.
very
But by
impossible.
placing
Correct.
so many Israelis in such close proximity with Palestinians, it actually increases the potential of it means that a one state is inevitable. The only difference is whether it will be a one state Israeli ethno state that crushes or expels the Palestinians, or it becomes a unitary democracy. And the fight has to be toward the latter. And there are increasing trends within Israel pointing in that direction. And I think the longer this stretches on, the better it'll do, because maintaining the kind of apartheid structure that they have, controlling that entire territory indefinitely, isn't possible. And the longer it stretches out, the more likely it is going to collapse more chaotically in a way that causes, I don't know, think about the way that so many of the people of European origin fled Algeria. The conflict was so horrifying, and people they weren't sure that they would be safe. So they gave up their homes and left. A lot of Jews would end up leaving because and you can already see it happening right now. Again, 1 million people gone in the last decade and a half. I mean, it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem for a lot of people. So it's going to increase pressure internally to find some other way to do this, to normalize it. And I think that's an opportunity we can build on. If we stay too cynical in terms of the possibility there, then we allow the ethno-state to continue to dominate, and ultimately that's going to lead to a very, very chaotic collapse that's going to hurt both peoples badly.
I'm assuming that a lot of Israelis, the ones that are not radical at least, are watching a lot of those videos of carpet bombing of Gaza, and they're not feeling good about it. I'm assuming they're human after all, right?
Exactly,
Nobody
yeah.
would enjoy watching that, even if it's your country winning.
Right, yeah,
I don't
exactly.
believe anyone in the right mind, unless you're sick or you're that radicalized in a way that you find killing others, the different others is okay, is actually a pleasure. I don't believe that. However, the longer the conflict is going to last, the more radical parties in each side are going to take over they're going to get the mic and start talking alone, is what I'm trying to say. So that's why I feel
it's been happening for decades. It's been slowly pushing things in more and more radical directions. But what that's been doing is creating the conditions to destroy the state. It's undermining everything. It's why people are leaving.
At no point were actually radical
Islamists. The more it undermines the entire state project for a lot of people. So it really does. The same force that makes Israel more dangerous and radical right now it's the same force that's ultimately going to force a transformation.
Exactly. Thank you. Very well said. Anyway, I just wanted to make this point. I'm always fascinated listening to you and analyzing all what happened in the 20th century in the area. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. You have a good night. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
To go off of that real quick, we also have the legal avenue that we didn't have before.
Mm-hmm. All the things that you just international support for Palestinians. The fact. I mean, did you see the protesters blocking the State of the Union? I mean, there's more and more people who really care about this than ever before, and that's going to change a lot. It's not just it's not just getting the UN involved. It's changing geopolitically. And what that's going to do is it's going to help the people in Israel who want a better future and ultimately help to discredit the most extreme forms of this. So I think there's at least some reason to be optimistic, although it's still a difficult road ahead.
Yeah, I agree. Right. And the price is really high. Yeah.
The changing legal frameworks around this, it's going to become more and more important. And honestly, God, as much as I dislike their government in so many other areas, I mean, China is a growing major power, and they've been making some pretty strongly pro-Palestinian statements lately, and that's not something they used to do at all. The more that the international community finds ways to approach this issue and talk about it, the more likely it will to push something. And while all these players, internationally are talking about a two-state solution, in the long run, people will have to face the reality that that's not possible. And that will bring everybody to the table to come up with a way to do this differently. Because dividing it up, it's never going to work physically. I mean, that was already impossible by the 1980s.
And it's more impossible now
Well,
after everything that's happened.
Much more so. Yeah, the settler population has quadrupled since then. But it was already too problematic then to really divide this up effectively. And I think that at the end of the day, those settlers will have an easier time swallowing binationality than abandoning the biblical heartland. Because at the end of the day, I'm sorry to say it to everybody, but the West Bank literally is the biblical heartland. If you are religiously Jewish, you're not giving that shit up. So that is an opportunity to actually force the creation of a real Palestine, on the same land, like the whole territory, which ultimately would open the possibility of a right of return for Palestinians. So there's the settler movement that has created so much pain may ultimately be the same exact force that destroys Israel as it currently exists and recreates it as a fully binational state.
How much of China's interest in the Palestinian cause motivated by morality, and how much is it by being anti-U.S.?
Well, it's not all anti-U.S., but none of it's motivated by the moral position, really. I mean, individual people talking, that's a whole different issue. But as far as the state's perspective, it's all about their own selfish international interests. But it's more a matter of them flexing their muscles as a power in the world. So it's not as simple as being anti-U.S., but it is a matter of them trying to be a bigger player and inserting themselves into issues. This is something that, bigger countries always want to have opinions on things. They want to be involved. They want to sit at the table. It's one of the things that the Russians resent so much about the collapse of the Soviet Union, because the Soviets had to be involved in almost everything. They were a big enough player. Russia hasn't been. China is becoming one. So it's not the moral argument for the Palestinians that they really ultimately care about. It's just useful to them to care about this issue right now. But that's an opportunity still for us. So don't celebrate the moral aspects of it, but we can exploit it. We can run with it.
You know me by now. That's how I like to think. I like to think of the morality of things. But yes, I'm still naive about power and control in governments.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's nice to. On a human level, it makes a great deal of sense. It just seldom has anything to do with geopolitics. People love, in hindsight, finding the moral arguments for things, but hell, the reason the Brits went after the slave trade wasn't moral. It was political. It was about the politics and economics of it. It was actually harming the direction toward liberal capitalism, and it was causing internal political problems for, a growing democracy. There was internal reasons for them to do it. It's not because they suddenly decided they gave a shit about West Africans. But in hindsight, it looks good, and we like to say, "Oh, look, they stopped the slave trade, yay!" And Brits love to take a victory lap over that. We stopped the slave trade, not for moral reasons, though.
Yeah. Kristen, hi. I think Kristen just came up. Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Liam, I have a question. I know sometimes I kind of come in here and change the topic, but just let me know what you think of this question. No pressure. I also have autism, and so I was just really curious to get your thoughts on that, whether and that just in whatever way you would want to answer the question, whether it's the history or just the like how that impacts society. I'm reading this book called The Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century, and just thinking about our species has survived this long because we are so creative and innovative and can think in these different ways and create tools and create, solutions to big challenges and stuff. And so, like, neurodiversity is super important to me, and I think it's really important to people in general. But I was just, because of just like listening to you for weeks now, I was just really curious to get your thoughts on the topic and what you think and how you feel you learn, or I don't know, whatever thoughts you might have.
Yeah. Okay, so just one big thought as a neurodiverse person, that's way too like open-ended. I have a hard time with those. I have a harder time with big open-ended questions because I don't really know where to go or what really makes sense. As far as just one neat thing just to think in terms of our anthropological and evolutionary origins, that diversity in thinking is a massive advantage. There's a reason that so much of this is there and never got like weeded out. If it was truly harmful as a whole, it would have, but it wasn't. There's always something that we contribute, and as long as people are moving around as groups supporting each other, then we can make up for each other's little failings here and there. So the things that create gender nonconformity, homosexuality, left-handedness, ADHD, autism, all kinds of shit, they were all actually useful in different ways as we developed. And I think that diversity is a part of our strength as a species. Where people try to crush that diversity is where the problems come in. Because you lose something. So the more we go toward a bit of openness about difference, I think the better off we are. I actually kind of, in terms of like online communities and meeting and organizing people, I actually got into some of that kind of stuff all the way back into the 90s. There, the 90s and the early aughts, there was a growing like neurodiversity community online. Actually, for a few years, I ran an old bulletin board, like in a web page, because social media didn't exist yet. And we had a little community of neurodiverse people from all around the world, as far as ways like Finland and Yemen. And that was kind of neat. It was an opportunity to like actually talk to people who were very different, who had very different learning styles, who had different stories of struggle, because, a lot of things didn't exist before. We didn't know as much about it, so people had to figure crap out for themselves. So we all had different coping mechanisms. And I think that stuff was pretty fascinating in itself. The more that we have those conversations and recognize that, humans are just weird by default. We're all just kind of different. But so many of us are obsessed with trying to fit into a norm that we have a tendency to downplay those differences. And that puts a lot of pressure on people who have a harder time doing so. So I think that we're making some good progress in that way. Oh, Bert is saying that doctors won't diagnose you. I had a similar problem going into it. When I finally went into this to speak to them, they had no criteria whatsoever for diagnosing adults. It just didn't exist. No one had figured it out yet. So what they did for me was we went through questionnaires about my childhood and based it all on memories of my childhood and then memories from my family about my childhood, and they based it all on that. That's all they could do. Today, they do actually have criteria. So, Bird, you could find a different physician. The criteria does exist for diagnosing adult autism. I have a friend who just got that because his kid was autistic, and he's like, that got him thinking. And I was like, bro, this is fucking obvious. We've always known that it's about you. Go in and find out. And he did, and because they do have the way to do it now, but not all doctors have the material for it or the expertise. So you could find somebody else that might be able to do it. But
yes, that's very true. It's a huge project to try to find the right doctors and therapists, and I've been misunderstood by doctors in the past, and it's a very uncomfortable experience. Doctors are not the most open to hearing that there might be a misunderstanding, or that, they're misunderstanding my communication style or something, you get written off pretty fast in those situations. I was just curious to know, like, your thoughts, if you're willing to share them, about like how you think you learn. Like I have hyperphantasia. I see images in my mind super clearly, and I can kind of like exist in those spaces and have lucid dreams and things. Um, but like texts and numbers, I have a very different relationship with like texts and numbers than I do with images. Um, but I was just curious because like you have like hundreds, if not thousands, of books. I'm like assuming you've like read them all, and I'm just wondering like my ability to consume information. Like I'm an experiential learner. If somebody shows me how to do it, I'll have a visual memory of it and remember. But whereas if I read a book, it's just a totally different situation for me. So I'm just curious, like, how you feel that works for you.
It sounds like we're polar opposites in that I can't see anything in my head. Only when I'm fully asleep do I have anything approximating dreams. And actually, I was told for a long time from people that any kind of cannabis products will like destroy your ability to dream, and it doesn't at all. I take CBN when I do, just when I want a good night's sleep. So not every night when I have like I have a longer period that I can sleep. So like tonight, because I don't have to get up super early for work tomorrow, then I will, and I'll get a nice 8 hours in, and I wake up and I remember, yeah, I had some cool dreams. I can think about them, and it's nice, but I can't see a damn thing. Like as a kid, it was a real struggle because you get lost in a mall or something, and you go up to somebody and they're like, I can't find my mommy, and they're like, well, what does she look like? And I'm like, she's my mommy. Like I don't fucking know. Like
Oh, wow.
the way I had to learn to start recognizing things was I had to start making lists of features in my head. So I would think, okay, she's overweight. She wears glasses. She has brown hair that she dyes. Like I would think about things. Like there's these features I could rattle off, and that would help for people. But I can't see my own mother's face in my head.
Oh, that's so interesting. That's so interesting. Yeah. Um, I'm definitely the exact opposite. Um, and then I'm curious, like, I am not currently able to really sustain a career because if I don't stay masked, like Americans seem to be particularly, and I don't find this to be the same in other cultures, but Americans seem to be particularly agitated by communication styles and differences and things. And if I don't stay perfectly masked, my difference, and I can't totally perceive how neurotypicals are seeing me. I haven't totally figured out like what is bothering them so much. Um, but whatever it is, like it's not sustainable, and it's too much energy for me to like mask all the time. People don't understand like how much effort's going in behind the scenes. And so like I've been just curious if you had thoughts around like how to explain to people, like my style of communication might be more direct, but my intent is nothing but kindness and compassion, and like I care deeply about like the difference between feedback and criticism. I don't know, I think about this kind of stuff all the time. I could like have hours and hours long conversations about social emotional things, yet somehow like I have good friends and I have good connections with them and I don't offend my friends, but somehow in a professional setting I cannot fit in. And I was just curious if you had thoughts around this and how society needs to like, I don't know, transform.
Yeah, there's for society. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a matter of individuals themselves beginning to get better at things like this, and for some of that, we just have to get better at recognizing what difference is and why it is, and that it's not necessarily threatening. It really just depends on the way people take things in. So I don't know, just contrasting two experiences I had with close, intimate relationships. In one of them, we still had a hard time getting along, but at no point did she ever find me threatening. But another relationship I had, she constantly misread what I was saying or doing as somehow threatening. But turns out that she'd had previous abusive relationships. So it really changes the dynamic, you know? It makes it hard sometimes for people to recognize where you're coming from or what you're doing if they don't recognize your style or what you mean by things. And because we communicate a little differently, think a little differently, yeah, people have to learn to accommodate. So again, in some relationships, people have put the effort in to recognize that, yes, I'm more direct. I'm going to say what I think. It doesn't mean I'm trying to hurt you in any possible way. This is just how I deal with reality. And I'm always comfortable with feedback. So one ex, she was always quite free with compliments. Like, he's very trainable. He learns, it just takes a little time. Like, you could, I got to where I had an easy time doing small talk after she got off with work and hearing about all of her stories, which naturally didn't make any damn sense to me. Or like giving compliments and things like that. I struggled to learn those things, but I did. I put the time into it, and she was willing to be patient enough and explain what she needed from me. And I learned those things. If people don't give you that leeway, if they don't give you the time, if they don't tell you what they need and then explain to you what you're doing wrong, then it's very difficult to work with that. I don't know how we can accelerate a social transformation for people to be able to really deal with that, because societies are kind of built around some kind of sameness, some kind of basic way of communicating, and that puts us at a severe disadvantage. So I've often struggled to figure out how we can, institute larger scale change. But there's been a lot of changes just in the last few decades. More and more people being aware of these differences, and I find that if I just let people know early on in interactions that I am ASD, they're going to be a little bit more tolerant because more people are at least aware that those differences aren't threatening to them. But if they see me acting in very strange ways and they don't know that, it can lead to some very uncomfortable conclusions. And I think one thing that I did that helped a little bit with masking, I'm not saying this is necessarily good or works for everybody, but what I did was I found ways to take some things that would be a bit more, I don't know, in your face weird, and shifted to things that were a little bit easier for people to ignore. Like, I'm very fidgety. My hands are going to move. I'm walking and my hands are like twisting around, and so I'm walking, but I'm not doing this. I'm not like full on in motion somewhere perseverating. And stimming and all that. I kind of redirected some of my quirks. Found ways to push them in different directions. I'm still very fidgety in many ways, but as a kid, I was bouncing off the walls. I was like really physically active, and that was very difficult for people to deal with. So I started finding ways to constrain some of that energy. So my leg bounces a lot when I'm sitting, and my hands fidget, and I have to get up and move around, but I'm not stimming in a way that really gets in people's faces, and that helped me a little bit. That combined with warning people that I'm odd, but I don't mean anything bad by it, has helped a lot. And I found that it makes some of my social relations easier with some people, especially like acquaintances, work people. Everyone that I work with, they all know I'm autistic as fuck. They all know. I make sure that they know and they work with me, and they don't mind. So they don't have the expectation that I'm going to be super sociable, that I want to go to all the events and I want to go and hang out after work. They just don't ask me. But nobody treats me as if I'm somehow a freak for not wanting to go. They don't seem to feel hurt. Where I found before, and it took me a while to recognize this, a lot of people were feeling hurt by that, and because they expected something that they weren't going to get. So giving people a better sense of what to expect has also, I think, really helped me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I would love to be able to do that. What I have found through experience is that, like, in right now, just in my personal experience, if you don't have some sort of like quote unquote brilliance or superpower, like basically that will kind of put people in a place where they're willing to put up with like oddities or the weirdness.
Yeah.
But if for some reason you're like, you know, sometimes some of us struggle for various different reasons.
Yeah.
And so if you're struggling to fit into a box, a 9 to 5 box, and you're autistic, there's really no room yet to be honest,
Mm-hmm.
because you're not useful, you're not productive, and like you're not overly productive, and so like nobody really wants to deal with you. In my personal life, yes, I definitely try to find community and accommodate myself, but in a professional situation, um, I have not been able to find a job that works well enough for me to the
Yeah.
point where I can disclose to the people around me. But hopefully one day. But yes.
I'll definitely recognize that. It gets easier if there's some things that you're really good at that make up for things that you're very bad at. And I do think people give me a lot of they give me a lot of leeway because there are some things that I'm good at, and it does make it easier for them to put up with me. So that's true. But I think that in most cases, everyone's going to have something. We just may not necessarily know what it is. There may be something that you're really good at that you don't know yet. That will give you a place to find your niche, so to speak. I mean, I think that could help, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and say that everyone does or that it's easy to do. But I tend to think that these differences, they all do give. They don't always come out to be completely negative. There's always something that that can stand out, but I don't think people. The flip side of that is I don't think that we should necessarily need to have that either, because society should be willing to deal with us regardless of whether we're productive in some particular generic way or can offer something valuable to them. They should be willing to accept and love us however the hell we are. But that's it's harder to get some people to accept that. But I think that's a better goal. I think, overall is to get people to be more tolerant and accepting and loving of the differences for their own sake, regardless of whether we are instrumentally useful to them.
No, I agree so much with everything you just said. And the point that I'm at was I just had started to realize, like, I do think that there's something that I'm going to be really good at and things that I am already good at.
Mm-hmm.
But because, like, what I was realizing was that because the sequence or the process in how I do those things is different than how a 9 to 5 job wants me to do them, like the order that I need to do things in. Um, like I get to the end goal, I can accomplish the goal and it will be really good. But if people see my process, they can't handle it.
Mm.
And so I'm wiped out before I can ever even show them that I've accomplished something really good.
Right.
And so like I'm just sort of like finding jobs to pay the bills, and I'm gonna have to like just figure it out on my own because I'm not tolerated in those spaces yet. But regardless, I agree with what you just said, and it's just a slow process, and
Yeah.
it's tough to not belong in so many spaces.
Yeah.
But I appreciate your thoughts. It's really wonderful to start being able to like ask, like, because I've never had like like growing up I didn't have adults or people older than me to ask neurodivergent questions to, so I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. I mean, they didn't know it was a thing when I was a kid. Like there was no understanding of this at all. I mean, when I was in the second grade, they thought of holding me back a year, and because I didn't behave properly in the classroom, I didn't understand the expectations. A lot of times, I couldn't focus. I was not very emotionally aware or mature. But they went and did cognitive tests on me. They did like little IQ tests and whatnot. And they looked at the results and they said, "Shit, we can't hold him back. What the fuck? Like, how does he so good at this but bad at the rest?" And what they ended up telling my mother was like, "He's just gonna have to muddle through somehow. You're just gonna figure out. He's gonna have to figure out some way to deal with this shit and to accommodate the requirements, because we can't justify holding him back, but he's going to struggle." But no one knew why or how or what to say about it. It was left mostly to me to figure out my own like compensating techniques, and it's some of them are not good, but you find a way to get by. I think that one really good sign of progress, and one thing that gives me some hope that eventually we'll get to a point where we can celebrate that diversity regardless of what people offer, is that we are getting a lot more aware of these differences, and there's a lot more study of them, and there's a lot more popular discussion. The fact that so many people who join these lives know the word neurodiversity. When I was talking about people like this, about this in the late 90s, no one else outside of us knew what the hell the word was. It's like we just made it up. But today it's pretty widespread, and I think that's a really good reason to be hopeful. So things may be a struggle still for a long time, but we're on the right track, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's just, it's pretty frightening when your livelihood and your ability to survive is like held behind this gate. And so like that's, if it wasn't for that, I would be here for just contributing to making progress. But that makes it pretty tough. But overall, like apart from that, relatively, temporary issue, I agree. We've made so much progress even in the last 5 years, and I just hope that it continues to pick up steam.
Yeah, but in the meantime, a lot of us are still going to suffer. So yeah, I feel you there.
Yeah.
I'm still learning things every single year. Like I look back at different points in my life and I'm like, who the fuck was that person? I couldn't possibly make those mistakes now, because you do learn from the different experiences, but it's very painful. There's a lot of mistakes along the way. There's all kinds of problems that come up. I have so many painful lessons that I can reflect on. The best thing I can do is say, well, because of that, at least I now know this thing. And that helps a little bit, but it doesn't mean that it isn't painful all along the way. I mean, we're still going to struggle. And until the society as a whole gets better, it can't really do much to help us either.
Yep. No, it's true. And I'm sure as the community grows and gets more communicative among itself, like I've had so many painful lessons I've had to learn the hard way, because there was no conversation going on about this stuff, and there was no mentors to kind of help you avoid some of these pitfalls that so many of us, I'm sure, have fallen into.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, God, at the end of the day, it's why I'm single. I'm single and pushing 50 because, it's hard to find somebody who really has that, the patience, who is at a good enough place in their own life where they really have the emotional energy to learn that and to work with you and to make it work out. I mean, I just keep hoping I don't know, maybe I'll get lucky and I'll click with somebody else who is also weird in the same basic ways, and then we can be tolerant towards each other. But oftentimes it just depends on whether the other person has the same capacity, that has enough patience for it. Because there's a learning process with any partner. I have to learn what she needs and expects from me. I can't. But people make assumptions. I mean, I get over and over like, well, you should just know that. I keep telling you, I don't. I don't know. I don't just know that. I can't. I don't know what you meant. You have to tell me what you want, and that's hard on a lot of people. So it's frustrating. You know, at the end of the day, it's sad. I don't want to go to sleep alone. I loved it when people were living around, you know, but it's hard to keep it going because a lot of people still really struggle to deal with those differences. They still they don't have the capacity to deal with us, and I don't know how to make that easier.
Yeah, no, I same here. I am divorced, and I who knows if I will find somebody completely a relate. And dating is exhausting, and sometimes it's just like, oh, is this even worth it? Because it's like every single person you know it's like, when do I tell them? And like there's just it's just so much work. Like, it is just so much work to take all of that on and then try to teach somebody, and it may not even work out, and that's just totally part of life, and that's
Yeah,
kind of how it works. But it is a lot of work, and it can
it
be
is.
exhausting.
And because I have to have the energy to teach them. They
Hmm.
have to have the energy to learn and the patience to learn, and then they have to teach me, and I have to be able to learn because I have to learn how to give them what they need or expect. You know, it's such a complicated process, and you kind of have to tell people at the very beginning what they're getting into, and a lot of people just don't want to deal with that either. You know, I
Hmm.
found it's at least easier to talk about earlier on, but even there, it's no guarantee that it helps.
Hmm. Hmm.
Pardon me.
Are you I think last week I tried to hop on, and I couldn't find you, and people said that you had had a migraine or something. Are you still feeling under the weather?
Oh, I'm sick, but I think for something different. But who knows? It could all be somehow related. As seasons change, it tends to mess with my allergies a bit, and that can mess my head up and all kinds of other stuff. So I don't feel the migraine, but I do feel run down and under the weather.
Hmm.
You know, and so I'm gonna get to sleep in a bit, and so I can get up and get some work done tomorrow. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
last week
I'm
for a
feeling
few
that
hours,
same
but not
way.
nearly as long.
What?
Yeah, I was on last week, but for not for nearly as long.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I was sad to have missed you because the week before that I had a migraine and I wasn't able to listen in. So I was glad to catch the live today.
Yeah, the video for last week looks a little funny. I saw it as I uploaded it to YouTube because the lighting is so odd because I just used my oil lamps to
Oh,
so I didn't have the more fluorescent lights, and so it's less light because I have a lot of I have a ton of oil lamps.
oh, I love those.
So I just had a couple of those in the room, so it was much darker. So I've just got this kind of like orange, horror movie kind of look.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. No, that's great
It
because
works well
lighting is
enough.
like one of my main sensitivities, and I
Mhm.
love, 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 love low lighting. So that sounds fantastic to me.
I am extremely light sensitive. When other people aren't around, most of the time the lights are all off.
Yeah.
I mean, I have the light on because I'm doing this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be on.
Me and my friends have a Google list that we add like restaurants and cafes to that have particularly fantastic low lighting so that we can like basically traverse the city via sensory choice. But yeah,
It's nice.
anyways, yeah, the
Yeah,
ways we accommodate ourselves.
I frustrate people inside and out in the house. Yeah, I would tend to keep it much darker. I like the fact that it's all wood panels and I don't have much light in here, so it's pretty dark inside the house. But also, I never turn on outside lights because
Hmm.
the stars and the moon are more than enough for me.
Yeah,
But people
yeah,
get to
yeah,
the house and
yeah.
like, I can't even find your steps. What are you doing? And I have to so I have to remember to turn the lights on for them or go out with a flashlight or something.
Right,
Um,
right, right. Yeah, no, exactly.
I never need it.
No, um, I totally, I'm no, I'm laughing because of what Bisan just said. I want to actually answer that comment. No, I love,
Well,
love, love the
where do
light
you
from the moon and the
live?
stars. No, so what's really interesting about that is when I started dating, and you tend to attract, right, people that are kind of like you. And so like because like the whole neurodiversity thing is still like being understood or learned about or whatever, like there would be sometimes when I would go on a date and I was the first neurodivergent person that the other person had ever like met. So they're
Over and
like
over again. Yep.
oh, we have this great connection, and I'm like, no, we're just both neurodivergent. Like 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 having the neurodivergence in
Cool.
common is fantastic, but like there's also all these other ways in which we have to be compatible also. And so it's
Yeah.
just actually more complicated than it seems. Um, and I don't know, just something that I learned through the process
Yeah,
of dating.
honestly, the on the one hand, I want to say I've never actually dated somebody who was neurodivergent, but I have in a way. They're just very different types of them. So my first wife is schizoaffective, which we didn't really know when we got together, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And she's talking to aliens, and um, got to where she's a ward of the state now. That would, but so that was an interesting way to spend my 20s and 30s. I'll tell you. But dating other people, I've met plenty of weird people. My most, a recent ex has serious PTSD, but that's completely different. That's not a neurodivergence. That's like harm from her life. I've never actually dated somebody that was weird in similar ways. So that would be that would be neat, but I've never run into it.
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. It's definitely in a huge state of flux because I've met people who are neurodivergent in interesting ways or somewhat similar to me, but there's a lot of also internalized ableism. So like I've run into that with dating also. And like to like I've been learning about neurodiversity for almost 10 years now, so like I can look at this person and I'm just like, oh, we should be friends, you are neurodivergent like I am, but like they're not there yet. Like I can see it more clearly than they can, and like if they're not, you know if they haven't quite accepted that, or don't
Yeah, for
know
sure.
necessarily all the details, that can, like we could be compatible as all get out, but if they don't know how to think about their own neurodivergence quite yet, that can really throw a wrench in things too. So it's a tough transition,
For sure.
to like kind of see all this stuff building and have a lot of hope for it, but then also like feel like things are just kind of right outside your grasp. Um, but it's honestly though just like amazing that we're even having this conversation, because that certainly wasn't a thing when I was growing up.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, for
like
sure.
I gotta always try to like look at what is happening and you know stay in that space as much as I can.
I can annoy people that way sometimes. I try to look for those silver linings all the time.
Hmm.
Because there's lots of shit we have to put up with, but it helps, I think, to be able to say, well, but it's improved in this way or in that way, or this or that is better. Sometimes it helps me with history too, because I study a lot of very depressing shit. But if you look over long spans of time, you can always see
Hmm.
massive transformations. So something never looks truly hopeless to me. Which is very useful in the Israel-Palestine case, I'll tell you, because things look super hopeless, and I'm like, no, they really don't, because if you understand that nothing stays the same, that there's always these transformations around the corner, you can recognize a lot of the signs of them. It really helps to be a bit more hopeful, I guess. So I just by habit, I always look for that.
Oh, I mean, that would be fantastic to like know like what are those signs and how do you identify those, and what, you know, that would be amazing. I mean, it's super helpful because like at the end of the day, like I'm alive now and my life is right now. So like I can't just wallow in, you know, what I'm lacking. Like you have to stay kind of, you've got to understand the whole picture and the whole context and like
Uh-oh.
you know, you want to understand how to build and continue to help things evolve, but like you also have to stay positive and like find ways to enjoy life.
Yeah, for sure. And it can be very difficult for people not to get so caught up in this and very depressed about it and everything else. You know, but it so yeah, it does help me a bit. But people sometimes don't want to look for those positive signs of something, but it's how I deal with something, at least, emotionally, psychologically. It makes it a little easier for me to keep going forward and not get caught up and depressed by things. If you can see, all is impermanent, all is in flux. Nothing stays the same, it means that no matter how fucked up something is right now, it could be better next week, and what can I do to make that happen? It helps a little
Yeah.
bit.
No, I mean, that's totally true. And I don't know, I'm a very pragmatic, like, thinker. So to me, I feel like if it helps, we should utilize. Like, yes, sounds good. Let's talk about that stuff. But, um, well, I don't want to keep you too late. If you're trying to get to bed.
This has been quite pleasant. It's certainly a nice topic to end the day on.
Yeah. Oh, and I was going to tell you too, I've been sharing that Sex at Dawn book and have gotten several people to order it. So I'm spreading the thoughts around.
Well, that's cool. Yeah, I thought they did a good job with that. I mean, some people thought it was a bit too polemical. I mean, there's some scholars who were basically angry about the way that they argued about it, but the material that they pulled together, the way that they produced the arguments, it's very convincing. So.
Yeah. Well, I haven't finished it yet, but I was super excited to start it, and the idea of just feeling like I'm owned by another person just doesn't feel quite right to me. So I probably won't ever go that far again. I mean, I'd love to have long-term, meaningful, deep relationships, but like, I don't want to have to ask somebody permission to travel to France. Like if I want to plan a trip and travel somewhere by myself, like I don't really want to ask for permission for that. Like I do want to sacrifice and like care for someone and like make people a priority in my life, but I don't necessarily always want to have to ask for permission for everything.
Yeah, I've struggled with that too. Knowing what you have to say, how do you keep? Yeah, oh gosh, the light's in the way. People keep asking again and again, but where did I put this? Oh, here we go. I think it looks a little bit different for the paperback, but I don't know where I put that. This is the one that she's talking about. So the author's at the bottom there. They changed the subtitle, I think. I think it's a longer, different subtitle when they put it in paperback edition. Anyway, it's Ryan and Jeta.
It's interesting. Even if you choose to have a different opinion, it's still really, really fascinating.
Right. Yeah. No. It can be challenging to people, but yeah. And at the end of the day, it's always personal perspectives. We don't have to agree on what is most salubrious for us. But at least understanding that there are those differences and that they are all legitimate too. That people can choose to be completely uncoupled. People can choose to be in a monogamous relationship. People can choose to live in a quad somewhere. I mean, they whatever they want. Whatever's most makes them most happy, do it. But understanding the variation and that it's normal, is helpful.
Yeah, and I just like I've been watching when I watch media, or I don't even know, like, I think I was just watching some goofy love story or something, and I'm just looking at all of this through the lens of like starting to learn from this book, and I'm like, we're just creating so much drama and so much like pain and misery for ourselves because we are going against what our natural inclinations are and like forcing ourselves into this box that we don't really belong in. Um, and I don't know, it's just sort of silly.
Yeah.
Aw, cute pup.
Yeah, if it's not good for you, then you shouldn't force yourself into that box. That's the key there. And the simple fact is we did evolve with very different types of social relations, which means that a lot of those differences are fully natural. We can, what is it? Hold on a second. Hail is okay. Now I'm even more confused, Meg. Now I get what the hail, and now okay, yeah, hail destroys roofs. I get that. I have no idea what's happening. So
I don't know what that's.
Um,
Like that's a great example of like sometimes I just need to be able to ask somebody like, "Hey, I'm neurodivergent. I think I'm misunderstanding something. Can you explain it to me?" Even that request is not yet really like people can get, especially if they're not understand or expecting it, they'll get a little flustered by that. But sorry,
Yeah.
what were you gonna
No,
say?
and this is where, as a society, we do need to grow a bit better and be more okay with people saying, "Hi, I'm not sure I understood you. Could you try that differently? Could you try to
Mm-hmm.
clarify what you meant?"
Mm-hmm.
I have found people are more and more able to do that or accepting of it, but it can be a challenge for sure still. So definitely
Well,
more to go.
and
But
if this is the case, then doesn't that have huge implications for like education? Because like if I'm put with the wrong teacher who thinks really differently than me and explains something in ways that I'm still like not registering, doesn't isn't that like a and it's got to be a huge problem. Like that puts the student as at a huge disadvantage.
it does. And at the end of the day, I think that our education system needs to be completely reworked, which is one of the reasons I like a lot of the more decentralized, destructured, unschooled, anarchist type of education. I think that the one size fits all, classroom sort of approaches and the standard approaches to pedagogy they put out there really aren't very helpful. But then pulling out people who struggle to fit that norm and throwing them into a single class of then everyone else who didn't fit, those don't help either.
Right.
It needs to be a lot more personalized to what people's needs are. And if we get better at recognizing those needs and then sorting people in a way that makes sense and steering them toward the type of pedagogy that suits their wiring.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot that needs to improve in that regard. And I think that the fact that more of us recognize these things and are talking about it now means that future generations will be able to benefit from that.
Yeah.
We will get
Well, and Alicia May says that's why there's IEPs, but like what I would like to respond with is an IEP doesn't come anywhere close to meeting the needs that I actually have. So putting a couple of band-aids on the current system so that I can like basically struggle in silence under the radar so that I'm not a problem for other people is it was absolutely brutal and like just totally demoralized me. And so I just want to like clarify as someone who went through an IEP, a 504, all of that stuff, extra resources, et cetera, et cetera. Like it doesn't come close to the school day that I needed to have as a neurodivergent person. What I need is it would be a completely different design, like Liam is talking about.
Can I ask what those are? I don't know what IEP means or 504. That none of that.
Those are just the public school system's way of creating a document that gets you like extra time on tests, or like maybe you need a note taker, so somebody is taking notes for you in
Right.
class, or
Right.
you're allowed to get notes from a fellow student. It just like it creates a document that legally the school system has to provide you with those things. However, like the ADA, the legislation we have for disabilities and stuff like 504 IEP stuff, like I hyper focus. My most favorite day at school was the day that I had in-school suspension, because for whatever reason, right? Like for whatever reason, the teacher who was in there that day just let me do my homework. And so I spent all day, I read an entire book and I did this entire art project. And I was not interrupted. It was quiet. It was perfect. Like like people don't understand, like I can work anywhere from 8 hours straight to 20 hours straight. I understand that that sounds wild to some people, but that is something that I can do without any problem. If you interrupt me every 50 minutes with a bell, I cannot focus under those circumstances. Not happening. So what happened was I would go to school and struggle through the day. Then I'd have to go home and hyper focus to get everything done. So I basically didn't sleep. And that's like not healthy or okay. And so anyways, like,
Yeah.
yes.
I totally feel you there. If I get sucked into a project, I don't notice that I need to eat. I just sit there and I just keep going and going and going.
Yep.
It's if something makes sense, I'm comfortable doing it, I'll just keep doing it.
Yep.
It's why I can get onto these things and talk for 10 hours. I just don't notice the time's going by. I forget to do everything else.
Yep. Yes, I have the same exact thing. And doing 2 subjects a day would be like my max. And so like I don't understand why there can't just be a hyper focusing room at a school and just let me go do my work. Like my brain has to be fully down the rabbit trail and fully engaged, and like then everything around me ceases to exist. I don't notice anything, I don't hear anything, but I'm also not registering my body signals. So again, then I don't eat. So there are things you have to balance, but like if I'm going to be at my best doing my best work, there has to be space and time for me to hyper focus. And if school does not allow me to do that, then I am hurting. I am hurting very badly.
Yeah, that was the biggest challenges for me as a kid was all the noise, all the people, everything going on, and just not being able to understand what the fuck is happening. And not only did I have to deal with all the noise and all the other kids at school, my mother ran a child care center out of the house.
Ooh.
So I finished the school day, I got home, and there was still another 13 kids running around that I had to put up with. So there was never any quiet. And my mother was one of those people that has lights on in all the rooms of the house and a television on in every room in the house because she can't stand silence. And I'm like, like when I was young, it's fascinating now to think about it because I have a humongous record collection now. I love all styles of music now, but I didn't like any music at all as a kid because I just couldn't deal with the sound. Like sound was so disconcerting. There was so much going on. There's so many all the lights and the sounds and everything. I just wanted leave me alone. So, but I think being forced into an environment that never gave me any peace. One of the ways that I found to survive was finding different ways to process the sounds. At least I could never get past all the physical distractions, all the light and everything else. But I learned to appreciate noise, I guess, and find patterns in it. And by finding patterns in just all the chaos of random noise, I just learned to appreciate, all kinds of like musical art forms and whatnot. But it was hard going. It was a very, very difficult, my first decade is just horrible that way, like constantly confused and just internally screaming, why won't everyone shut the fuck up? And my family's, I have a very loud ass Sicilian family, and they just never shut the fuck up.
Yes, I do not understand the people with like, because my mom's the same way. All the lights are on, like noise, and I'm totally the opposite. I'll walk around with a little candle and never turn a light on ever.
I'm sorry,
I would follow her around turning lights off, and she's always turning them back on. Flip.
Dr. Liam, I don't see Erica or the people like checking on you. So I just want to ask you real quick. Did you take a water break? Do you have did you have
Oh,
waters?
pardon me. No, I did. When the cacao ran down a while ago, I haven't gotten anything else, but
Okay.
I'm probably just gonna wind down and stop in a moment anyway.
Oh,
So
and well, I'm not asking you to stop. I'm just asking
no,
if you're well hydrated because I care about you.
yeah, I mean, not really. I do need to get something, but I was
Yeah.
stuff like, do I want to go and get a drink and then come back and then I'm
Yeah.
sucked into a long
Maybe,
thing, or do I want to use it as an excuse to wind down?
okay. Well, do you think this would be a good time to like get you some water and then come back?
If people really have something they still want to talk about, then sure. But otherwise, I was kind of comfortable like winding down on Kristen's topic.
Okay. All
And
right.
just ending, and then I can just go and get some sleep. And do my
Okay.
work tomorrow because I want to try and write a bunch tomorrow. So I gotta be able to get up and focus and sit here and.
Okay. Well, Dr. Liam, I'm concerned about your hydration. I know I'm dehydrated. So I gotta ask you if you're hydrated. Because I'm more
No,
concerned
no,
about your hydration than my
I
own.
definitely need some
So
water.
yeah. So, if you need to get a glass of water or, hydrate yourself, I just wanna check in to remind you, to get a little H2O. That's
Thank you.
all.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. This is an interesting topic to wind down on. It does get me like, I don't know, thinking. And I guess just kind of reminding me that I got to get better at some of this stuff. At some point, I don't know. I gotta hope I get lucky. And get better. A bit of both. Keep putting work into it, but still find somebody who wants to do the work with me. Because I was really, really hopeful in the last two major relationships I had that they would work, and they didn't. I got a bit of time with both, but in both cases, I was hoping, okay, this is great. I'm comfortable here. I like this person. I want this to be the rest of my life, and it wasn't. And just starting over all the time is so difficult because there are so many things involved in getting to know somebody, and so much of it is just not. It's not a natural organic process. You really have to put a lot of thought into it and trying to study people and figure things out because you can't count on just recognizing or knowing what somebody wants or expects. It's such a struggle, but I do need to eventually get back out there and try again.
It's a lot of work, and I definitely relate with that sentiment 1,000%. And I have just found myself, especially in the last few weeks, craving third spaces. And because even to make friends right now is it's completely all intentional effort. Like I just want to go down the street to some place with a fire and like, meet you, you know, meet somebody who's like an expert, you or someone like you, and like sit around, chit chat, meet people from the neighborhood, and like build just natural relationships over time. And I just don't know how to find that. And I
We
like
need a neurodivergent commune somewhere.
yeah, well, we definitely need that. That's long-term goals.
Yeah, like put all the weirdos here. Like all weirdos go here. And then we can sort all our shit out.
All the weirdos and the adjacent weirdos who are like, I mean, the spectrum is huge. People also don't understand how big the spectrum is, or just even like the significance of how you are very aphantasia and I'm hyperphantasia. Like those kinds of differences are really, really important to understand. And I certainly like barely understand it yet, but like in general, people don't understand how massive the spectrum really is.
Yeah, the pictures thing is always it's always been frustrating for me. It's not being able to see anything, not being able to draw anything. Like the visual stuff is so difficult. But I I never had to study for a spelling test in my life. I see the word, I just know it. And it's easy. If I read it, it's gonna stick.
Wow, that's amazing. Like
I
earlier when you said when you got lost in the mall,
mhm,
like what ran through my head was I've never been lost. Like I
mhm.
don't get lost. Like I can travel to the other side of the world and like my visual memory just creates a map in my head and I know where I'm going.
Oh, now that's interesting. I do have a good sense of spatial relations, but I
Hmm.
have to study a visual map before. So if I study a physical map, like from the top, like I never use the navigation features on these phones. It never tells me directions. I look at the map. If I look at the
Hmm.
map, I know how to get there immediately,
Hmm. Hmm.
and the directions will all stick in my head, but I can't see it. But I still,
Mm.
it still works. The spatial part is easy. Getting lost, I mean, like losing my mother, like lost in terms of a crowd, in terms of
Hmm.
people. I don't know where this person is I'm supposed to be, but I would always know where I am in the building. I just don't know
Hmm.
where mother
Hmm.
is.
Hmm. Hmm.
People I can lose very easily, but I'm one of those people that like you can spin me around and I will point north.
Okay.
I have really good dead reckoning.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm always everyone's navigator.
Okay. Yeah, no, I usually am as well. And like when people are like, no, no, it's this way, I'm like, okay, well, I guess we can go in the wrong direction because I know it's definitely the other way.
Right.
But
Yep.
like people don't always want to take they don't
Yeah.
always
Yeah.
listen.
Exactly. But yeah, it's so spatial orientation. Yeah, that's easy. I do the same thing. The fact that I walk around the house in the dark all the time, I still know where things are. Even among my mess, I'll tend to remember where I put something down.
Hmm.
I know where the books are once I put them in place.
Hmm.
Um, but um, but yeah, we're still definitely the opposite in terms of what we can see. For God, I more or less taught myself how to read in the first place, and I did a lot of it by really weird shit. Like I sat there reading the Oxford English Dictionary, and if you read the stuff that way, and if it sticks, then yeah, fuck, of course I know all these different words. I've never thought about it again. I mean, it didn't matter. Like it stuck. If I read it, it sticks. But I can't see it. Like some people
Hmm.
can even see words in their head. I can't even do that. So when people ask me, how do you spell something out loud? I'm like, I'm looking for a pen so I can think about writing because it's
Hmm.
an aesthetic memory.
Hmm.
Like,
Hmm.
I can write it out. I know exactly how to spell it. But, otherwise I have to sit there and think very carefully, E, A, and think about it because I can't see it. It's a
Hmm.
pain in the
Hmm.
ass.
Hmm. That's so interesting. I don't really know. I don't think that there's much info out there on like aphantasia and hyperphantasia yet, but it's interesting that you have aphantasia, but you also have a really good sense of direction. And that must like I always assumed that I had good sense of direction because my mind was so visual. But that must be something else. Like that must come from a different function that the brain does in terms of direction. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. The,
But
the funny thing about this is that, yeah, there's so many different ways to get to the same places. There's so many different ways that we can think, and people tend to try and try this one size fits all. This is just the way it works, and that just doesn't make sense.
mhm,
If people had actually taught me the real philosophy of mathematics, I would probably get quite good at it because I don't have a problem with
mm,
numbers at all. I can
mhm,
count cards very easily. I mean, you drop a pile of dice, I immediately know the number. I'm really good with arithmetic, but I cannot retain anything above algebra or above, because it does. I don't understand why it works that way and it doesn't stick. But we don't teach it that way. We teach, here are the formula, I memorize this formula, and I can't do that. It's gibberish to me. It's like I can't memorize a string of gibberish.
right. No, I'm exactly the same way. I if I don't understand why, if I don't understand the concept, my brain will not retain it. If you tell me why, then you don't ever have to tell me again. Um, but like why is not a question that people always want to answer.
Mhm.
And it's certainly not always how things are taught.
Right, and I need the whys. If I don't know the why, then I'm not going to remember it. It's one of the things that got me into all this shit in the first place. Is I want to understand the why of it. If you just say something is, I'm like, okay, so what? And it's not going to stick at all.
Hmm.
But if
So
I
I
can
don't
understand how they fit
understand.
together,
So for me, understanding why is critical. Like I have to have it, or else I'm literally lost. It's gibberish, and I can't. I just am literally can't function like in terms of learning whatever that material is. But I don't understand how neurotypicals are getting by. Like what, why do they not want to know why? How can they get through the math class, and how come I'm struggling so much? Does that question even make sense? Like what, why do they not need to know why?
again, it's just it's a difference, you know. I mean, they would probably ask the same question to me, like, why the hell do I need to know why? If something, it's just look, it's a simple formula. Just remember the formula, and it works, and that's fine. I mean, it's just yeah. They're at the end of the day, they're just differences. I don't think that there's any way for us to answer questions like that. I mean, I personally that's my view, and I don't think that there's any way to really to answer that. They just are differences. It's like, why is somebody left-handed? You know,
Hmm.
you just are. You
Hmm.
know,
Hmm. No, yeah, that makes sense. And I think one thing that, I mean, I heard on a weekly, if not daily basis was don't overthink it. My teachers would tell me that all the time because I would ask why, and I would need to understand like more context around whatever we were learning. And when I tried to do that, they just would tell me I'm complicating things and don't worry about it. But they didn't understand that I literally needed that information if I was
right?
going to be successful. And so they were
Exactly.
handicapping me by not
Mhm.
answering that question.
This is why I yeah. In order for me to get through, when I finally got into college, in order for me to do a university degree, I at the same time went to a junior college and took those maths classes, pass no pass, and they were the
Hmm.
hardest C's of my life.
Hmm.
I have no fucking idea how I did it, and I remember literally nothing at all. I have no idea how I passed statistics
Hmm.
because I couldn't tell you a damn thing about it now. But
I
don't know how to teach it, and it literally I need to know the why of it, and if you can't teach me that, then I'm sorry, I'm not going to remember it.
My statistics teacher made me cry.
Oh,
so so ridiculous. But she did make me cry because the teachers wouldn't understand my questions, and they would get frustrated with me and talk and be say condescending stuff,
oh,
and just humiliated me, like
that's
just
tough.
made me feel really dumb. And I don't, you know, I don't think that anybody, wakes up in the morning and, decides to like treat somebody like that. And some of those folks probably should just maybe not be teaching, but like on the whole, I think people are trying to do a good job, but they just really didn't understand that like I was not asking something that I didn't desperately need. um, but
Right, exactly.
um,
The only reason I'm asking is because if you don't tell me this, I'm going to struggle.
mhm, yeah.
Yeah,
um,
that's again one place where I can hope that we are on the right track. It's still going to take a long time, but I think we'll get to a point where more people will at least have the right kind of training so that when they hear those questions from kids, they'll know what's going on.
I hope so. I think the one thing that is potentially worrisome is just that, you know, these right now I'm just sub teaching to pay the bills. I
Mhm.
actually really like teaching. I have a lot of fun because I'm patient with the kids, and I like to help them.
Mhm.
Um, but it is worrisome though, because like how the school system is tied to capitalism, and like it's intertwined with politics and all kinds of things. And hopefully long term, like it's definitely headed in the right direction. But like somebody earlier in the chat said, it was the person who mentioned the IEPs, and they're like, well, how do I help my daughter? And it's like, well, like the whole education system needs to be dismantled. And in the short term, like maybe you homeschool, or if you can't afford Montessori or something, like yeah, maybe you homeschool, because like it's rough. It's rough to not fit into the school system. And I don't know, in the short run, I don't know what the solution is, other than it's not like there's things that are so much better than when I was in school, but it's not even anywhere close to what it truly needs to be. But shoot, I forget where I was going with that.
As much as I think it's hilarious that you'd put me through a Catholic school, but I think that Catholic schools actually helped a little bit because the classes were smaller and a lot of the people involved were willing to spend a bit more time with you. So I had a lot of people that they recognized I had, weird interests and I needed ways to occupy myself. So, I mean, I had one priest that was teaching me Latin, one priest that was teaching me Russian, but all like in, off time, when, when we didn't have anything else to do. And I appreciated that, that they seemed to give a shit, but they actually had the luxury to give a shit because the classes were smaller. So I'm at least thankful that my mother, I mean, we were much poorer for it because she couldn't afford it, but she was determined to try and get a better education. And that was the best we had in the area. They didn't have anything that would be very specialized, anything that would really help, but they at least, I think her instinct there was right, and that I think that genuinely did help me a bit.
Yeah, no, I definitely that kind of stuff definitely can be really helpful. Oh, and the other thing I had meant to say earlier was in terms of like dating, it definitely really can matter where you're at too. Like I'm in Oregon and I do find that really helps. I've lived for the most of my life in the Midwest, very different cultures. Yeah, I mean, not well, different enough for sure. But that
There's
can
plenty of weirdos in Oregon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, still plenty of white supremacists, but also plenty of nice weirdos.
Yes, plenty of both of those things.
It's changed a lot since I was a kid. I'll tell you. I mean, a lot of my father's family is up there, so we used to go there when I was very young, and wow, it was fucking Klan Central. And Portland is so different now. So it's improving.
Yeah, it is. It's an interesting place. It's at least I grew up religious in the Midwest, so it's a breath of fresh air compared to that. But yeah, there is definitely a lot of both of those things here for sure. The rural areas are very interesting compared to like the urban, city center. So
interesting. It's a nice word for that.
Yeah. we'll leave it at that. There's there's rural areas that are yeah, definitely very interesting, and I'll don't want to offend anyone, or at least try not to. I'll just let it sit there for now. But no, okay. Well, one other question, and then just tell me when you want to go, because I also I just have a thing with questions. Like, I don't know why. I guess maybe because I want to know why, but I can just ask questions like, I don't know. It's kind of ridiculous, and just go on and on and on and on. But
honestly, I enjoy that kind of interaction enough that it's one of the reasons that I won't notice that I'm tired or hungry or thirsty or anything else. So I'll thank Meg for popping up a bit ago and reminding me that I probably should stop, and I'm deliberately not getting a drink because it'll give me a way to stop. But maybe we can ask the question and then let's wind down from there.
Yeah,
that's
that
cool.
sounds good. And it's just another neurodivergent question, but I don't know, there's kind of a number of different ways I could go with it, but like I was just thinking recently so much about like all of our world issues and everything going on, and like in order to have change you have to have open, transparent, honest dialogue, and I'm really good at that. Like I have a ton of stamina for it. But like nobody wants that. Americans don't want a lot of times that kind of honesty or feedback. But anyways, my general question is just sort of like, how do you think neurodivergent people can contribute to the world right now, in particular with everything going on?
they could put us all in charge.
Yes, I agree with that.
Emperor for a day.
Well, cause
Hold on.
I don't think people understand like how like I have no loyalties to anything other than what is the best idea and what's the truth. I'm it's not that I'm not corruptible. It's not that I can't lie. Like I'm human like anyone else, but like the ways in which that works for neurodivergent people is different. So if you
Yes.
put me in charge and you tell me we're gonna solve homelessness, I'm gonna fucking solve homelessness. And so you
Yeah,
better
and
get
not
out of my way because
right, and
there's
not just
nothing.
a political way to make it look like you're doing something, but actually solve the fucking problem. Yeah,
Yes.
I struggle with a lot of that stuff too, and I am reflexively honest. I can only really process things that way. If you're saying we should do something, then that's what we're going to do, and it's very difficult to find out that no, that's not really what you intended to do. That's not really what you meant. You said what you didn't mean. Why did you say that if you didn't mean it? That was really hard for me to wrap my head around. It's I've had constant struggles through life because of that. Because it's I want to take things at face value and actually deal with the issues. And I like the loyalty part too. I've always struggled with the whole team stuff, my tribe, that kind of crap. I I want what actually works, what will actually fix things, what will solve the problem, not my side has to win. Like, what the fuck? No. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong, If my side is wrong, then fuck them, So this whole my country right
Exactly.
or wrong shit that people are, I got all these like flag waving morons around me, like my country right or wrong. I'm like, what the fuck? And like, no, if your country is doing something fucked up, then you need to stop your country from doing it. Period.
Yeah.
And they don't want to do it.
Yep.
Did you wake up?
So yeah, that's what I mean by like I think that there's things that people don't understand we have the natural ability to do. And so like there's just no. Yeah, like it's very straightforward and face value. Like if somebody would actually give me the resources to solve XYZ problem, it's going to actually get done. I'm going to tell you how to do it, but nobody actually wants to solve the problem. I don't understand why people don't get like we already know how to solve these problems. We
Yeah.
already know what works. Like that's all documented. We're just not
Yeah.
doing it because of
Scholars have been studying this shit
billionaires.
forever. We know it. It's like they spend more money on policing and just picking people up and dumping them back in places than it would cost to literally give them fucking houses.
Right.
You could just give people free houses forever, and it would
Right.
cost less money than we spend right now to leave people homeless. Like, what the fuck?
Yep.
And there's all kinds of emotional reasons for that because it suits particular interests and the way people think about things, and but at the end of the day, like I don't give a shit about all your emotional interests. Like the problem is the problem. Let's solve the fucking problem, and no one wants to do it.
Yep.
There's so many places like that where I just want to like put my head through a fucking plate glass window. Like if people actually say drug cartels and drug violence are bad and gangs are bad and people dying from overdoses are bad, then cool. Okay, so legalize and regulate the shit. Period. Provide universal health care, full legalization, full regulation so it's safe shit. And I mean, we've literally seen it. Like in Portugal, the use of drugs, all drugs went down with full legalization.
Yep.
Like down, not up. Like you can see it. Look, it clearly, like the logical answer, go figure, actually proved itself. But no one wants to touch it. 30 years later, we're still like, nah, no. Like we refuse. So when people are saying they care about the violence, they care about the overdoses and everything else, it's really hard for me not to call bullshit. But I think that they think that they care, and they just can't wrap their heads around what's really going on. Because if you aren't willing to actually address the problem in a way that would work, then you honestly really don't give a fuck about it working. You don't want to solve the problem.
Right.
And that's just so fucking frustrating for me. And it's just it's got to be harder even thinking about this stuff just as a historian too, because I got to watch people make the same fucking mistakes over and over and over. Like we learned this here and we learned it here and we learned it here and we learned it like, and you're doing the same fucking shit. Like what is wrong with you? But we just refuse to learn.
No, I completely agree with you. And someone in the chat said, then why haven't the GoFundMe folks solved the housing problem? Because the problem is about more than just money. If the system is against you, like there's good people who've tried to solve problems, but the system will just beat them down.
And a
Like,
GoFundMe can't possibly do it anyway. I mean, you're not going to raise that much money from people unless it's a GoFundMe that the billionaires are all paying for, but they don't
right.
want to. We can't. I can't afford that. Like something spread across a full population, what you can afford with the way taxes are raised, cool. But the small number of people who would actually be willing to donate, it's too small.
Right.
It doesn't fix it. You can put a
Yep.
million Liams out there working at fucking soup kitchens, and ain't gonna solve hunger in the world because I don't have the money to do it.
Mm-hmm. Right. It has to be a collective effort, and you can't have
Making excuses.
laws and regulations and different things just like
300 to a person like saying that 300 million people don't give a fuck is the problem. You can't convince those 300 million people to all agree to then donate to it. They just won't do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's just not how humans work in general.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we work in very small groups very well together. Without small groups, then you end up with a much larger thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, no, sorry, I was just reading the stuff in the chat.
I don't even know what to do with that.
Yeah.
Probably because to Chat Pappy, there actually are real solutions to these problems, but people won't do them. But there is a solution. And the solution isn't wait for a fucking GoFundMe and 300 million people to actually care. Because that's just fairy tale bullshit. I'm not going to wait for Easter bunnies to squirt out of my asshole. I'm not going to wait for some magical thing to happen. I'm going to say, here is the practical solution, and a GoFundMe is not one of them. Anyone proposing GoFundMe to solve any social problem is frankly just ignorant as fuck. It's beyond naive. It doesn't make any fucking sense. GoFundMe can't fucking solve anything. No. And I don't care if it sounds profound to you. I really don't give a shit whether you think I'm profound. Why would that matter? Do you think I'm talking online because I want to be seen as profound? Why would I give a fuck? Something is right or it's not right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it just we have literal fucking evidence for how things work. GoFundMe ain't gonna solve a damn thing. I'm gonna stick with the evidence, like the actual evidence. That's good enough for me.
Well, and we're not ranting. Like I'm asking him specifically, how can neurotypical or neurodivergent folks specifically use our strengths that are typically neurodivergent in nature to help solve current problems? And I think the one of them that we're talking about that's a big one is the way that we think is can be very systems oriented. Like we don't have loyalty to anything but like the truth, and we have this just strong desire to actually solve the real problem. And so like you could put $1 billion in front of me and tell me I'll be rich for the rest of my life, but if that was going to corrupt me and take me off of my goal of solving homelessness, if that's the challenge I was given, I don't like there's going to be plenty of people who wouldn't believe me, and people would be like, oh, of course you would take the $1 billion, but I don't think you understand. Like I would not. Like it wouldn't even be there would be no second thought in my mind.
Right.
We are extremely principled, and we are extremely justice oriented.
I would rather lose everything and be homeless than surrender like my actual values. I mean, that's important because that's what my sense of self is caught up in. My sense of self is in my values and my beliefs. I would rather lose than win on cheating, on doing something wrong. So solving homelessness, so just for the person ranting in the chat that thinks, oh, you shouldn't complain about it if you can't solve it. Well, there are solutions. There are two main ways to do this. One, radically decentralized society so that smaller scale communities look out for each other, because that's what human beings have done for most of our existence. When there's only 150 people around and we all know each other, we take care of each other because that's how we evolved. So either do that or use existing structures like taxation to raise the money from enough people who otherwise wouldn't be care enough about the particular issue, because no one has the energy, the time, the patience to study and care about every single issue and get involved directly, but instead just take $5 from them here or there, pool all that money, and then just solve the problem directly. So if you want a large-scale society, then you use something like taxation. Or my preference would actually be to completely decentralize, so don't say I love taxes or something. That's not the point. But that's what we have to deal with. That's the current system. There are actually ways to do this that fit the evidence, that there's real data on that would say this would solve the problem. And I'm always going to say, let's use one of those, like directly house people, raise the money and house people, or let people actually work together. But don't expect a community of 300 million people to all pay attention to all of the other problems of society and all have the mental bandwidth and energy to contribute directly to all of those problems, because that won't happen. It's just dumb.
And also, y'all are talking about millions, billions, and what's being contributed into our government is trillions with a T. T is in tango. So we can't compute what that means, because we will never, like, maybe, a person in society may make $1 million in a lifetime. So when we're talking about trillions, when it comes to our government, like, we can't compute that number. It's not there. So when we talk about trillions with a T as in tango, like, we can't justify that amount of money being borrowed, taken away from not only taxation, but also, included in our retirement. And I think that's, like, severely bypassed. And Dr. Liam, I just want to kindly state that I was just asking about hydration. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just wanted to see if you had some water tonight.
No, it actually is. It actually is time to wind this up. But
Oh no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to do
no,
that.
I am though. I am trying to, because otherwise I'll keep talking for hours still, and I know I shouldn't, because I do want to get up at a decent time in the morning and get some work done, and I don't feel well, so I'm going to sleep longer than I would normally. Look at us. But yeah, it really is an interesting topic, and there was a comment there from the chat saying, like, yeah, small group empathy really does work. If we're in small groups, we would look out for each other. But we're in large groups. That's how we have organized society. So since we have done that, how can we solve it here? And trying to apply the mental paradigm of small group, thinking to very large groups is nonsensical. You do need different tools. It's like I can't hammer in a nail with a screwdriver. It just doesn't make sense. You've got to use the right tools for it. So either we change our social structures radically, or we use the existing systems that we do have. And GoFundMe can't put 500,000 people into a house, unless the GoFundMe is all funded by the rich. We do need to kind of like work around things like that. But either way, it's getting back to like what we were saying with Kristen, like, yeah, if you're thinking about one of the things that some neurodiverse people are good at, it's large-scale systemic thinking. Rather than getting caught up in all the emotional details, all the specific stuff about, like, somebody's individual thoughts, feelings, sympathies, whatever. Let's take a step back, take the view from 10,000 feet, look at the numbers. Here's the numbers, here's the data, and what makes sense, and then propose those and try them. And oftentimes when we're put in positions where we can contribute that way, we do really good work.
Yes, we do.
So I think a society that can give more of a space for that and recruit people in, like, give them those technical positions, make us technocrats. We're good at that sort of shit, but don't tell us to be like game show hosts, because we're not good at that.
Absolutely. And like I would love to redesign the education system, but like no one would take me seriously. No one would allow me to do that.
Well,
They
that's
don't
why you.
understand
That's
why
why
I
you
would
do it
be a huge
yourself.
asset. What?
Like, that's why you do it yourself. This guy started his own schools. That's one place where GoFundMe could work. Within a particular area, if you can find enough people, get people all to donate in, build something together, start producing alternative institutions. That's where mutual aid is useful. Even within a larger society, we can start radically decentralizing and creating our own alternative institutions. So I want to see more things like the modern school. I want to see more people actually stepping up and creating our own fucking institutions to solve these problems. It's not going to solve the problem for everybody, but what it does is it proves certain models. It shows how things can work. And if you do that through practical experience, show how it works, then it can scale up and you can get more donations, more people involved, maybe state financing, who knows. But you actually start building it and make it work. I think that, yeah, we can redesign the school system in a sense, but by starting smaller scale and building it ourselves,
Absolutely. And we'll have to circle back around to that another night. Before I say we should, can I just get the name of that book really fast, and then you can go the book you just held up, something that the education book.
Oh yeah, I pulled out a couple earlier about for somebody else's question. There's several others on the same basic topic, but I grabbed these two. These are both about creating alternative education spaces. This is one of them that I have here.
Okay.
Got it. And then this is a history of God, that's on that. Hold on. Oh no, that's just a battery. I forgot to plug this thing back in again. Hold on, I just turned dark. Okay, there we go. And then the other one was this is a history of Ferrer's modern school in Spain.
Anarchist education and the modern school. Okay.
Yeah, he inherited some money and plowed it into creating his own alternative school system.
Okay.
So I don't know. So one past experiment, one discussions of contemporary ones. What we can do. That one's talking about things people are doing now. There's a lot of things like that where we could start building our own approaches to things, our new ways to do it. And I think more experimentation like that is definitely useful. Create more mutual aid networks, create more co-ops, create more communes. Start trying to do things differently, and we'll find things that work well.
Okay. All right. Well, I of course have more thoughts and more questions, but I should go to bed. You should go to bed. I know you want to feel good tomorrow. I definitely do. I don't feel super great today either. So we will call it a night. This was super great conversation. I really enjoyed talking about all of the neurodiversity stuff. It's just really super helpful.
Yeah, thanks. It's a neat way to wind down the day. I appreciate that too. It's not a common topic that people bring up, so that's kind of cool. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, you have a great night, and I will see you next week.
All right. Have a good night, folks.
Bye.
Peace, love, recycle.